Chapter 1339. The school leaders will arrive at the Anyang train station at 8. I'll get my dad to pick them up, and then we'll take a friend's private jet to come here together. There was water flowing out of the tap, and the sound of the water seemed to drown out his voice. Yiqian splashed the cold water on his face, and the sad emptiness in his heart seemed to have been torn apart. This was Grandpa Jen's last wish. She wanted to rouse Grandpa Jen's will to live, but the old man knew in his heart, he really couldn't do it. I'll let Grandpa see my most spirited side. Wiping the cold water off his face, Yiqian looked up with bright eyes and stared at himself in the mirror. I won't let Grandpa down. The face in the mirror was tenacious, and those jet-black eyes were like a pure obsidian thrown into water, causing the eyes to ripple. The corners of her mouth slightly tightened, revealing a trace of stubbornness. Although her facial features were beautiful, there was not the slightest bit of delicacy. Even the tips of her brows contained the piercing coldness of a soldier. This was the Yiqian that Uncle Jen wanted to see, Yiqian. At 8 o'clock, the two leaders of the military academy were led by the guards to meet with Commander-in-Chief Xia. When they saw that the one waiting for them was Commander-in-Chief Xia, their expressions became even more solemn. They carried Yiqian's military travel bag with his military uniform and saluted the lieutenant general with the gold stars on his epaulets. At 8:37, they took a private helicopter and rushed to Fujian town. The helicopter needed to land on the training ground of the recruit training camp. When the helicopter circled over, the boom 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 of the propellers made the townspeople look up at the sky, and they pointed and talked with curiosity. Yi Jifan stood on the side of the street. His eyes, which were growing more and more powerful with each passing day, were gloomy. His gaze fell on the private helicopter that was beginning to descend. His daughter, who had been staying in Shuka village, called him and said that Uncle Jen was sick, and they even sent out the military's helicopter. At that moment, he realized how capable the old man who dared to scold him was. After leaving the army for so many years, he was still deeply cared for by the army. How could he be just an ordinary veteran? The reason why Yiqian could go so far and climb so high was because she had the help of such a capable old man. That was why she had the courage to leave the Yi family and face the Yi family. Yi Jifan realized that he might be able to make friends with a high-ranking officer in the army. He immediately arranged his work and rushed back to the Shuku village. He wanted to see a high-ranking officer arrive so that he could make arrangements for Uncle Jen's funeral as the representative of the Shuku village. This way, he would have a chance to make friends with the high-ranking officer. A few days after Yi Jifan returned to the village, all the villagers recommended him to visit Uncle Jen at the hospital on behalf of all the villagers. The first day he came, he was turned away by Principal Chen before he could even enter the ward. However, he did not give up and still came to the hospital early. This was the fourth day. Looking at the descending helicopter, a smile appeared in his gloomy eyes. Being refused entry for 3 days, it was worth it. Commander-in-Chief Xia waited for the helicopter to land and jumped off immediately. He walked with only one bodyguard with him, and the two military school leaders who came down after him could not help but jog. Dad, run a few steps. If you can't, take a motorcycle here. Uncle Jen is awake, you have to hurry. Xia Jinyuan gripped his phone tightly and said in a deep voice, the military doctor said, Uncle Jen will wake up soon. Chapter 1340. Riding a Motorcycle. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't even remember how many years it had been since he last rode on a motorcycle. As a lieutenant general, he was summoned by his son. After the meeting, he had to arrange his work while walking. He didn't even change out of his military uniform before rushing over. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked down at the golden epaulet on his shoulder that represented his military rank. He waved his hand and signaled for the guard to come over. Go and find a motorcycle. He turned his head and said to the two school leaders, let's ride there together. Since the lieutenant general had expressed his opinion, the two school leaders naturally had no objections. They immediately rode the motorcycle to the town hospital. Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice and returned to the ward. At 9:40 a.m., Uncle Jen suddenly opened his eyes. Before Yiqian, who had been watching over him, could speak, Uncle Jen said first, I think I saw the little girl come back. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. However, his misty eyes suddenly brightened up and he looked much more energetic. No one was happy about this state. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It was the final radiance of the setting sun. Good boy, Grandpa doesn't like it when you cry. The old man's weak voice spoke intermittently. His eyes were full of kindness and peace as he gazed at the child in front of him who had worried him for nearly 20 years. It's good that you didn't cry. As soldiers, we bleed, not tears. You have to remember this. If you cry too much, your heart will be filled with cowardice. Yi Jian held the old man's hand tightly, which was so thin that he could not even lift it up. She nodded gently and replied, I remember. I will always remember your words. Shed blood but not tears. I will always remember your words. Her heart was trembling uncontrollably and she was flustered. Even though her body was shivering uncontrollably, Yi Jian forced herself to keep a faint smile on her face so that the old man who was looking at her could feel at ease. Grandpa knows. I know you are a good boy. Unfortunately, Grandpa. Grandpa. The old man suddenly coughed. It was not a gentle cough, but a series of heavy coughs. The smile on Yi Jian's face instantly faded. Please rest for a while. Don't talk, don't talk. Everyone saw that Yi Jian's shoulders were trembling violently. She placed one hand on Uncle Jen's chest so that the old man's breathing could return to normal. The military doctor raised the pillow higher so that Uncle Jen could sit up straight. At the same time, he gently patted the back of the old man's neck so that he could breathe more smoothly. Principal Chen, who was clenching his fists, had already looked outside the ward several times. He could not hide the anxiety on his face. Listen. Uncle Jen's coughs, which sounded like he was going to cough his lungs out, finally calmed down. However, Uncle Jen's face was getting paler and paler. He wanted to hold Yi Jian's hands tightly, but unfortunately, he could not muster any strength. He could only smile gently. Good boy, don't be sad. It is a good thing that Grandpa is leaving at such an old age. It is a pity that Grandpa can't personally send you to the military camp. I can't see how you look in your military uniform either. Chapter 1341. You'll see it, you'll see it. Our school's leaders will be here soon. They've brought my military uniform. Take a rest, take a good rest. Your granddaughter will definitely wear the uniform for you to see. She tried her best to smile. Tears welled up in her eyes, but they did not fall. You'll definitely see it. You'll definitely see it. She wanted to speak with a smile, she wanted to speak lightly, but the words that came out of her mouth were trembling, and every sentence was filled with a strong reluctance. Uncle Jen sighed softly and looked up with some difficulty. When he saw a few familiar faces around him, he smiled. It's been hard on all of you. I've watched Yi Jian grow up. She's a good child. She's kind-hearted, kind, and knows how to repay kindness. The future? I'll leave all of you, please. Uncle, you don't have to be so polite with us. We're all Yi Jian's family. We'll definitely take good care of her. Don't worry. Political Commissar Yen was on the left side of the bed. He bent over and held Uncle Jen's hand. Seeing the respected Sergeant Major speaking weakly as if he had used up all his energy, the tough man's eyes turned red. You don't have to worry about Yi Jian. With us around, she'll be fine. The old man was most worried about Yi Jian. He did not have much energy to speak, so he scanned the familiar faces around him. Finally, his gaze landed on the young man who was holding Yi Jian with one arm. Xia Jinyuan held Yi Jian's shoulders tightly and walked to Uncle Jen's side. Uncle, Yi Jian is my wife and lover. As long as you agree to my marriage with her, I'll propose to her immediately after she graduates and stabilizes her condition. He knew what the old man wanted to hear. Word by word, he expressed his thoughts firmly. I'll love her forever. I'll dote on her and take care of her like she's the apple of my eye. I swear on my honor as a soldier that I'll never let Yi Jian down. All right, all right, all right. Watching the two young people holding hands, Uncle Jen felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Good boy, Grandpa, is watching you from the sky. Be a good soldier. Be a useful soldier. Protect, Protect our country. Protect our homeland. Yi Qian nodded his head furiously. Tears streamed down his face like pearls from a broken necklace. A deep voice came from the door of the ward. Old squad leader. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had run all the way from the first floor to the third floor, strode in and said, Yi Qian has become a military academy student in our country. Her military uniform and relevant documents have been brought over. Old squad leader, thank you for your hard work in nurturing such an outstanding soldier for our military. On behalf of the military, I would like to extend a respectful salute to you. As Commander-in-Chief Xia spoke, the soldiers around the bed all stood up straight and saluted the old revolutionary who had dedicated his life to the country and the people with the highest military salute. Uncle Jen blinked his eyes gently. He smiled and raised his hand to return the salute to all the soldiers who saluted him. This was the military unit he loved the most. He loved seeing the young soldiers the most. He was happy to be able to see them one last time before he left. Chapter 1342. Yi Qian, change into your uniform now and show it to the platoon leader who raised you. The school leaders already knew that this old man who was about to die was a national treasure. They handed the military uniform and cap to Yi Jian and said solemnly, we can't let the old squad leader have any regrets. Go now. The ward was very, very quiet. Everyone listened to Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was sitting by the bed and holding the old man's right hand. Platoon leader, don't worry. I, Xia Xinhui, will only recognize Yi Qian as my daughter-in-law. Other than her, I won't recognize anyone else. In the future, if Xia Jinyuan does anything to let Yi Qian down, I, Xia Xinhui, will be the first person to come after him. Yi Qian went to the office of the doctor on duty to change into his uniform. And Jiasin, who hadn't left, quickly pulled up the partition screen and said, put your uniform on the bed. I'll fold it for you. Behind the screen, Jiasin heard the rustling of clothes. Frowning, Jiasin bit her lower lip and stopped herself from crying with Yi Jian. Instead, she advised, don't cry. My mom said that when Grandpa Jian was awake, he always mentioned how strong you are. Jian, you have to be strong, okay? In less than a minute, Yi Qian walked out from behind the partition, dressed in a warrant officer's uniform and cap. I will be strong, Jiasin. Thank you. This was Yi Qian's own uniform. The grass-green uniform was tailored to fit her body without a single crease, as if it had just been ironed. The epaulets on her shoulders weren't ordinary epaulets. They were the captain's epaulets with 1 bar and 3 stars. The 3 golden 5-pointed stars were solemn and mighty. Together with the golden collar flower pinned to her collar, it showed the majesty of a soldier. Yi Jian's dark green military trousers were perfectly straight, outlining the posture of a pine tree. The heavy military aura was so heavy that Jiasin couldn't help but hold her breath. Yi Jian, who was wearing the military uniform, was so familiar yet so unfamiliar. Yi Jian. Jiasin couldn't help but call out. Yi Jian, who was about to step out, stopped and turned around. It was still a familiar face, but there was a different expression on her face. When she raised her eyes to look at Jiasin, her eyes were so cold that Jiasin's heart suddenly panicked. Take care of yourself. You and us. Jiasin said softly with a reverence that she didn't even notice. Hearing her best friend's comfort, Yi Jian, whose eyes were red, nodded and said with a smile, I will. For Grandpa Jian, she would be strong. I'm going to accompany Grandpa. Jiasin, let's talk later. It wasn't until Yi Qian walked out of the office that Jiasin reached out to support herself on the office desk. Step by step, she moved to the office chair. Her knees were a little weak as she slowly sat down. The familiar Yi Qian had a strange expression on her face. She said that she only had one goal since the 2nd year of middle school, and that was to work hard to get into the military academy. She said that she had been secretly training so that she could join the military in the future. Her good friend, who had been working hard towards her goal, finally got to wear the military uniform. It was great. It was really great. She would no longer have to endure the disdain and suffering, and no one would dare to bully her anymore. It was great. It was really great. Sitting alone in the office, Jiasin covered her face with her hands. One moment she would laugh, and the next moment she would cry. She was happy that her good friend could achieve what she had today, but she was also sad that her good friend's most beloved family member would soon pass away. Chapter 1343. When Dr. Zhou came in, he heard his daughter crying and laughing. He was shocked. Jiasun, what's wrong with you? Jiasun seems to be like this all the time. She's quite real. Someone said in a sweet voice, sounding familiar. When we were in junior high, Aunt Zhou, Jiasun bullied me a lot. This voice, damn it. Ying. And Jiasun, who was still crying, suddenly raised her head and glared at Ying. She said coldly, Mom, I'm not close to her. You don't have to take her words seriously. Ying, who had a smile on her face, suddenly froze. Her watery almond-shaped eyes flashed with malice. You child. Dr. Zhou did not say much. He only pretended to be angry and patted his daughter's shoulder. He turned to Yijifan, who came in. I'm sorry. I don't even know how to address you. Ying took the lead and said with a smile, My dad is now the director of the Provincial Construction Bureau. There was no lack of bragging in her tone. Director Yi, please take a seat first. Dr. Zhou said politely. He did not show any restraint because a director was standing in front of him. I'm afraid Uncle Jen's ward is too crowded. I'll bring Director Yi over later. She represented all the villagers of Shuku Village to visit Uncle Jen, and the village chief of Shuku Village, Zhang Difu, personally called. She had no choice but to help even if she did not want to. Yijifan thought Uncle Jen was just an excuse. His real purpose was to make friends with the high-ranking military officers standing in the ward. When he heard that, he seemed a little surprised. Crowded? Are there many people here? They're all standing in the ward, and the air is not circulating. Won't this make Uncle Jen more uncomfortable? There should be people here. With the military doctor watching over him, there shouldn't be a problem. After Dr. Zhou finished speaking, he pushed in Jiasun and scolded her softly. You haven't eaten breakfast, right? Go down and have breakfast. Had she not heard enough about Yi Qian and Yi Ying's family? Why did he let this girl remind her? Fortunately, she had Yi Qian to take care of her during her 3 years in high school. Otherwise, with her stubborn personality, who knew how much she would have suffered? And Jiasun, who didn't want to stay, got an excuse. She didn't even look at Yi Ying as she strode out. When she reached the door, she suddenly said, Mom, give me the acceptance letter from Pu University. It's not safe here. Yi Ying was too cunning. She had better not tear up her notice. Yi Ying, who just showed off that her father was the director of the construction bureau, clenched her teeth. And Jiasun, she did it on purpose. He did it on purpose. Dr. Zhou really gave it to him. What's not safe? Go home after breakfast. Don't stand in front of me and be an eyesore. That's right, she did it on purpose. And Jiasun walked back and gave Yi Ying a provocative look. She took the notice and left. She had to tell Jane Eyre that Yi Ying and her father were definitely up to no good. And Jiasun took a left turn to go downstairs and a right turn to go to the ward. Yijifan narrowed his eyes slightly and gave his daughter, Ying, a look, indicating that she should go and check on the situation first. Dr. Zhou, who was cleaning the table, saw this and sneered disdainfully in his heart. She really didn't understand how Yijifan could be promoted to the position of director of the Provincial Construction Bureau. It was not easy to go to Uncle Jen's ward. 2 sentinels reached out to block her and said to Yi Ying, Please go back. Thank you for your cooperation. Chapter 1344. And Jiasun heard the commotion and turned around. Her face turned cold and she said in disgust, Daughter of the Chief of Construction Bureau, don't embarrass yourself here. It's cooler over there. Go away. Then she said to the 2 sentries seriously, Brothers, this girl is Yi Ying. She used to bully Yi Qian every day. She even schemed against Yi Qian in high school. You must stop her. Don't let her in. The 2 sentries kept their expressions unchanged. They stopped Yi Ying, who was stomping her feet in anger, from taking another step forward. The atmosphere in the ward became more and more gloomy. Sadness shrouded everyone's heart. All the soldiers present had tears in their eyes. Good girl. You must be... Okay. Uncle Jen finally saw Yi Qian in his military uniform. His breath was getting weaker and weaker. His voice was so low that Yi Qian had to bend over to hear it. Jade pendants go, pump, pump, pump. Walk your own path, little Yi. You will go further, higher, and better. Good girl, you didn't disappoint Grandpa's expectations of you. You made so many military achievements without a word and became a military cadet with a military rank. You are the first. Go with peace of mind. I'm relieved. I'll leave it to you. Gradually his voice faded away. The device monitoring his heartbeat made a sharp sound. The wavy line that represented life suddenly straightened. Yi Qian clutched the white bedsheet tightly. She clenched her teeth and didn't let her tears fall. Grandpa Jen said that she couldn't cry. He didn't want her to cry. He also said that his life was worth it and that he didn't have any regrets. He also said that he was going to accompany his old comrades and play Go with his old leaders. Don't cry. Don't cry. She couldn't cry. She took off the breathing mask and the drip that could no longer flow. She carefully laid the old man's body flat. Yi Qian did everything by himself. Even Xia Jinyuan didn't interfere. This was the last thing she could do for the old man. She just wanted to finish everything by herself. Salute. Taking a deep and heavy breath, Yi Qian stood up and saluted along with all the other soldiers to the old squad leader, who had maintained the integrity of a soldier until his death. Overturned the flag. 4 first lieutenants in spring and autumn uniform walked into the ward with the national flag in their hands. The first lieutenant who was holding the national flag opened a corner of the national flag meticulously, and another first lieutenant took over the corner. Then, the 4 first lieutenants each grabbed the corner of the national flag and covered it with the sacred national flag bit by bit. The 4 lieutenants stood at attention and saluted, paying their respects to the first-rank sergeant major. The sentries standing at the door saluted. The 2 sentries standing in front of the door saluted as well. They were all paying their respects to the deceased first-class sergeant major. Uncle Jen chose to cremate the body, so he had to send it to the city. Xia Jinyuan carried one corner of the bed. Principal Chen, Regiment Commander Liu, and Political Commissar Yen each carried the other corner of the bed. They walked out of the ward step by step with a sorrowful expression on their faces. Commander-in-Chief Xia and the 2 leaders from the military academy walked on both sides. Yi Qian walked at the very front with a picture of Uncle Jen in his retired military uniform. She walked with steady steps and looked straight ahead. She was like a steel spear, carrying with her a sense of fearlessness. She kept the promise she made to Uncle Jen. She wouldn't cry as she sent off her loved one. Chapter 1345. The vehicle arranged by the army was already waiting downstairs in the hospital. When Yi Qian walked out of the ward, the soldiers guarding outside all saluted and sent him off. Even though he had retired from the army, he was still in the army as long as his body allowed him to. Rows of dark green figures stood tall and straight, like white poplars. They inherited the dedication of the old squad leader from generation to generation. When Yi Jifan heard the commotion, his eyes darkened. He walked out of Dr. Zhou's office with a sad expression and secretly told Yi Ying, "Old Uncle Jen has passed away. Yi Qian won't have too much time to pay attention to you. Show your face to the senior officers in the army." "Dad, I know what to do." Yi Ying nodded slightly. The light in her eyes was a little frightening. This was her chance. A chance to push Yi Qian out of the army. Dad said that the army took good care of this wretched girl because of old Uncle General. Now that old Uncle Jen was gone, this wretched girl would be all alone. And she would have a chance to push Yi Qian out of the army. The senior officers in the army would take good care of her for Dad's sake. Ying was quite confident in herself. She had the looks and talents. She was good at literature and dancing. Her father was the director of the Provincial Construction Bureau. How could she be inferior to Yi Qian? In the past, old Uncle Jen took care of Yi Qian. That was why this wretched girl had the upper hand. Now that old Uncle Jen was gone, other than her good looks and her good grades, what other redeeming qualities did she have? Yi Ying's eyes flashed with disdain. She raised her chin arrogantly. So what if she got into the military academy? Without someone to take care of her, she was nothing. Let's see how long she can be arrogant. When she thought about how she would soon replace Yi Qian, Ying was so excited that even her fingers were trembling. However, her expression was the same as Yijifan's. She looked sad and even her eyes were filled with tears. Since the senior officers in the army valued old Uncle Jen so much, she couldn't help but cry. Ying, who had lowered her head to gather her emotions, forced tears out of her eyes in less than a second. Her eyes were red, and her expression was miserable. She looked even sadder than Yi Qian. Yi Jifan, who was standing at the door, did not move. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian, who was holding the portrait in his hands. His expression was so cold that it made his heart tremble. Was he seeing things? Did he see wrongly? Wasn't Yi Qian an ordinary military academy student? How could it be? How could he have a military rank? Impossible. He had already asked around. The military academy graduates were only given the rank of second lieutenant. Yi Qian had not even entered the academy. How could he have become a captain? How did he become a captain? Dad, should we follow behind them? Yi Ying, who did not notice anything, urged him. She could not wait to go out. Yi Jifan turned around and looked at his daughter, whose eyes were red. He then raised his head to look at Yi Qian, who was wearing a military uniform and walking over with a piercingly cold aura. Just a moment ago, he had thought that his daughter would definitely surpass Yi Qian in the future. Now, his heart sank little by little. Could his daughter surpass Yi Qian? Could she surpass Yi Qian? At that moment, Yi Jifan suddenly felt that he was indulging in fantasy. His daughter wanted to surpass him and surpass him. At that moment, he even felt that it was impossible. Other things aside, just based on that aura, his daughter had already lost. Ying saw that her father had not moved and could not help but get anxious. Dad, hurry up and go out. Once they leave, how are we going to get to know those senior officers in the army? If we don't get to know them, all your efforts over the past few days will go to waste. Chapter 1346. Yi Jifan clenched his fists but didn't move. Instead, he blocked the door and didn't allow his daughter to go out. He said in a low voice, Ying, go back and sit down. Why, Dad? How could Ying accept this? She exploded. This is an opportunity, Dad. You said it yourself, the opportunity is fleeting. If I don't go out, how can I perform well? She thought about how Yi Qian had been in the limelight recently, but she was still waiting for a fruitless announcement. Qin Yi, who had returned to the capital, still hadn't sent her a message. Whether she would succeed or not was still a question mark. Ying didn't have any other thoughts other than wanting to enter the army. Seeing that she had a chance to appear in front of the army's high-ranking officials, she wouldn't miss it no matter what. Seeing that her father didn't move, she gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. She pushed Yi Jifan out and at the same time, she also let herself fall out. Unexpectedly, Yifan, who was behind his daughter, almost fell down. When he steadied himself, he realized that he and his daughter had blocked Yi Qian's path. They were blocking the path of the soldiers who were sending him off. Someone suddenly appeared in front of them. The soldiers who were clearing the way had a fierce look in their eyes. They walked over and blocked with their arms. Please move aside, thank you. Yi Jifan, who had made a humiliating entrance, quickly adjusted his facial expression. With sadness in his eyes, he looked at the black and white portrait of the old man with a kind smile. Yi Jian, on behalf of all the villagers. I'll send Uncle off. Uncle, the villagers couldn't come one by one, so I, Yi Jifan, was sent to send you off. Since he wanted to get to know the high-ranking officials of the army, he had to let them know his name. Yi Jifan glanced around. The moment he saw Commander-in-Chief Xia, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lieutenant General. He actually had to trouble a Lieutenant General to send him off. Lieutenant General, Senior Colonel, Colonel, and even the soldiers who were clearing the way were all First Lieutenants. Senior Colonel, Colonel, and First Lieutenants were the ones he wanted to make friends with. That Lieutenant General, he had to know him. He wanted to fight for a chance for his daughter to enter the capital's political group. Yi Jifan immediately said, Ying, quickly stand with Yi Qian. Together with Yi Qian, you can send Grandpa Zhen off for the last time. After introducing herself, she quickly arranged for Yi Ying to go over. She said that she wanted to send Uncle Zhen off, but in fact, she wanted the senior officers in the army to have a good impression of her daughter. As soon as he said that, several arrow-like gazes swept over with majestic momentum, especially Commander-in-Chief Xia's gaze. He frowned, and a sense of oppression pressed down on him like a mountain. Yi Jifan couldn't help but blink a little guiltily. Ying, who had tears in her eyes and had even thought of how to cry, did not move. She stood there stiffly as if she had been struck by lightning. She stared straight at Yi Qian, her eyes wide with disbelief. Who was the person walking at the front? Who was wearing a military uniform, and whose gaze was so cold that it made her feel fear? How could she wear a military uniform so brazenly? Also, this wretched girl was clearly just a girl. Why did she have a military rank? It was fake, it must be fake. It must be the people in the army who saw that Uncle Jen was about to pass away, so they purposely took out a military uniform like this to coax Uncle Jen. It must be like this, it must be like this. Yi Ying, who couldn't believe what was happening in front of her, had her facial features contorted. The viciousness in her eyes was like the venom of a scorpion, emitting a gloomy coldness. Chapter 1347. Yi Jian acted as if she didn't see Yi Ying. She held Uncle Jen's portrait and walked forward step by step. She walked past Yi Ying with an indescribable military might. Just as Yi Jifan said, she didn't have much time to bother with Yi Ying. But she would not allow such a thing to walk in front of her and pretend to send Grandpa Jen off. Yi Ying, I dare you to come over and try. Yi Qian warned her coldly as he walked past her. If you want to join the Beijing political group, I will not let you have the chance to do so in your entire life. Yi Ying was furious. She wanted to scold him back, but when she saw Yi Qian's cold and bloodthirsty gaze, she panicked so much that she hurt her tongue. That kind of gaze made her soul tremble in fear. Her brain told her to follow him, but her body reacted by pressing her back against the wall and making way for the soldiers behind her. The soldiers in front were escorting them, while the soldiers behind them were solemn and solemn. They did not pay any attention to Yi Jifan and his daughter, nor did they take them seriously. Dr. Zhou, who was standing at the door, saw this and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. The director of the Provincial Construction Bureau? Hey, that's all. Don't think that you can show off like this, Ying. There is no lack of smart people in this world. Hey, even I can tell what you're thinking. And Jiasin, who was at the back, stopped in front of Yi Ying. She suppressed the anger in her heart and sneered, Your family is really shameless. You still want to follow Yi Qian? Are you worthy? Are you worthy? Uncle Jen deserves respect. Don't disturb Uncle Jen's peace when you're so dirty that you stink. Ying, who had her back pressed against the wall, could only feel embarrassed. And Jiasin's words added fuel to the fire, making the evil fire in her heart even bigger and brighter. Ying stared sharply at the classmate who mocked her, gritted her teeth, and said gloomily, Do you think you're smart? You're just a mad dog by Yi Qian's side, biting whoever you catch. If I were a mad dog, you would be the first one I bit to death. And Jiasin wouldn't lose out in a quarrel, nor would she be afraid. I'll bite you to death so that you won't harm others. As an adult, it was not appropriate for him to interfere in the quarrel between two young ladies. Yi Jifan, who was as embarrassed as his daughter, snorted loudly and said to Dr. Zhou, Dr. Zhou's daughter is indeed amazing. Dr. Zhou replied with a smile, Director Yi, you flatter me. Our Jiasin is a straightforward person. She's also good friends with Yi Qian. I also think that she's great for standing up for her friend. She didn't embarrass us. Since even the adults didn't care, what else could Yi Jifan do? He could only say to his daughter, Ying, don't waste your breath on unreasonable people. These people were nothing. There was no need to waste his time. What they needed to do was to catch up with that lieutenant general and get to know the lieutenant general with the highest military rank in the escort team. Yi Ying was so angry that her heart hurt. She stomped her feet, turned around, and hurriedly chased after Yifan. Dad, why does that wretched girl have a military rank? Is it fake? It must be fake. Who does she think she is? How can she have a military rank without even entering the school? It must be fake. Ying, who was in a hurry, asked anxiously. She wanted to get confirmation from her father. It must be fake, right? Dad, I don't believe it. How can she have a military rank? Then what's the point of her entering the Beijing government regiment? She doesn't have a military rank even if she's just a performing arts soldier. Chapter 1348. Yi Jifan was also confused. He said coldly, I don't know. That's why I have to follow them. Also, don't act on your own when you get to the city. Do you hear me? Based on what you did just now, the soldiers were kind enough to save me some face. He was a lieutenant general and had at least 2 former bodyguards with him. If he rushed out so recklessly, the bodyguards might even pull out their guns. I'm sorry, Dad. I was too anxious just now. Ying also knew that she was too rash. When she thought of Yi Qian's warning in a low voice, she was so angry that her internal organs hurt. I'll listen to your orders when we get to the city. Yi Jifan didn't say anything else. He nodded slightly and quickened his pace to catch up with them. After the father and daughter left, Jiasin was anxious. Ying was a bad person. Nothing good would come out of it if she followed them. Jane Eyre would be busy with Grandpa Jen's funeral. She wouldn't have time to care about Yi Ying. No, she had to follow them. She didn't have to do anything else but keep an eye on Yi Ying. Mom, I'm going to the city. You can send me the tuition fees. And Jiasin held her notice tightly and rushed out. She still had to go home to get her luggage and catch the 10:20 a.m. bus to the city. Dr. Zhou, who had long considered his daughter's relationship with Yi Qian, didn't even change out of his white coat. He picked up his wallet and chased after her. Take your luggage. Go to school directly from the city the day after tomorrow. Remember to bring your train ticket and student ID. Remember to keep your notice properly. And Jiasin had been independent since she was young. She didn't even ask her parents to send her to the provincial capital when she was in high school. Now that she was in university, she didn't need them to send her. And Jiasin took a few 100 yuan notes and a few dozen yuan of pocket money. She waved her hand and left the town hospital without looking back. From Fujian town to Anyang City, Yi Qian accompanied Uncle Jen, whose eyes were always closed, in the car. Xia Jinyuan, Commander Liu, Political Commissar Yen, and Principal Chen were with him. Commander-in-Chief Xia and the 2 school leaders were driven back to Anyang by Xia Jinyuan's car by the guards. They followed closely behind the army's car and went to Anyang together. At the end of August, the sun was very bright and the temperature was always above 36 degrees. Uncle Jen's body couldn't be left there for too long. The funeral parlor vehicles arranged by the army were already waiting at the intersection of the provincial highway. On both sides of the vehicles, there were 10 soldiers in military uniforms and big-brimmed hats, waiting for the arrival of the old squad leader. 6.5 hours later, as the car slowly drove out, 20 soldiers saluted and welcomed the old squad leader out of the car. The coffin covered with the national flag was carried out bit by bit. Under the gazes of the soldiers, the coffin was gently placed on the vehicle of the funeral parlor. The atmosphere was so solemn that it made people hold their breaths. The grief that pervaded the air had infected every resolute soldier. They saluted to express their respect for Uncle General Yi Qian didn't cry. Instead, he gently stroked the coffin and whispered to Uncle Jen, who was always in a deep sleep, "Grandpa, many soldiers from your most respected army came. They all came to send you off. Are you happy?" "I'm very happy, very happy. The army will always remember you. They will never forget your contributions to the country and the soldiers. Rest in peace. In the future, I will inherit your dedication just like they did. I will wholeheartedly repay my country and my army. I will never let you down, and I will never do anything that will bring shame to you." Chapter 1349. She said with a smile. She stood on the vehicle of the funeral parlor and saluted on behalf of Uncle Jen to the soldiers who were sending him off. Ying, who was standing at the back, clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Such a grand farewell ceremony. She let that wretched girl steal all the limelight. She let all the soldiers look at her. She always thought that she, Ying, was the center of attention, but she didn't know when. Yi Qian stole all the limelight from her. All the students in her class surrounded Yi Qian. All the teachers praised Yi Qian when she was mentioned. Even the parents of her classmates thought that Yi Qian was a great person. She was an orphan who had no parents and had to look out for her just to make ends meet. What right did she have to get all this? What right did she have to be more dazzling than her teen? Jealousy surged like a river, causing Yi Ying's facial features to distort. Her originally pretty face became distorted. She no longer looked like a pretty girl in her 20s. Instead, she looked as repulsive as a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s with a twisted mind. Yi Ying only saw that Yi Qian was the center of attention, but she didn't know that Yi Qian had won the respect of many soldiers, especially those who knew Yi Qian. The way they looked at Yi Qian was like how a comrade cared for a comrade and was worried for a comrade. However, Yi Jifan knew that the situation was more complicated than usual. He even guessed that the lieutenant general might know Yi Qian. Also, he noticed that when Yi Qian got off and got on the car, the soldiers who escorted her all looked at her with familiar eyes. They looked at her with concern. It was obvious that they knew Yi Qian. How did they know Yi Qian? How did Yi Qian know them? No matter how big old Uncle Jen's network was, how could Yi Qian know the basic soldiers? The more he thought about it, the more frightened Yi Jifan became. He suddenly realized that his daughter Ying looked like she was about to rush up and fight Yi Qian at any moment. He was so frightened that his eyebrows twitched. He immediately pulled Ying back. Ying, if you don't learn to control your temper, how can you compete with Yi Qian? Dad, everything she has should belong to me, belongs to me. All of this belongs to me. Ying didn't see the concern the soldiers had for Yi Qian, but she felt that the atmosphere was different. They all surrounded Yi Qian and belonged to Yi Qian. Yi Jifan's face alternated between green and white as he suppressed the fire in his heart and scolded in a low voice, "Everything that belongs to you? Ying, if you don't wake up, Dad's blinded by a leaf." She only had eyes for Yi Qian, but she didn't think too deeply about the fact that Yi Qian was where she was today because of her own efforts. I've said before that Yi Qian isn't worse than you, and you aren't worse than Yi Qian either. If it weren't for his only daughter, Yi Jifan really didn't want to care. If it weren't for the person behind the jade pendant, he even wanted to give up on fighting with Yi Qian. Based on his daughter's current state, how could she compete with Yi Qian? I'm taking you to old Uncle Jen's memorial service now. Before we know if Yi Qian knows that Lieutenant General, you're not allowed to act on your own accord. For his own career, for his daughter's future, he had no other choice but to fight for it. Yi Ying was really crying now. She didn't want to believe what she was seeing, and she didn't want to accept the fact that Yi Qian was stronger than her. Unfortunately, she didn't believe it. Even if she didn't want to, it was useless. Her father, who was always clear-headed, constantly reminded her that the wretched girl was stronger than her. Chapter 1350. Yi Jifan had always known that his daughter could not accept the fact that Yi Qian was better than her, but that was the truth. Could it be that if she did not accept that Yi Qian was inferior to her, there should be a limit to how much she could deceive herself? Seeing his daughter break down into tears, Yi Jifan did not try to stop her. Uncle Jen, who had already passed away, should be crying bitterly. His daughter's crying fit the occasion. I don't even know when everything that Yi Qian had belonged to you. If you think about it that way, doesn't that mean that even her grades belong to you? To prevent his daughter from going crazy every time she saw Yi Qian, Yi Jifan continued to reprimand her in a low voice. Do you think I don't know how you got your grades in middle school? You forced Yi Qian to write your name on the test papers he wrote, and you, on the other hand, wrote her name on your test papers. Ying, who took everything that belonged to you? You used to have Yi Qian's grades with a clear conscience. Now, you have the audacity to say that Yi Qian took everything that belonged to you? I worked in town. I knew that your mother spoiled you and let you do whatever you wanted. Ying had never told Yi Jifan about these things. She had never even mentioned it to Sun Dongqing. When the past was brought up again, Ying, who had been crying loudly, was so shocked that she stopped crying. She even let out a loud burp. How did Dad know? How did Dad know about this? Yi Ying, who had always been afraid of Yi Jifan, was shocked. She did not dare to face his anger and cried even louder to avoid being blamed. Yi Jifan's expression became even colder. You can play tricks with your mother if you want to, but in front of Dad, Ying, you're still too young. You're jealous that Yi Qian is more successful than you right now. Instead of working hard to improve your skills, you're choosing to run away. You're even using some ridiculous excuse that everything that belongs to Yi Qian should belong to you. Yi Ying, it's fine if you say these words to father, but how dare you say it outside and embarrass yourself? You know my temper. The last sentence made Yi Ying tremble. She nodded her head vigorously with tears in her eyes. She no longer dared to say anything that would make her feel comfortable and find some excuse to balance out her jealousy. The reincarnated Yi Qian had long become a hurdle in Yi Ying's heart that she could not get over. As long as she was up against Yi Qian, Yi Ying, who was considered smart and shrewd, would become a completely different person. Not only did she look disgusting, even her IQ would plummet. After realizing this, Yi Jifan made up his mind that before Yi Ying had enough confidence to face Yi Qian, it would be best if she did not face Yi Qian head-on, in case something happened. It had to be said that Yi Jifan was smart. After realizing the crux of the problem, he immediately changed his strategy and did not let Yi Ying have a chance to compete with Yi Qian. He was also afraid that Yi Ying would be ruined by her jealousy. How could Yi Ying, who was forced by her father to recognize the truth, walk out of it so quickly? Jealousy was not cultivated in a day. Her jealousy grew day by day, and now it affected Yi Ying's normal judgment. If she could walk out of it, she would not be the Yi Ying of today. In addition, there was Sun Dongqing, who was a hindrance to his daughter and did not recognize the truth. She only believed that Yi Qian should be inferior. Yi Jifan wanted to nurture Yi Ying into the Yi Ying of his previous life. There was only one word to describe it: difficult. After lecturing for so long, Yi Jifan did not say anything else. He opened the car door and gestured for Ying to get in. Call your mother and tell her to stay in Shuka village for the next few days. Don't go into the city. Chapter 1351. If Sun Dongqing came over and saw Yi Qian interacting with so many officers as if they were family, who knew what crazy things she would do? In the end, he would be the one to clean up the mess. Yi Ying, whose throat was twitching, nodded repeatedly. However, she felt a little guilty. Just a second ago, she was thinking how great it would be if Sun Dongqing were there. She even wanted to bring it up. But now that she saw Yi Jifan's expression, she did not dare to bring it up. Yi Ying had always been clear about who she could rely on in the family. The father and daughter pair continued to show up at Uncle Jen's memorial service. When he saw that there were soldiers standing guard outside, Yi Jifan could not help but lower his head. He even restrained his authority. Looking at Uncle Jen lying surrounded by white chrysanthemums, Yi Jifan, who had placed a chrysanthemum on top of him, felt very upset. If he had known earlier that Uncle Jen knew so many prominent officers, he would never have let Yi Qian go with him. Instead, he would have let his daughter go over to show filial piety to him. Unfortunately, he found out too late. Yi Qian, whom he had groomed, had become a direct family member in everyone's hearts. Seeing that every guest who bowed would comfort Yi Qian, Yi Jifan could only sigh. The memorial service lasted from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Uncle Jen did not like to be extravagant when he was alive. Before he died, he had told them not to inform too many people, so the military followed his instructions and did not make it too extravagant. After the death of a first-rank sergeant major who existed in the legends and whom even the highest leaders had to address as old squad leader, only the people who sent him off were from the military. Major General Yang of the army could not get away because of some matters at a certain base, so he personally called to pay his respects. The people coming in and out of the memorial service were all soldiers in uniform. And Jiasin, who had been keeping a close eye on Yi Ying, did not even dare to breathe loudly. She stood carefully in a corner, determined not to show her face and only paid attention to Yi Ying's whereabouts. "Why are you standing here so sneakily?" Someone suddenly patted Jiasin on the shoulder from behind, scaring her so much that her heart skipped a beat. She turned around and saw Jiasin patting her chest lightly. "It's you. You scared me." The T6 combatant raised his eyebrows. "You have a good memory. You still remember me." "I'm not stupid." And Jiasin mumbled and ignored the man who was said to be a soldier. She looked at Yi Ying again. Where was she? Where is he? Her bright eyes instantly widened. His line of sight hurriedly searched through the crowd of dark green people. A second ago, they were still there, but the next second, they were gone. The T6 combatant, who was dressed in casual clothes, followed her gaze and looked into the crowd. Seeing that she seemed to be looking for someone, he could not help but ask, "Who are you looking for? Do you need my help?" "I'm looking for a very annoying person. I've been keeping a close eye on her. Just now, you patted me, and the next thing I knew, Mrs. Gong was gone." And Jiasun was a little anxious. The memorial service was coming to an end. On the main stage, Commander Liu was talking about Uncle Jen's glorious life. Soon, Uncle Jen's body would be cremated. At the last minute, Ying could not be allowed to ruin it. If she did not say who she was looking for, the T6 really could not help. Hence, he asked her softly, "Tell me about the attire of the person you're looking for. It's better to have two people look for him than one." That was true. And Jiasun immediately told him about Yi Ying and Yi Jifan's attire. After that, she said solemnly, "This father and daughter pair were very mean to Yi Qian, especially that woman. She bullied Yi Qian since she was young. Tell me immediately after you find him." The T6 combatant was dressed in casual clothes. In order to get closer to a pure and innocent girl, he gave off a clean vibe like the big brother next door. Coupled with his delicate appearance, Jiasun did not think that the T6 combatant was a soldier even after meeting him 3 times. Because he did not look like one at all. Chapter 1352. After saying that in a commanding tone, Jiasun urged him to help her quickly. "Help me go over there and take a look. You must not let the father and daughter get close to Yi Jian, and you must not let him get close to the general who is said to have the highest military rank." "It's the lieutenant general," the T6 combatant corrected her and said thoughtfully, "In that case, I'll take you to the lieutenant general's side to take a look. Maybe the person you're looking for has already been found by the lieutenant general." Commander-in-Chief Xia had suddenly appeared in Anyang City at the memorial service of a sergeant major. There would definitely be people who needed to find some free time to greet him. Seeing that she was wholeheartedly thinking of Yi Qian, a smile flashed across the T6 combatant's eyes. When the memorial service for his former squad leader was over, he had to ask her for her contact information. On the other hand, although she looked carefree, she was actually very meticulous. The first time they met on the last day of the college entrance examination, he did not manage to get any personal information out of her. The second time he followed Xia Jinyuan to Fujian town and bumped into her in town. Similarly, there was nothing wrong with her. Instead, she stared at him with a look that said, "You're a bad person. I won't fall for your tricks." It made him quickly reflect on whether she had discovered his intentions. Asking for her contact information on the third time they met. This should not be considered rapid progress, right? The T6 combatant thought to himself as he led Jiasun over to Commander-in-Chief Xia. Before he could get close, he heard Jiasun grinding her teeth. "How shameless! How shameless can you get?" Yi Qian couldn't get away, so these two shameless people came over to try to get close to him. This won't do. I have to expose those two hypocritical faces. I can't let them get close to him. Ying still wants to enter the army with her looks? Don't bring shame to the army. And Jiasun did not treat Yi Ying's family well at all. Her tone was so disgusted that the T6 combatant could not help but look askance at her. "You hate those two very much?" The T6 combatant, who was not too sure, asked. Asking more meant that he knew more about her and knew more about her. "So much so that you don't want to see them?" And Jiasun glanced at the young man who kept talking to her. If she rushed over so recklessly, the lieutenant general with the highest military rank would probably ignore her. You know that lieutenant general? If she did not want to cause any trouble, it was best to get a referral. He did know Commander-in-Chief Xia. He had even received the medal personally given to him at the commendation ceremony. The T6 combatant nodded. "I do. If you're looking for those two people, I can take you there." Calm to hear what they have to say. Yi Jian and Xia Jinyuan didn't notice that Yi Jifan had brought Yi Ying to find Commander-in-Chief Xia. After Commander Liu, whose eyes were red, finished his eulogy, a platoon leader and 10 soldiers took off their military caps and bowed to the old platoon leader. They were the last soldiers to mourn. "Everyone, take off your hats." It was the final farewell. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not listen to what Yi Jifan had to say. He took off his hat with a solemn expression. He stared at the old squad leader lying in the white chrysanthemum bushes and bowed once, twice, thrice. Yi Jifan was getting a little anxious. The coffin would be carried away soon, and this lieutenant general would probably be leaving as well. But he had not made any connections with him yet. When Injusin, who had already walked over, saw this, she immediately stopped in her tracks and sneered at Yi Ying. Disgusting people should not have appeared at Grandpa Zhen's memorial service. They even wanted to find an opportunity to get Yi Ying into the army. How shameless! Chapter 1353. The lieutenant general did not pay any attention to them, so you can rest assured. When the T6 combatant saw Commander-in-Chief Xia walking straight to the front, he reminded him softly, the lieutenant general has bodyguards around him, so the two of them won't be able to get close to him easily. As for how the two of them would get close to him, the T6 combatant's eyes darkened slightly. He would have to mention this to Xia Jinyuan. No one at the scene moved around as they watched the 8 lieutenants raise the coffin covered with the national flag again. Meanwhile, Yi Qian, who was holding Uncle Zhen's black and white portrait, could not help but clench his fists. Uncle Zhen, who had chosen to be cremated, would end up lying in a small urn before being sent to the cemetery of martyrs to rest in eternity. From now on, she would no longer see the old man who would accompany her all the way to the village entrance and only return home when she could no longer be seen. From now on, she would no longer be able to hear the old man's kind voice or his hearty laughter. Let's go. Xia Jinyuan gently supported the strong-willed girl who made his heart ache. He said gently, we're going to send Uncle off for the last time. We're going to send him to his old comrades who sacrificed themselves in the army. Yi Qian took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Yes, Grandpa said he missed his former comrades and wanted to return to their side so they could sing the long march song together and relive those difficult times together. The coffin was carried by the 8 lieutenants. Yi Qian was still walking at the front, but this time, she was accompanied by Xia Jinyuan and Commander-in-Chief Xia. When Yi Jifan, who still wanted to chase after them, saw this, he immediately pulled Yi Ying to the cemetery of martyrs. This was the extent of Yi Jifan's capabilities. Knowing that it would be useless even if he followed them, he decided to go to the cemetery in advance and wait there. He could also go over to see if there was anything he could do to help. Ever since Yi Ying saw her father talking to the lieutenant general who was said to have the highest military rank at the scene, she was so impressed that she did not express her opinions casually anymore. Otherwise, she would not have said that, the older, the wiser. When you get to the cemetery, find an opportunity to do something for yourself. Be conspicuous and flexible. You have to let the lieutenant general and the others see what you're doing at a glance, even if they only take a glance at you. Ying, that's what impressions are, understand? Yi Ying, who was convinced, humbly listened to his advice. She knew that her father was capable, but she had never seen someone as powerful as him. When the governor's gaze swept over, her knees went weak and she almost fell. But what about Dad? He could even talk to a lieutenant general. Yi Ying's heart was filled with pride. If she could establish a relationship with the lieutenant general, she would definitely have no problem entering the capital's political group. At that time, she would teach Yi Qian a lesson. His heart was filled with hatred. He did not know where his confidence came from. Everything that had happened today had cast a shadow over Yi Ying's heart. Now, whenever she thought about how Yi Qian had a military rank even though he hadn't joined the army, she was so angry that her heart hurt. At 6 o'clock, Yi Qian came to the cemetery of martyrs with an urn covered with a folded national flag. He walked step by step to the grave where Uncle Zhen was buried, only to find that even the tombstone had been carved. Uncle knew that he couldn't make it. He even hid it from me and had Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yen prepare for his funeral. He didn't want you to be sad. Principal Chen's voice was so hoarse that it sounded like wind. It was so hoarse that one had to listen carefully to hear what he was saying. After the last handful of soil was filled in, the kneeling Yi Qian's eyelashes trembled slightly. He tried hard to suppress his trembling voice and said with a smile while crying, "Grandpa was afraid that I would be distracted during training. He endured it even when he was sick." Chapter 1354. Good child, it's good that you know. Principal Chen placed the chrysanthemum in his hand on the newly filled soil and looked at the smiling old man in the black and white photo. Principal Chen also looked at him with a smile. "Old uncle, you can meet your old comrades now. Yi girl and I will come to visit you often and keep you company." Xia Jinyuan put down the white chrysanthemum in his hand and respectfully kowtowed. "Old uncle, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back to visit you for long. Please forgive me. But as long as Yi Qian wants to come back and I happen to be with her, I will definitely come back with her to visit you." As the final farewell, one white chrysanthemum after another was placed on the grave. The kind old man watched with a smile, as if he was still alive. His wise eyes silently encouraged every soldier. When it was Yi Jifan's turn to put down the flowers, he brought Yi Ying to stand beside Yi Qian. He had arrived at the cemetery early and wanted to express his gratitude, but he was stopped by the soldiers. Even when he revealed his identity, they did not let him pass. His plan to show his face was ruined. He was furious. When he saw Lieutenant General Xia gently patting Yi Qian's shoulder to comfort him, Yi Jifan had another idea. Since everyone's eyes were on Yi Qian, then he could use this opportunity. "Yi Qian, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Take care of yourself." He sighed deeply and spoke to Yi Qian in a gentle tone that he had never used before. "If you're tired, the door of Uncle's home will always be open for you. You are welcome to come back anytime." Yi Qian did not move, but Jiasin, who had been following behind Yi Ying, moved. She put down the white chrysanthemum and kowtowed as a granddaughter. She stood up and walked to Yi Ying's side. As she brushed past her, she suddenly reached out and clamped Yi Ying's wrist and forcefully dragged the unsuspecting Yi Ying away. Yi Ying, who was being dragged away, lost control on the spot and screamed. She realized that she had lost her composure and immediately shut her mouth. When she saw who was pulling her, she tried to pull her hand back. "Jiasin, let go of me. Let go." "Save it, Ying. If I want to drag you away, how can I let go?" Jiasin used all her strength to drag the shameless Yi Qian far away. "You're such a heartless person who wants to torment Yi Qian every day. Do you think you deserve to be in the army?" Jiasin also knew that Yi Ying wanted to join the army. However, Dr. Zhou said that it was impossible for Yi Ying to join the army because of her heart disease, unless she used her connections. Otherwise, she wouldn't have guessed what Yi Ying was up to today. She dragged Yi Ying away. When Yi Jifan reacted and wanted to pull his daughter back, a tall man blocked his hand. It was obvious that he was trying to stop him. He reminded him in a low voice, "Stand firm, sir. It's not good to fall in front of so many soldiers." The T6 combatant naturally succeeded. Meanwhile, Yi Qian completely ignored Yi Jifan, who was trying to worm his way into being friends with her. When he appeared at the memorial service, she knew what the Yi family was up to. If she were to speak now with Yi Jifan's scheming mind, he would definitely act like he was very close to her and ignore her. He would be the only one in the show. "Yi Jifan, I don't want to embarrass you at Uncle's funeral. Please leave." Principal Chen would not let him go. He took a step around Yi Qian's right and gestured for him to leave. "You may leave now." Xia Jinyuan was not so polite. He immediately called for the guards and said coldly, "Take this gentleman away." Was he trying to ride on Yi Qian's coattails? That would depend on whether he had the ability to do so. Chapter 1355. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, was not as courteous. He said that he wanted to take the man out. From the word take, one could tell how much disdain he had for Yi Jifan's actions. The guards were all trained in martial arts. When they stood in front, their murderous aura was immediately released, unlike Xia Jinyuan and the others who knew how to restrain themselves. Yi Jifan had cultivated his temper well and had a certain level of martial arts. When he heard what was said, although his face darkened, he was still able to maintain the demeanor of an official. He looked at the young major who was not at all courteous to him and narrowed his eyes slightly as if he was thinking about something. Then he gave Yi Qian a meaningful smile. "Looks like it won't be long before Uncle will be able to attend your wedding." This man was already a major at such a young age. Yi Qian, a captain, could be considered to have made connections with someone of a higher social standing. If the major was just an ordinary major, it would have been fine. However, This person gave off an unfathomable feeling and an extraordinary aura of nobility. This was not a good feeling. Old Uncle Jen only knew high-ranking military officials. Ordinary soldiers were probably not worthy of his attention. Yijifan was afraid that the major in front of him was the son-in-law that old Uncle Jen had carefully selected for Yi Qian. Her ability was already higher than Yi Ying's, and now she had a powerful and influential son-in-law. Yijifan's temples were throbbing, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. If she had a powerful and influential son-in-law to help Yi Qian, his daughter would have to live in Yi Qian's shadow for the rest of her life. What scared him even more was that he did not know what the person behind the jade pendant was planning. He still did not know who the person behind the jade pendant was and why they promoted him. Even though he had been promoted, Yi Jifan, who had a smooth career, had never felt at ease. He was afraid that one day he would fall from the clouds. He was afraid that one day Yi Qian would become so powerful that the person behind the jade pendant would come looking for him. He was even more afraid that one day he would lose everything that he had now. That was why he wanted Ying to stand out and suppress Yi Qian. The more he thought about it, the more things did not go according to his plan. Seeing the officers and soldiers who put down their chrysanthemums all softly say, "Take care, restrain your grief," to Yi Qian, Yi Jifan's heart could not help but thump. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at everything coldly and asked Lu Tuan, "That Yifan, has he stopped?" Ever since he found out that his son had taken a fancy to a high school student, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who didn't seem worried on the surface, had actually asked about Yi Qian's family situation. Therefore, he still knew who Yi Jifan was. It was just that today he was meeting him in person, while the information he received was a photo. "I heard from old Shen that he wants to send his daughter to the Beijing Political Regiment. You know that even though the Beijing Political Regiment is an arts regiment, the threshold is many times higher than that of a normal soldier." Since the commander-in-chief had asked personally, Lu Tuan told him everything that he had heard recently. Yi Jifan's daughter is indeed suitable to enter the arts regiment. Unfortunately, she was diagnosed with heart disease in middle school. During the military training in the second year of high school, she caused a scandal in the provincial anti-chemical regiment. Her personal and overall performance during the military training will be recorded. With heart disease and a stain on her record, it will be difficult for her to even enter the arts regiment in the army, let alone the Beijing Political Regiment. Yi Jifan himself knows this, so he tried to use his connections to get his daughter in. Because of Yi Qian, Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yen would also pay attention to Yi Jifan's movements. Chapter 1356. I heard that he has now been promoted to the position of Chief of the Construction Bureau. It seems that his personal ability is not bad. Commander-in-Chief Xia's focus was only on Yi Jifan himself. As for a daughter with a heart condition and a tainted record wanting to enter the Beijing political group, it was a fool's dream. However, it was not impossible. Commander Lu's face was a little gloomy. He replied in a low voice, "He is indeed not bad. Moreover, his political achievements are outstanding. He is cautious and does not have the corrupt style of officialdom." It was just that the speed of his promotion was a little shocking, especially the speed of his promotion in the past 5 years. It was unbelievably fast. Cautious and does not have the corrupt style of officialdom? Commander-in-Chief Xia raised his voice a little. There was a hint of unusualness in it. "Jinggua, I'm afraid you are only looking at the surface." Jinggua, Commander Lu's name. Judging from the speed of his promotion, it is true that he is cautious and does not leave any evidence that can be used against him. But as for his style, that's a question mark. If he was truly upright, he wouldn't have such crooked ideas. At the memorial service, he used his identity as the representative of the villagers of Shuku village to bypass the guards and was introduced to him by the mayor of Fujian town. From this, it could be seen that this person was indeed cautious and did not leave any room for criticism, because he left the criticism to others. The mayor of Fujian town also said at the time, "Director Yi is too cautious. He is clearly representing the entire village to attend the old squad leader's memorial service, but he did not go up to deliver the eulogy. Lieutenant General, if I did not stop him just now, Director Yi would have left with his daughter in advance." The private jet landed in Fujian town. As the mayor, he naturally had to show up. There were also some arrangements that needed the mayor to make. In this way, the mayor of Fujian Town spoke to Commander-in-Chief Xia. As for how the mayor of Fujian Town found out that a senior provincial official was at the memorial service and was about to leave with his daughter, only Yi Jifan knew about this series of coincidences. In front of him, Yi Jifan cleverly spoke up for himself. "I am really sorry to disturb you, Lieutenant General. I wanted to leave earlier, but I didn't expect the mayor to stop me." After he finished speaking, he revealed a bitter smile. If Commander-in-Chief Xia hadn't learned about Yi Qian's family background in advance, he would have thought that it was the mayor of Fujian Town who had acted rashly and not Yi Jifan. Letting someone else play the role of the bad guy while keeping the image of the good guy for himself. He was being overly cautious. Regiment Commander Lu did not have much contact with Yi Jifan. The few times they met, it was all because of Yi Qian. Thinking about the relationship between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, and the fact that she was the daughter-in-law of the Commander-in-Chief, Regiment Commander Lu thought for a while and said, Yi Jifan is not a simple person, and his daughter has always been targeting Yi Qian. She always made things difficult for Yi Qian in school. We have also communicated with Yi Jifan himself, but the result was the same. Commander-in-Chief, with all due respect, if his daughter really joins the army, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to Yi Qian. Do you think we should ask the military or local authorities to keep an eye on this? Like father, like daughter. The key was the last sentence. Like father, like daughter. If the father was so good at currying favor, the daughter would definitely learn from him. I will keep an eye on it. Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded. His gaze fell on the cemetery where the old squad leader was buried. He said, "Thank you for taking care of the old squad leader and Yi Qian. In the future, Yi Qian will be handed over to Xia Jinyuan to take care of. As for you guys, if you have time, come over to toast the old squad leader and tell him that Yi Qian is doing well." Chapter 1357. The funeral was nearing its end. After Political Commissar Yen finished his last eulogy, the 4 first lieutenants walked to the front of the grave with 2 wreaths in their hands. They placed the wreaths on the ground and saluted. All the soldiers saluted the old squad leader for the last time as well. The old squad leader, who had dedicated his life to the army selflessly, would be buried here forever. It only took half a day from Uncle Jen's death to his burial. Everything was done according to Uncle Jen's wishes. They accompanied Uncle Jen on his last journey in an orderly manner. Yi Qian watched the soldiers leave one by one. She said softly to Xia Jinyuan, who was accompanying her, "I want to be alone with Uncle General Captain Xia. Please tell the Lieutenant General." "Thank you." She hadn't had a good chat with Uncle Jen since she came back. She wanted to talk about what kind of training she had done during the summer vacation. She really wanted to be alone with him and tell him everything that was on her mind. Xia Jinyuan gazed deeply at Yi Qian. He raised his hand and stroked her cheek with his slender fingers. He said softly, "Okay, we'll wait for you outside the cemetery. Yi Jifan is still outside. I'll go out and deal with him first." "Okay, be careful to hide your identity. Yi Jifan is sly and shrewd. Be careful that he doesn't tell you anything," Yi Qian reminded her. Yi Jifan was a calculative person. He could figure out what was going on with just a few words. When talking to him, she had to be careful and not panic. She continued, "He probably approached the commander-in-chief because he wanted to send Yi Ying into the army. Today, such a high-ranking officer came to the army. We have to be careful of him. He's pretending to be close to the commander-in-chief." Yi Qian had never let down her guard against Yi Jifan. However, she had always kept Uncle Jen's words in mind. Before she was in a position that Yi Jifan couldn't shake, it was best to lay low. Xia Jinyuan didn't want her to worry. He stroked her firm eyebrows and said, "I know. You should talk to your uncle." Yi Qian believed in Xia Jinyuan's abilities. Hearing this, he gently removed his hand and smiled. "Go ahead. Thank you for your hard work." With him around, Yi Jifan wouldn't be able to cause too much trouble. Yi Qian looked forward and the smile on his face deepened. He asked Xia Jinyuan, who had yet to leave, "When did T6 arrive?" "He's been in Fujian Town this summer and will only return to the unit in mid-September." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows when he saw his comrade guarding Jiasin closely. It seemed that he really intended to pursue Jiasin. I'll head over first. I'll pick you up in an hour? Yi Qian looked at the time. You don't have to pick me up. I'll come down on my own. Captain Xia, please help me take care of Uncle Chen. I'm a little worried. After his grandfather left, Uncle Chen hid his sadness deeply so that she wouldn't worry. However, no matter how deeply he hid it, she could still see it from his tired eyes. She was always able to take care of the people around her and care for those who cared about her. Okay, you don't have to worry about anything outside. I'll take care of everything. The soldiers had already left, and it was just the two of them. Xia Jinyuan patted her shoulder gently and turned to leave. The surroundings quieted down. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and the golden and orange sunset spread out beautifully. The faint golden light shone down on the mountains and rivers, making them look like they were plated with gold. It added a touch of magnificence to the mountains and rivers. The sun had completely set, and a crescent moon was already hanging in the sky. Half of it was cold, while the other half was fiery. The beauty of the two different views of the sky was something that even a master would find difficult to draw. Chapter 1358. The kneeling Yi Qian's eyes were red as he stared at the old man's black and white photo. He said softly, "Grandpa, I went to the beach to train during the summer vacation. I joined the only amphibious frogman commando team in our country that doesn't belong to any military region. The training was very tough. The first day, the captain made me wear the special frogman shoes and run along the beach. Luckily, when you and Principal Chen trained me, there were sandbags tied to your calves. I didn't embarrass myself on the first day and stayed smoothly. Captain Xia told me that the captain who trained me was a capable person. His training was known for being harsh. His comrades in the army all called him Demon King, but I don't think it was given by his comrades. It was his own code name. The training was indeed harsh. For the first 10 days or so, I only had about 3 hours of sleep every day. The rest of the time was spent on training. Diving training, weight diving training, underwater shooting training, combat training, as well as swimming from one island to another while wearing a rubber diving suit and weapons. It was very tough, but it was also very fulfilling. I also learned professional knowledge that I never received before. Grandpa, I like this kind of training. I feel that it's very interesting. No matter how tough it is, I can endure it. After sleeping, I can continue. My comrades in the team all say that I'm too scary and that it makes them feel pressured. Back then, her grandfather saved her from the Yi family and secretly found Principal Chen to train her. He trained with her in the high mountains and cold lands. When the heat was unbearable, he even accompanied her to the desert. He only let her go when she slowly gained a foothold and received Uncle Chen's complete approval. It could be said that in this life, she was able to achieve what she had today because of her grandfather's guidance. He was like a lamp. No matter where she went, he would illuminate her direction and tell her not to go astray and lose herself. He knew that she hated Yi Jifan's family and was afraid that she would do something out of line at such a young age. He constantly reminded her to set her sights on the long term and find her own path first. She shouldn't be in a hurry for quick results. She shouldn't throw an egg at a rock and ruin her own foundation. She recalled all of this as if it had just happened yesterday. When the training ended, I actually didn't want to leave. Captain Xia told me that he would send me over during the winter break. He also told me that I probably won't have much time to go home during my 4 years in the military academy. I have to train during both holidays. Grandpa, I feel like the army wants to train me to be a frontline special forces soldier. I also want to become a special forces soldier like Captain Xia and the others. I want to be able to return home bathed in blood and leave with a smile. Yi Qian said what was on her mind. Even though there was no response from the old man, just looking at the kind smile in the old man's photo, Yi Qian felt that the old man who had always loved her had never left her side. Yi Ying's faint screams could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Yi Jian chuckled and said, "Grandpa, being in the special forces should be tough. Captain Xia often reminds me that my current training is all basic training. Tell me, what is the real training like? I really want to see what the real special forces training is like." So, Grandpa, I definitely won't let you down. She touched the tombstone gently, and the cold touch made Yi Jian's eyes tremble slightly. Grandpa had left, but she would always remember the words he left behind. No matter when, she would never do anything to disappoint her grandpa, no matter what. Chapter 1359. I'll come to see you again next time. Yi Jifan, whom you don't want to see, is here with his daughter. I have to go down and deal with it. You're right. As long as I stand up, Ying can only watch. In the future, she can only watch me. The last sentence was so low that it was cold, accompanied by a sword-like sharpness. Every word was like a sword, and every word was sharp. Yi Ying, who was being dragged away, could not break free from Jiasen's grip no matter how hard she struggled. In addition, there were soldiers passing by from time to time. She did not want to make a fool of herself, so she did not dare to struggle too much. And Jiasen took advantage of this and pulled her with all her might. She did not stop talking. I know you're shameless, but I'm still saving you some face. Don't thank me. I'm only helping you this time because your surname is Yi. Hearing Jiasen's mocking words, Ying wanted to scold her back several times. However, when she thought of Yi Jifan's instructions, she held herself back. And Jiasen pulled her to the bottom. When she was about to pull her out, Ying panicked and said in a sharp voice, Jiasen, if you don't let go of me, don't blame me for being rude. Just do whatever you want to me. I'll wait. And Jiasen was not afraid of her threat at all. She shouted, don't be polite with me. Just do whatever you want. Let everyone see if you can't enter the army with your morals. Can you be a soldier in the military? Also, didn't you say that you have a heart condition? Huh, I've never heard of anyone with a heart condition joining the army. Yi Fan, who had chased after them, happened to hear this. He stared at Jiasen with a murderous look. Student, can I trouble you to let go of Yi Ying's hand first? I think you must be tired after dragging her all the way here. The T6 soldier turned around and said with a faint smile, Sir, don't be too nervous. Jiasen doesn't mean any harm. She's just reminding you out of kindness. She's right. Those with a heart condition, regardless of gender, are not eligible for the army. Ying, come here. Yi Jifan did not want to say more because he knew very well that his daughter did not have a heart condition. And Jiasen let go of her hand and retorted, Chief Ying wants to enter the army, but our class says that it's impossible. If she really enters the army, it will be big news in Fujian town. In any case, he was an official. How could Yi Jifan quarrel with a child? He smiled and said, you kids always like to worry about things that have nothing to do with you. Uncle will take you youngsters, play by yourselves. The lieutenant general hadn't left yet, so he had to hurry over. Fortunately, the mayor of Fujian town was with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have an excuse to meet the lieutenant general. He lowered his head and said to Ying, you did well just now. You didn't argue with her. When they meet the lieutenant general later, don't mention these messy things. Just properly express your yearning for the army and respect for the soldiers. As for the rest, Dad will arrange it. And Xixin's expression changed when she saw that the father and daughter still wanted to get closer. It was the T6 soldier who saw Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian come down together and reminded her, all right, you've completed your mission today. Leave the rest to Yi Qian and her boyfriend. And Jiasen, who did not chase after them, stared at the backs of the father and daughter of the Yi family and gritted her teeth. How can there be such shameless people? They're so disgusting that I want to vomit. You worry too much. She'll handle Yi Qian's matter. The T6 soldier wanted to kidnap her, so he thought about taking her away first. I saw that you brought your luggage here. Where's your luggage? Where did you put it? Yi Qian still has to go back to Shuku village. You don't know how to do that, do you? Go directly to school? Chapter 1360. And Jiasen did not know what the young man in front of her was thinking. When she heard that, she told him the truth. I'm not going back. I'll take the train to school tomorrow and leave my luggage at the hotel. I'll head to the hotel tonight as well. She was such an honest girl, and she should be his. The T6 combatant's thoughts kept popping up in his head like bamboo shoots after the spring rain. The more he looked at the girl in front of him, the more he liked her. As expected of someone who could hang out with Yi Qian. Her qualifications, her looks, and her IQ were really not bad. She had courage and even more courage. She could even teach the daughter of the construction bureau chief a lesson without trembling. Wasn't that courage? Why are you looking at me like that? And Jiasin, who was being targeted, felt that something was off with the other party's gaze. Out of instinct, she put some distance between them. Aren't you Yi Qian's boyfriend's friend? Why aren't you going over? Why do you keep following me? She did not know if she was being too careless, but she did not realize that this person was a soldier. Yi Qian's boyfriend was a soldier. At least she had seen him in uniform before. But as for him, and Jiasin's gaze swept across the T6 combatant, and the suspicion in her eyes grew even stronger. He was not too fair, but he was not too dark either. His looks were passable, and his clothes were quite clean. It was just that he was too clean. He did not look as strong as the soldiers she had seen before. He couldn't be a fake soldier, could he? And Jiasin was making some wild guesses. Although the T6 combatant could not guess what she was thinking, from her expression, his intuition told him that it was definitely not a good idea. He immediately straightened his expression and said, "I'm comrades with Yi Qian. I followed her all the way here. Now that Yi Qian and the others don't have time to take care of you, there's a rule in the army that a comrade's friend is his friend. Now that they don't have time, I'm obligated to take care of you." His excuse was not just any kind of high-sounding one. But Jiasin had to listen to him fully. She blinked and smiled. "There's no need for that. I think you should go and help Yi Qian now. That Yi Jifan is not easy to deal with. As for Yi Ying, she'll have her share of opportunities no matter where she goes. It's only because there are people watching her that she can. Go help Yi Qian. I can go back to the hotel on my own." The T6 combatant, who was rejected, did not pester him. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'm only planning to drive you to a place where you can take a ride. It's not easy to take a ride here. It's not safe for a girl like you." Jiasin's face was burning. She had made a mistake. "Oh, thank you, thank you." Yu replied sheepishly, his face burning even hotter. Fortunately, her face was not red. Even if her face was burning, it would still be the same color as usual. There was no other way. Her skin belonged to the healthy category, and no one could tell that it was red. The T6 combatant, who was laughing so hard in his heart, turned around and made a gesture to signal that he would leave first before leaving with Jiasin, regardless of whether Xia Jinyuan had seen it or not. Xia Jinyuan was happy to see his comrade leave with Jiasin without needing him to respond. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Good heavens, another guy who forgets his comrade over his lover. "Yi Qian, I won't stop you from doing whatever you want. I won't care what you want to do. But don't you think it's time for you to give way to me?" Yi Jifan's expression did not look too good as he spoke. There was anger in his voice as he said, "I'm representing the entire village to attend Uncle Jen's funeral. No matter how much you hate us, you can't be rude. How dare you be so impudent when Uncle Jen just passed away? Yi Qian, are you trying to disappoint Uncle Jen?" Chapter 1361. Yi Jifan, who had been busy for a week, naturally could not leave so easily. Bringing up Uncle Jen in this situation was also a warning to Yi Qian not to go overboard. If they really got into a fight, she would be the one to lose face, as well as Uncle Jen, who had raised her. After being an official for more than 10 years, Yi Jifan always knew how to manipulate others, how to control them, and how to use them. "You are still young and immature. As your elder, I can't let you do as you please, and I don't want to argue with you." Yi Jifan really did not want to argue. He was afraid that if they argued, he would be the one to suffer. Facing reality, Yi Jifan, who knew how to adapt to reality, lowered his voice and even his arrogance. "Yi Qian, leave with your friend. Don't embarrass each other." He clearly did not want to embarrass her, but after what he said, it became that he would embarrass Yi Qian. Inverting right and wrong had always been Yi Jifan's way of doing things. In her previous life, Yi Qian had suffered a lot at his hands. It was not her fault, but it became her fault. After hearing so much, even she herself believed that everything was her fault and had nothing to do with them. In this life, every time Yi Jifan inverted right and wrong, Yi Qian, who had walked out of the shadows, could not help but find it funny. It's a pity that Mr. Yi is not a crosstalk actor. Yi Qian smiled slightly. In his eyes, Yi Qian was indeed amazing. Even old Madame Yi could not win over her. But no matter how amazing she was still an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Now that Uncle Jen was gone, the tea had cooled down. So what if Uncle Jen knew so many military officers when he was alive? Yi Qian was just a military academy student now. Being a military academy student might sound impressive, but where would one not need connections in this day and age? It might sound impressive, but that would only happen in the future. Without old Uncle Jen, Yi Qian was like a baby eagle with broken wings. It would take a long time for him to fly. I just left, and you're already in the mood to kick up a fuss with me. Yi Qian, the soldiers in the army haven't left yet. If you're a sensible person, let me give you a piece of advice. Be sensible and stay out of other people's business. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xia Jinyuan. This young man had been by Yi Qian's side since the beginning. He had handsome features, thin lips, and handsome eyes. There was a hint of a smile between his brows, which made him look like someone not to be trifled with. Who was this person? What was his identity? Yi Qian hurriedly chased after him and stopped him from talking to him. Was it because he was afraid of the young man? Yi Jifan's eyes gradually darkened. If Yi Qian was afraid of the young man, then his military rank must be higher than hers, and his position must be higher as well. The rank of captain was the highest among lieutenants. It was also the rank of deputy battalion commander, company commander, and deputy company commander. It was one of the main military ranks in the army. It could be said that for Yi Qian to be a captain at her age, it was already quite good. Since the young man made her feel afraid, his military rank must be at least a colonel, and the highest, a senior colonel. However, he didn't look old, so it was unlikely that he was a senior colonel. Lieutenant colonels and majors were more likely to be older. Looking at his aura, it was obvious that he must have lived in a good environment. That was why he didn't say anything, and just stood there, giving off an oppressive feeling. That meant that Yi Qian's current backer was most likely him. Chapter 1362. That's right, the woman was pretty and was a student from a famous military school. The man's image and temperament were even better, and his military rank was either colonel or major. It had to be said that Yi Qian had a good eye for choosing a boyfriend. He wasn't afraid of colonel or major ranks, but he was afraid that the other party had military power behind them. Thinking of this, Yi Jifan immediately restrained the coldness on his face. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. See, Yi Jifan must be guessing Captain Xia's identity. Then he thought of something and hurriedly added another layer of hypocrisy to prevent himself from doing something that would leave a bad impression. Mr. Yi, the person my grandfather didn't want to see the most when he was alive was you, because the old man knew that you were someone who wouldn't do anything without benefits, Yi Qian said calmly. Yi Jian said calmly. Her words made Yi Jifan's expression change drastically. Mr. Yi, you suddenly appeared at my grandfather's funeral. I'm sure you're here for profits in. As for benefits. Facing Yi Jifan's cold gaze, Yi Qian glanced at Yi Ying, who was currently staring at Xia Jinyuan. Mr. Yi, you want to send Yi Ying into the Beijing political group. You have quite the appetite. Xia Jinyuan loved Yi Qian's ruthlessness towards his enemies. Hearing this, his thin lips curved slightly, revealing a smile that was 3 parts lazy and 7 parts noble. Yi Ying, who had been staring at him all this time, was instantly shocked. The young man beside the wretched girl. She had seen him before, and it was when she was in the province's #1 middle school. Yao Jing, that's right, Yao Jing was the first one to notice this man. She even instigated her to ask for this man's contact information. In the end, before she could even open her mouth, she was ignored by him. At the time, she only felt embarrassed, but she still had to coax Yao Jing, so she could only pretend not to care. After almost 2 years, seeing the young man who had embarrassed her once again, Yi Ying's face turned green and white. It was wonderful. It turned out that this man had come to the school to look for Yi Qian that year. When Yi Qian was speaking, Ying also said softly, "Dad, this man should be acquainted with Yi Qian. I met him in my 2nd year of high school." Yi Ying always remembered the people who had embarrassed her. He came to the provincial first high school to look for Yi Qian. If I remember correctly, it must be him. You've seen him? Yi Fan, who was listening from both sides, had a slight change in his gaze. He asked his daughter first, when you saw him, was he in his military uniform or casual clothes? Casual wear. Ying glanced at Xia Jinyuan and whispered, I only saw him once and never saw him again. Dad, I'm afraid their relationship isn't that simple. He didn't wear a military uniform. Even his uncle's funeral didn't wear a military uniform. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly and the other party wasn't a soldier at all, but a son of a wealthy family? No, that's not right. The average son of a wealthy family didn't have the aura he had. It was an indescribable aura. He only felt that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. He accompanied Yi Qian to send off Uncle Zhen, stood beside Yi Qian during the memorial service, and accompanied him all the way to the funeral. The relationship between the two of them might have been approved by Uncle General couple? Relative? Or someone else? Yi Jifan clenched his fists. This man must have a background. His background must be extraordinary. Investigate, he had to investigate. He would only be relieved when he found out. Yi Qian, I'm your uncle. You don't know how to respect your elders in front of your friend. Aren't you afraid that he'll make fun of you? Aren't you worried that your friend's family won't accept you? He had to investigate, but he had to test the waters first. Chapter 1363. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man who made him nervous. He sighed and said, My niece has been used to being wild since she was young. I didn't expect that she would be able to find a young man like you. If she does anything wrong, I hope that you and your family will not blame her for being an orphan since she was young. Please teach her to change slowly. Rich, powerful families would never tolerate their daughter-in-law being an ignorant woman who didn't know how to respect her elders. If the younger generation insisted on marrying her, they would definitely send someone to teach Yi Qian the most basic etiquette even if they agreed. No matter what era it was, the rich and powerful families would always pay attention to the rules. Let's see how the other party will respond. Although it was just 2 sentences, every word was full of traps and deep meaning. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and said slowly, You're being nosy. Mr. Yi, why don't you take care of your daughter first? Mr. Yi, your daughter really doesn't know how to be polite by staring at me. That's true. I don't think that someone like Mr. Yi who likes to casually recognize his relatives will be able to raise any good children. Unlike Yi Qian, although his words are a little harsh, they are all true. He is a little straightforward, but he is very sincere. He also follows the rules and knows how to follow the wishes of his elders. He prevents people whom he doesn't like from appearing. Compared to Mr. Yi, Yi Qian knows the rules too well. Yi Jifan originally wanted to test Yi Qian, but who knew that he would be ridiculed by the other party? His eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He immediately faced Yi Qian again and said, Yi Qian, I'll walk my path and you'll walk your path. Don't overstep your boundaries. Mr. Yi said it well. You walk your path and I'll walk my path. Please leave immediately from my grandfather's funeral. Yi Qian pointed in the direction of the cemetery exit with a ruthless look in his eyes. His voice was as cold as the first snowfall, carrying with it the chill of winter. Yi Ying wanting to join the capital political group has nothing to do with me, but you want to curry favor at my grandfather's funeral. Mr. Yi, do you think I'm easy to bully? Her vicious aura had always been heavy, and now that she was out of the battlefield, she carried a bloodthirsty murderous aura. Her gaze suddenly changed, and her voice suddenly turned cold. That vicious aura that made one's hair stand on end suddenly whizzed over. Ying was so shocked that she couldn't help but take a step back. In that second, Ying felt a chill at the back of her neck, as if there was a sharp knife at her neck, and her life was in danger. Looking at Yi Jian in her military uniform and her epaulets, Ying, who was already lacking in confidence, was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on her back. She was afraid, but she was also deeply unwilling to accept the result. He was unwilling to accept this. The wretched girl who was inferior to her in every aspect had become a soldier with a military rank, while she still had nothing. He still had nothing. It's all her fault, it's all her fault. She forced her to get a fake certificate from the hospital, forced her to make a fool of herself during the military training, and even caused her to lose the right to take the college entrance exam. It's all her fault. It's all her fault. Hate, hate, too much hate. She hated that she couldn't kill her. Her unwillingness to accept this, her deep jealousy and hatred twisted Yi Ying's entire heart. Other than her face, which still had some redeeming qualities, she no longer had any charisma. She also couldn't find the confidence and arrogance she had in her previous life, as well as the arrogance she had in front of Yi Qian. In this life, Ying only knew that she was unwilling to accept this, but she didn't know how to reflect on herself. It could be said that in this life, she was already pretty much ruined. 19-year-old Yi Ying, don't be too anxious. There's more to come. Chapter 1364. Facing her gaze, Yi Qian only glanced at her coldly and didn't look at her anymore. In her previous life, Ying had lived a carefree life without her in the way. In this life, Ying would definitely live a more tiring and bitter life than her previous life. Because of Yi Qian's existence, Yi Fan, who was also shocked, pressed his lips together tightly. His gaze quickly swept past Xia Jinyuan, who was smiling silently beside him. He secretly took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. He couldn't argue. He couldn't argue with Yi Qian, especially when there was a young man of unknown origin beside her. No matter how angry he was, he had to endure it. I'm the representative of all the villagers in the village. Yi Qian, you're a military academy student. Don't lose your basic manners. Yi Zhifan pressed his lips together and said coldly, you don't have the right to tell me where to go. Representative of the entire village? The village chief, Uncle Defu, knows how much Uncle Zhen hates you. When I was chased out by Sun Dongqing, Uncle Zhen said that you had to send me back the same way I sent you back. If it wasn't for Uncle Defu's persuasion, you might not even have been able to enter the village. Yi Qian really didn't want to disappoint the elderly at Uncle Zhen's funeral, but if he wasn't afraid of causing trouble, then she wouldn't be polite either. Her jet-black eyes were filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Her eyelids were slightly lowered. Even though she wasn't as tall as him, it made him feel that the girl he thought was useless in the past was looking down at him from above. It was as if she was laughing at everything he had done. Her chin was slightly raised, and her cold demeanor was filled with unconcealable arrogance. She was no longer the child who was so timid that her legs trembled when she saw him. Yi Zhifan's face became even more tense. Today is my grandfather's funeral. The old man left happily, but you came. Mr. Yi, you'd better walk out of here obediently right now. Otherwise, you can only leave in disgrace. Threaten? Who wouldn't know how to do that? Yi Qian's eyes were cold as he said with a thin smile, he's the director of the Provincial Construction Bureau after all. It's embarrassing to ask him to leave like this. Ying was so angry that she was trembling. You still know that her father is the director. My father is the bureau chief. He's the most suitable person to entertain the guests. Instead of thanking him, you chased him away. Yi Qian, don't go overboard. Ying rushed out. The unwillingness and jealousy in her heart could be seen clearly through her bloodshot eyes. My dad only stepped in because you're his niece. Otherwise, you're just a military academy student with nothing. How capable can you be? It's all because of my dad. Xia Jinyuan had never liked to see Yi Ying. Hearing what she said, he just smiled faintly. Yi Zhifan clenched his jaw. His natural and emotionless air of nobility made Yi Zhifan clench his teeth. Your dad. Yi Qian's smile deepened. In order to get you into the Beijing political group, your dad did a lot of things that didn't fit his status. I'm not very capable, but I'm still capable of asking you and your father to leave. He smiled slightly, but the pressure made Yi Ying feel suffocated. You don't have the right to speak in front of me. Step back. Yi Qian's eyes suddenly darkened, and the smile on his face disappeared. When he looked at Yi Ying, there was coldness in his eyes. Don't try to get into the army through connections. Don't dirty the camp. Chapter 1365. How dare she look at me like that? Ying was on the verge of losing control of her emotions. If Yi Zhifan hadn't pulled her back in time, she would have pounced on Yi Qian in the next second. Ying, bear with it for a while and calm down. She's provoking you on purpose, don't fall for it. Yi Jifan was also angry, but he knew how to take the big picture into consideration. With him around, Ying would be safe. If you're angry, she'll be pleased. After speaking in a low voice, he said coldly to Yi Qian, "You've just gotten up and you're already so arrogant. Yi Qian, I'd like to see how high you can climb." "I don't need you to see how high I can climb. How high I climb has nothing to do with you," Yi Qian retorted coldly. His clear eyes swept across the angry Yi Ying's face, and the sneer in his heart deepened. In her previous life, she had lived like a frightened bird for more than 20 years. The 19-year-old Yi Ying, you'll have to continue enduring. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand to look at his watch several times. He didn't seem to have much patience to continue talking with them. "Yi Qian, we can go now. There's no need to talk too much with them. There's a problem with their morals, their character, and even their bodies. If they want to enter the military, let them wait." After he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. "Yes, we're still here. Okay, we'll be right out." He answered the call as succinctly as usual. He looked up at Yi Jifan and said, "Yes, there was a delay. Yi Qian is by my side." It was a call from Commander-in-Chief Xia. They were all waiting outside. "Don't worry, we're coming out now." Xia Jinyuan's gaze fell on Yi Jifan as he spoke. His thin lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. "You guessed right." Even though his gaze was extremely faint, it still felt substantial. Yi Jifan immediately looked over when he sensed it. He saw a hint of disdain in his faint, fleeting smile. Before he could figure out what was going on, Xia Jinyuan gestured to Yi Qian, and the two of them walked past Yi Jifan and his daughter. Yi Jifan, who didn't do anything, blinked his eyes. There was a trace of darkness in his calculating eyes. He stared at Xia Jinyuan's back and said to Yi Ying, who was so angry that her face turned pale, "Ying, let's go." "Dad, she's such a bully." Yi Ying, who was grinding her teeth, was angry and aggrieved. In addition to her unwillingness and jealousy, her whole body was emitting a gloomy and cold aura. "You still say that you're not suitable? I'm not qualified." "Dad, we can't let her go like this, absolutely not." Yi Jifan said very calmly, "So, Ying, Dad will wait for you to grow up. I'll wait for you to teach her a lesson. If you don't walk in front of her, you'll never be able to fight back, and you'll never be able to wipe away the humiliation." Looking at his daughter, who only knew how to be angry and habitually used her parents' identity when something happened, Yi Jifan's eyes were filled with many complex emotions. Different, very different. One grew up without the protection of her parents, like a weed that could withstand the wind and snow, while the other was like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the wind and rain. Different, very different. Therefore, Ying had to enter the army. He had to let her experience the rules of the army, let her leave his protection, and learn to survive on her own. Outside, Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the rascal in the family and said kindly to Yi Qian, "Are you okay, Yi Qian?" "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine." Yi Qian replied respectfully and somewhat cautiously. When Grandpa passed away, he didn't forget to remind girls to be strong. "I won't let him down." Chapter 1366. Commander-in-Chief Xia admired Yi Qian. She was a girl who was able to gain a foothold in the military with her own abilities. Major General Yang, who was in the army, was concerned about her and wanted to train her wholeheartedly so that she could enter the Snow Region Special Forces more smoothly in the future. From this point alone, it could be seen that Yi Qian's prospects were far better than those soldiers who relied on their family's merits. Family Xia didn't need a daughter-in-law to keep up appearances, nor did he need a daughter-in-law with power and influence to add flowers to the brocade. Family Xia needed a daughter-in-law who could advance and retreat together with her husband and who had the same goal. Yi Qian was undoubtedly a girl who was very suitable to be Family Xia's daughter-in-law. She was not only outstanding in one aspect, but she was outstanding in all aspects. Such a child would never cause trouble for Family Xia. She would only bring glory to Family Xia. This kind of glory belonged to the military Family Xia. It was the glory that military families yearned for the most. It was also the greatest hope that Family Xia's elders had for their children and grandchildren to join the military. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at Yi Qian, who had always relied on herself and didn't even need Xia Jinyuan's help, and the smile on his face became even more benevolent and amiable. Family Xia is no longer around, so from now on, Family Xia will take care of you. Family Xia is your home. No matter how far you go with Xia Jinyuan, Family Xia will always be your home. If he does anything to let you down, you don't have to be afraid. Just tell me directly. If things get out of hand, I will protect you. If you fall out with him, you will be my goddaughter. Commander-in-Chief Xia laughed heartily under Xia Jinyuan's cold, handsome face. If you can't be my daughter-in-law, you can be my goddaughter. You are my daughter anyway. Not bad. Commander-in-Chief Xia was good at tricking his son. Major Xia was used to having a father who liked to trick his son all the time. It was probably because he had done too many bad things when he was young that, as a father, he didn't care about his son at all. Dad, I won't take Yi Qian in the same car as you again. This was definitely a wrong choice. At work, Commander-in-Chief Xia was awe-inspiring. He didn't show any anger, but he was awe-inspiring. In life, Commander-in-Chief Xia exuded the awe-inspiring aura of a soldier, but his kind smile made Yi Jian gradually relax. I didn't ask you to get in the car just now. You're the one. Seeing his sons Yi Qian. He'd Yi Qian, but Master Xia's too was. After he finished speaking, he said to Yi Qian, who was smiling with pursed lips, "You must remember what I said last time. Don't forget it. Look at him. He needs to be taught a lesson, but he's also very good at playing along. You can't be too polite to him. Our chairman said that political power comes from the barrel of a gun. It's the same when used in a family. You have to control him well. Only then will he be honest." Commander-in-Chief Xia wasn't just saying that. He was thinking the same thing. It couldn't be helped. Xia Jinyuan's foolishness when he was young had left a shadow in his heart. When Xia Jinyuan was 8 or 9 years old, he had been thinking about finding a capable daughter-in-law in the future to control his son who gave him a headache. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to worry about it when he was old. Now, not only did he not have to worry about it, but he was also quite proud of it. But Commander-in-Chief Xia's obsession with finding a capable daughter-in-law to control Xia Jinyuan was too deep. Chapter 1367. Now that his son was successful, he wanted to find a better daughter-in-law. As for the reason, it was due to the pitiful love of parents. Even though Commander Xia was the commander-in-chief of the military, he was still a parent and worried about his children. Xia Jinyuan's job was the most dangerous in the world. He had to cross the line of life and death, break through the smoke of war, and one day he might die without even seeing his son's corpse. It was very unfair for a woman to be in a relationship with such a man. When one was tired, bitter, and happy, the man might not be by one's side. It was just like his relationship with his ex-wife. From the time she was pregnant to the time she gave birth to Xia Jinyuan, he did not accompany her for a prenatal checkup, nor did he go shopping with her. He did not even know when she gave birth, and his marriage with his ex-wife came to an end. Because of this, Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted a daughter-in-law who had the same interests, goals, and direction as his son. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw Yi Qian pursing his lips and smiling, his dark eyes full of determination. He laughed and said, "Xiao Yi, don't laugh. I really think so. As his father, I know very well that Xia Jinyuan is dishonest. I am the third child in the family. Your eldest uncle is 6 years old, your second uncle is 4 years old, your youngest uncle is 3 years old, and your youngest uncle is 3 years old. I also have a youngest aunt who is 54 years old this year. Although I am the third child in the family, Xia Jinyuan is the youngest in the family. He has been spoiled by the elders. He has a bad temper and likes to cause trouble. Others do good deeds without leaving a name, but he does bad deeds without leaving a name. He is very intelligent and has a lot of ideas. Don't be fooled by his current appearance. You have to understand him deeply to be able to fight in all aspects. Uncle will leave him to you. Discipline him well in the bad areas, and continue to develop the good areas and bring them to greater heights. In short, I only have one thing to say. If he is dishonest, you don't have to beat or scold him. You can get a marriage certificate and a divorce certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As for you, you will still be my daughter. The veins on Xia Jinyuan's forehead bulged. Dad, don't worry. You're the one who can get a marriage certificate and a divorce certificate in the Civil Affairs Bureau. You are you and I am me. When you pass away, Yiqian and I will bring our sons, daughters, granddaughters, and grandchildren to kowtow and burn incense to you. Suddenly, Yiqian realized where Xia Jinyuan's bad taste came from. It was most likely inherited from Commander-in-Chief Xia. One cheated his son, and the other cheated his father. These were father and son. Commander-in-Chief Xia was not angry. There was a hint of teasing in his voice as he said happily, "Then I'll be waiting. If you dare to treat Xiao Yi badly, I believe that there will be a large wave of people outside standing up to take over your position. Xia Jinyuan, take it easy. Our military has always had more men than women. Outstanding male soldiers are all over the place. If you don't behave in front of Xiao Yi, I don't mind being the matchmaker. Qin Xiu from the Qin family is no worse than you." He was the commander-in-chief after all. Xia Jinyuan wasn't someone to be trifled with. When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows and smiled at Yiqian. "Little fox, did you see that? When we have children in the future, we can't let him raise them. I'm afraid they will turn against each other and become enemies." Yiqian thought to himself, "There is an example right in front of me." Chapter 1368. It's the ancestors' rule to not have children. The smile on Commander-in-Chief Xia's face deepened. Obviously, he really liked this topic. He was already 59 years old, so he was old enough to have grandchildren. The atmosphere in the car was very good. Occasionally, a guard would laugh and say something. This allowed Yiqian to see the amiable side of Commander-in-Chief Xia's life and felt a sense of closeness. Xia Jinyuan saw that her eyebrows were relaxed and she had a comfortable smile on her face. Only then did he sigh softly in his heart. It was fine as long as she was happy. He was just afraid that she would be secretly sad and hurt her own body. Tomorrow, we'll send Uncle Chen back to Shuku village. The day after tomorrow, we'll go back to Anyang City to report to school. What do you think? Amidst the laughter, Xia Jinyuan asked Yiqian, "Uncle Chen intends to go back to Shuku village to live with the village chief. In addition, with the army around, he won't be too lonely." After Uncle Chen retired from the army, he always went to the army camp deep in the mountains. The old man lived a fulfilling life. Principal Chen also hoped that he could do the same for himself. Yiqian nodded gently. "Uncle Chen told me before that he wants to retire in Shuku village. My house is close to the army camp. If Principal Chen wants to go to the army camp, he can go there anytime. He can also guide the soldiers and have someone to rely on." Uncle Chen and Grandpa Chen did not have children to accompany them. As for himself, he would be outside for many years and would only come back once a year. There was no way he could repay their kindness in raising him. Yiqian couldn't help but purse his lips slightly. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw this and sighed. "You've all grown up and we're happy to see you flying high. Xiao Yi, don't worry about old Chen's life. He'll live a good life." At a glance, he could see Yiqian's worries. Uncle Chen is not an ordinary person. He was able to raise you single-handedly. How could the army bear to let him go? Xiao Yi, study hard and improve your skills. Getting good results is the best consolation for old Chen. Xia Jinyuan said, "The long journey isn't about parting ways. It's about repaying the two elders for nurturing you. Yiqian, Uncle Chen, and Uncle Jen both hope that you can go further and fly higher. Do you understand?" Although his little fox was strong, the blow she suffered from the departure of her loved one was not something they could understand. Faced with Commander-in-Chief Xia's advice and Xia Jinyuan's concern, Yiqian smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I know. Usually I can't accompany my elders, but as long as I have time, I will definitely come back to visit Uncle Chen." "That's right. When we get to the guest house later, you and Xia Jinyuan should keep old Chen company. I can't stay here any longer." Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the time. The flight was at 10:30 p.m., so he still had time to chat with the young man. His benevolent smile faded as he looked sternly at the young girl whom the military had high hopes for. He said in a deep voice, "Yiqian, as long as you live, you can only move forward. You can never retreat. If you take a step back, you will have to take 100 steps to catch up in the future. Time will not wait for you, and those who surpass you will not wait for you either. You don't want to chase after others, so you have to keep moving forward. This is my hope for you and Xia Jinyuan. It's also my hope for you. I hope that you can adjust your mentality as soon as possible and devote yourself wholeheartedly to your new life and start your new journey. The advice from the commander-in-chief of the military was also the concern of an elder for the younger generation. In this lifetime, Yi Qian was no longer alone. Chapter 1369. It was 7:10 p.m. in the summer night, and the sky was still slightly white. The sky was dotted with stars, and the crescent moon shone down. The trees cast their shadows and swayed with the rustling of the night wind. The car was driving on the tree-lined avenue leading to the military guest house. Under the bright car lights, they could see soldiers in military uniforms coming and going on both sides. The guard stepped on the brakes and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Commander-in-Chief, there is someone in front." According to the guard's judgment, there was a 90% chance that the person was looking for the commander-in-chief. The mayor of Fujian town was talking to Yifan. "We are all staying here. We took the road and came here. We will definitely come back earlier than the lieutenant general. Director Yi, you have an urgent matter here. We can't delay your urgent matter." It was another official who was being used by Yi Yifan. "Thank you for your hard work today. Don't worry about the town's financial approval. I will inform the city and let Fujian town get the approval in advance. After all, this is my hometown." Yi Yifan thanked him and said earnestly. What he said was what the mayor was thinking. "I only have one requirement for local officials. Do things for the people, be realistic, and not be greedy." The mayor of Fujian town nodded repeatedly and almost patted his chest to guarantee, "Director Yi, don't worry. We will always remember the honest style you left behind. We will never dare to cross the line. You can investigate. You can even ask the Commission for Discipline Inspection to investigate. I can pat my chest and guarantee that I did not do anything bad to the people." In the car, Yi Qian glanced coldly at the front and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Commander-in-Chief, I will walk over with Captain Xia." He really didn't give up on his evil intentions. He even came to block people's way. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and said, "No need. Guard, drive over." He wanted to see if the director of the construction bureau had the guts to block his car. "I will ask them to come down." The guard obeyed the commander-in-chief's order and called over the other guards who arrived in the afternoon. Yi Qian was a little anxious. "Commander-in-Chief, Yifan will not give up easily. I am afraid that he will blame you if you go over." "Little fox." Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "If he dares to come here, there will be a letter from the military in the office of the Southern Provincial Office the next day. Just follow me out of the car later. Don't worry too much." This wasn't even a small matter. It wasn't a problem at all. Yi Qian bit her lower lip. She had never wanted to trouble Xia Jinyuan because of her, but in the end, Yi Yifan went straight to Commander-in-Chief Xia. The other 3 guards walked out of the guest house with serious military expressions. Their appearance made Yi Yifan happy. They looked a little like the guards who stood beside the lieutenant general during the day. When the car's headlights shone over, Yi Yifan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He saw a black car slowly approaching. When it got closer, he saw that the driver was the guard from the day. Yi Yifan couldn't help but smile. Needless to say, the person sitting inside must be the lieutenant general. The car didn't turn off the engine. Xia Jinyuan opened the door first. Yi Yifan hurried down the steps. The car didn't even turn off the engine. It was clear that the car was going to stop for a while and leave immediately. He had to hurry. But before he got close, the 3 guards immediately came out. 2 of them stopped Yi Yifan and said seriously, "Don't come near." "Sorry, I want to follow the lieutenant general," Yi Yifan explained in a low voice. Before he could finish, he saw Yi Qian get out of the back door of the car. He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Yi Qian sternly. Chapter 1370. Yi Qian. Why was she in the same car as the lieutenant general? Why did the lieutenant general allow a military academy student to get in the car? What exactly happened in the middle of the journey? Yi Yifan's heart was in turmoil. She was actually in the same car as the lieutenant general, and they were even sitting in the back together. What did it mean for a military academy student to be received by a lieutenant general, and to be able to sit in the same car as the lieutenant general? What would it mean if, one day, he suddenly sat in the same car as the head of the southern province and got out of the car while talking and laughing? It meant that he liked her. It meant that there was hope for him. It meant that Yi Qian had a backer in the army. It meant that as long as she didn't make any mistakes, she would have a meteoric rise. Old Uncle Jen. What a silent old Uncle Jen who had connections that would allow him to reach the heavens. He was really blind, really blind. He must be blind. He pushed Yi Qian, who needed to be nurtured, to the side of a veteran with connections. Not only was he blind, but his brain was also flooded with water. A cool breeze blew over with a hint of summer heat. Yi Fan, whose mouth was full of bitterness, shuddered violently. He was blind, he was blind. In this way, Yi Qian was able to rely on the lieutenant general, a capable and powerful lieutenant general. No wonder he was able to wear the military uniform in advance. No wonder he was able to reach the rank of captain. So that's how it was. Yi Qian got out of the car with one hand on the car door. Her voice was slightly restrained as she politely said goodbye. Goodbye, Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief Xia waved at her and smiled warmly. Little Yi, you can call me uncle when it's not working. Take care of yourself. Next time you come to the capital, give me a call in advance. He had completely accepted Yi Qian as his daughter-in-law. You can go now. Xia Jinyuan urged. It was rare to have a father who cheated his son like this. Yi Jifan, who was blocked by the guards, was a few meters away from the car. He couldn't hear what they were talking about, but from Yi Qian's smile, he could tell that they were having a good conversation. Also, what was the identity of the young man he saw during the day? Why are you sitting in the same carriage as the lieutenant general? For a moment, Yi Jifan's emotions rose and fell. His eyes were cloudy and uncertain. While he secretly clenched his fists, he also realized that it was impossible for him to get to know the lieutenant general and use this opportunity to send his daughter, Yi Ying, into the capital government regiment. If he were in Yi Qian's shoes, he would definitely tell the lieutenant general about the grudges between the two parties. The lieutenant general knew Yi Qian first, so he would naturally side with her. This path was blocked. It wouldn't work. The mayor of Fujian town wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into, but who knew that the lieutenant general would turn a blind eye to it? When the two guards who stopped them walked down the stairs, the mayor of Fujian town, who was sweating profusely, tried to smooth things over. Director Yi, I'm afraid the lieutenant general is not in the car. If he was in the car, he would definitely get out. I'm guessing the lieutenant general is not in the car. The man and woman who came down are just basic military officers. How could he trouble the lieutenant general to send them over? Yi Jifan, who was not in a good mood, sighed in relief. What he said made sense. How could a lieutenant general personally send people to the guest house? Even the top leader of Anyang City did not have such an honor. Although he thought this, his intuition told him that the lieutenant general was actually in the car. It was all because of those guards. Uncle, you are really something. You can actually get a lieutenant general to personally send Yi Qian back. With a lieutenant general as her backer, it would be difficult for his daughter to climb over her even if she entered the military. Yi Jifan's expression became gloomy. Chapter 1371. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't even have to show up. It was enough to make Yi Jifan not dare to act rashly. Yi Jifan, who had lost all face, had no choice but to follow the lead of the Fujian town mayor. He sighed regretfully and said, "It seems like he really isn't in the car. Mayor Chow, I'll go to the guest house to say hello to another acquaintance. Please help yourself." He was asking him to leave. The person he was looking for was Chen Dongfeng, who was unlikely to give him face. How could he let Mr. Chow follow him? Mayor Chow, who wanted to leave quickly so that Yi Jifan wouldn't hold him accountable, immediately said, Okay. I won't disturb you any further. Director Yi, I'll ask for your advice the next time I'm back in town. The sound of a car starting could be heard. Several guards got into the car. Yi Qian and the young man stood in the same place. Their backs were as straight as a pencil, and they had the same aura of a towering mountain. The young man was also a soldier. Yi Jifan's heart suddenly turned cold. He clenched his fists even tighter. The black car quickly drove into the night. Mayor Chow cautiously glanced at Yijifan and cautiously said goodbye. When he passed by the two young men, he couldn't help but take a second look at them before he quickly left. In this day and age, soldiers were not to be trifled with, especially those with military ranks. It was even more difficult to provoke them. He should quickly leave this place that made him feel uneasy. Yi Qian politely nodded to the mayor of Fujian town who had helped him today. However, he didn't see him leave in a hurry. It seemed like there was a vicious dog chasing after him. There wasn't a vicious dog, but there was someone even more vicious than a vicious dog. The two of them turned and looked at Yijifan, who was standing in front of the guest house. They both smiled coldly and looked at each other tacitly. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows with interest and said, "If he sticks to you, you can't hide." "There's nothing to hide. Since he's here, let's fight." Yi Qian smiled coldly and replied, "If he takes the initiative, then we can attack. Otherwise, we can just treat him like air." Tonight, she still had things to do, so she didn't have the time to waste on him. Yijifan saw under the lamplight a young man and woman who looked like a pair of jade were intimately close. Step by step, they walked towards him hand in hand. They only cared about talking to each other and completely treated him as air. Although Yijifan, who was proud of his success in his official career, was cautious, when had he ever been ignored? Fortunately, he had always been able to endure humiliation and was not angered to the point of losing his self-control. When Yi Qian saw this, he could not help but sigh in his heart. Ying was blessed to have such a patient and resourceful father, be it in her previous life or in this life. "What's wrong?" Xia Jinyuan seemed to have sensed something. He lowered his head and asked her, "I think I heard you sigh." The lights in the guest house were very bright, like a mirror, and there was a circle of soft light on the top of her head. Xia Jinyuan moved his fingers and resisted the urge to rub the top of her head. "Do you have any regrets?" "I think that Yi Ying is blessed to have such a father. If her father was here, he would definitely protect her like Yi Jifan and not let her suffer any grievances." Xia Jinyuan's heart clenched. He softened his tone and said gently, "My father is not bad either. Don't be fooled by how he sets traps for me from time to time and how I used to give him headaches. In fact, he is the most protective one. Look at him now. He's completely devoted to you. As his son, I have to take a step back. With my father around, you don't have to worry about fatherly love." Chapter 1372. Thinking about how Commander-in-Chief Xia made fun of Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. Commander-in-Chief is both a strict father and a loving father. I can tell from the way you talk to him. She paused for a moment, and the smile on her slightly dry red lips deepened. I really didn't expect Commander-in-Chief to have such a side to him in private. He's never done that in front of me. My eldest, second, youngest, and aunts all dote on their daughters and are ruthless to their sons. My cousins were often beaten up in the past. Xia Jinyuan inadvertently brought up his relatives. Family Xia had always valued kinship. Which family was like his own? If the son got into trouble, they would beat him up, but if the daughter got into trouble, as long as she didn't make any moral mistakes, everyone would choose to ignore her. Yi Qian involuntarily swallowed when he heard this. Eldest, second, youngest, and aunts. Plus the third in the family, Commander-in-Chief Xia. That's 5 elders. As expected of a big family in Beijing, they had a prosperous family. When you have time, I'll take you home for a walk and meet our relatives. Daughters are pampered in our family Xia. Our family has a prosperous family of sons, but there's only one daughter in every generation. In my generation, there's only Xia Yiwei. The two of them whispered as they walked past Yijifan and entered the guest house. After checking their room number, they went upstairs together. When they reached the first step, Xia Jinyuan suddenly turned around and smiled at Yijifan. He gave him a disdainful look and nothing else. Yijifan didn't expect him to turn around so suddenly. Caught off guard, he was stunned by the arrogance in his eyes. The relationship between this young man and Yi Jian was not an ordinary relationship. It was very likely that they were lovers. After staring at their backs for a while, he finally calmed down and walked into the guest house with his mouth pressed tight. For the sake of his daughter, he had to talk to Chen Dongfeng tonight. At this moment, Ying was waiting anxiously in the hotel. The television was on, but her mind was not on it at all. She paced back and forth in the room alone, impatience written all over her delicate face. She had been asked to wait in the hotel alone. It was already past 8 o'clock, but there was still no news. She didn't know if her father had spoken to the lieutenant general or if he had completed his task. With the end of the summer vacation, our province's Canaan University will welcome the first day of new students. The provincial satellite channel broadcasted the news of new students entering the university. Yi Ying's eyes suddenly darkened as she sat by the bed and stared at the television. Canaan University, one of the key universities in Southern Province, was also one of the most famous key universities in the country. In the past, she hadn't taken him seriously. But now, 1 or 2 students who were not as good as her had been admitted to a key university. There were even a few ignorant students in her class who had called her and asked her which university they had been admitted to. They even pretended to comfort her by saying that they would take the exam next year. But they were here to laugh at him. Just you wait, all of you wait. One day, I will make you all listen to me obediently. Ying clenched her teeth and said with a face full of resentment. Her almond eyes were so gloomy that it seemed as if water would drip out. Wait until she entered the Beijing political group. Wait until she climbed very, very high. Then she would definitely make them pay attention to her. Ying, whose mind was becoming more and more twisted, did not know that her legs had already sunk deeper and deeper into the swamp. Ying waited until 9:30 at night. She opened the hotel room door several times, but did not see the familiar figure return. Time passed little by little, and Yi Ying's heart sank little by little. Chapter 1373. Dad said that as long as there was good news, he should call me immediately. Since there was no news, it meant that there was no good news. Yi Jifan indeed did not have any good news. He did not know which room Principal Chen was in. After getting a room with his certificate as the director of the construction bureau, he walked back and forth. Fortunately, Yi Qian remembered that they were on the 3rd floor when they went upstairs. Otherwise, they would not have been able to find Principal Chen. Old Chen, I don't have any other request. I just hope that you can introduce me to the people in the army. This is just a piece of cake for you. Yi Yifan, who finally found someone, sighed again and again. He even pointed out his shortcomings in the past and sincerely apologized. I did not take care of the school in the past. But old Chen, tell me honestly, I did not make things difficult for the school. Now, I don't want anything else. I just want my daughter to enter the army. As long as you can introduce me to some people, I will thank you regardless of whether it succeeds or not. Yi Ying is young and has made many mistakes, but she has been changing herself. She is Yi Qian's cousin. She has half the same blood as Yi Qian. Based on this, she will not be worse than Yi Qian, let alone bring shame to Yi Qian. Principal Chen listened with an indifferent expression until Yi Jifan's mouth was dry. Principal Chen chuckled and said, Director Yi, you think too highly of me. I am just a retired principal. What can I do? You have found the wrong person. Also, I can guess why Director Yi wants to send your daughter to the army. As for what you said about your daughter having half the same blood as Yi Qian and not being worse than Yi Qian, Director Yi, don't you think it's ridiculous when you said that? Do you think my uncle and I helped Yi Qian get to where he is today? Director Yi, you have underestimated her. It's getting late. Director Yi, please. I need to rest. After listening to nearly 10 minutes of nonsense, Principal Chen understood that Yi Jifan was very determined to send Yi Ying into the army. With a cold look in his eyes, Principal Chen directly sent him off. Yi Ying was a troublemaker. She was no worse than Yi Qian. Yi Jifan sure is shameless. Yi Jifan smiled and apologized, but in the end he didn't get anything. Only by being more patient could he suppress the anger in his heart. Old Chen, think about it. Mr. Yi, aren't you asking for too much? A clear and cold voice suddenly came from the front. The coldness in the voice made Yi Jifan's heart jump. He couldn't help but look over. It was Yi Qian. She had come over. Yi Qian, who had finished talking with the 2 school leaders, accidentally heard the sound in the corridor. She paused for a moment and heard Yi Jifan's words. She found it funny, but at the same time, her heart was filled with anger. Step by step, she walked closer and stood in front of him. She stared at him sharply. A priceless jade pendant is in your hands. Do you want me to take it back? The moment she spoke, Yi Jifan's pupils contracted. Hearing her mention the jade pendant again after 4 years, no matter how calm he was, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of panic. What jade pendant did I take from you? What nonsense are you talking about? What jade pendant? Do you need me to tell you what it looks like? Do you think I can't recognize Ying just because she's wearing a fake one? Mr. Yi, I didn't mention it because I didn't want it. Yi Qian sneered softly. Her expression became colder. Just because I didn't mention it doesn't mean I forgot. Also, Uncle Chen knows about my relationship with Ying. Do you think this is a secret that only you know? Chapter 1374. Hearing this, Yi Jifan's eyes turned cold. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Yi Qian. He stared closely and carefully. After a long time, Yi Jifan said calmly, I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Yi is indeed a smart person. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows. Her clear eyes were cold. She looked at him with a faint smile. A smart person would know what I'm talking about. I can understand why Mr. Yi would want to hide a jade pendant that was expensive more than 10 years ago. She even knew that he had secretly appraised it more than 10 years ago. Yi Jifan clenched his jaw and stared expressionlessly at Yi Qian. He knew everything but didn't say anything. You don't have anything for me to hide. I don't need to hide anything from you. Her uncle had already passed away. Who else knew about the jade pendant? If he didn't admit it, what else could she do? Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh at Yi Jifan's insistence on denying it. She could guess what he was thinking. She could tell from the slight changes in his expression. How could I not recognize my mother's belongings? Ever since I mentioned it that year, you immediately made a replica for Ying to wear. Weren't you afraid that if I mentioned it again, you'd give me a replica? I've said that Mr. Yi is a smart person. It's a pity that Mr. Yi only thinks of himself as a smart person and treats others as stupid. The jade pendant is in your hands. It's not something you can hide as you wish. She suddenly stopped talking. He heard Yi Jifan's dark eyes staring at the girl who was becoming more and more unfamiliar to him. She wanted him to take the initiative to ask her. Because of what? He needed to know what she was thinking. He had to ask her. Yi Jifan's eyes were not only cold, but so was his deep voice. It was like a stone covered in thick ice. He asked her in a cold and hard voice. Yi Jifan wasn't angry enough to leave after being forced to this point. If Ying didn't hold him back, his career would have been much smoother. Yi Jian was in awe of him. Xia Jinyuan, who was watching from the side, rubbed his forehead and smiled lovingly. The little fox's heart was really big. She even admired an old enemy. It's up to me whether I want to take it back or not. Remember my words, Mr. Yi. After Yi Qian finished speaking with a faint smile, he watched with interest as Yi Jifan's expression changed abruptly. It was truly satisfying. Since he came over in the middle of the night to cause trouble for her, she had to give him a piece of her mind. Yi Jifan's expression darkened. He stared at the girl who was still smiling so easily. After a long time, he said coldly, Yi Qian, you don't have the ability to threaten me. With that, he walked away. Yi Qian hadn't forgotten about the jade pendant, but she didn't want it. Why didn't he want it even though he knew that it was priceless? Even Chen Dongfeng knew about Yi Qian's background. Did she know that she wasn't his elder brother's biological daughter? Speaking of the jade pendant, Yi Qian had indeed caused trouble for him, and it wasn't just any trouble. It made Yi Jifan feel uneasy. After a few days of fruitless work, he left with heavy footsteps. Not only did he not solve his problem, but he also brought back a bunch of problems that gave him a headache. He had to investigate thoroughly. When he got back. Mr. Yi, there are some people you can't touch just because you want to. For example, Yi Qian. No matter how high your rank is, you can't touch her. An even colder voice drifted over. It was filled with indifference and laziness. If you touch someone you shouldn't touch, no matter how powerful the people behind Mr. Yi are, they won't be able to protect you. Chapter 1375. This was the young man's voice. Just by listening to him speak, one could feel his elegance. Yi Fan only felt a chill run down his spine. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on the tip of a knife. It was so sharp that it was difficult for him to walk. He could hear the confidence in the young man's voice. He was definitely not trying to scare him. He really could do what he said. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Yi Qian would become someone he couldn't touch? No matter how high he got promoted, he still couldn't touch him. Ironic too ironic. Once upon a time, a little girl who was so weak that he could decide her life or death with just a lift of his finger had become someone he couldn't touch in just 5 years. Too ironic. Yi Fan walked very slowly as he thought to himself. He smiled coldly. He wanted the jade pendant. He also wanted to get rid of this person. Let's see if he could touch her. Standing at the entrance of the guest house, Yi Fan looked back at the guest house that only served soldiers and occasionally government officials. His elegant face revealed a trace of coldness that seeped into his blood. Yi Qian, it would have been better if you didn't mention the jade pendant. Now that you did, it means that you've been thinking about it. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. He waited until the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile before he walked down the stairs and left. The jade pendant was his treasure for promotion. If he wanted to take back his treasure, Yi Qian, he had to be alive to do so. In the hotel, Ying finally couldn't take it anymore. She picked up the landline phone that she had put down several times. Her fingers trembled unconsciously as she dialed a number. Hearing a familiar voice, Ying asked in a trembling voice, "Dad, when are you coming back? Why are you still awake? It's so late." Yi Fan got out of the car and took the change from the taxi driver. He said, "Thank you," in a low voice before getting out of the car. "I'm at the entrance of the hotel. If you have anything to say it tomorrow morning." Ying had no choice but to swallow her words. She reluctantly said, "Oh, I got it. Dad, rest early." Rest early. Yi Fan had always been patient with his only daughter. He knew what she wanted to ask, but in order to train her character, he didn't say much. When she thought about competing with Yi Qian, who had already gone far, Ying's temper had to be tempered. If you don't grind, you won't become a talent. With his phone in hand, Yi Fan gracefully nodded and thanked the hotel staff who opened the door for him. His steps were straight and steady as he walked towards the hotel elevator. He was in his early 40s, which was the golden age of a man. He had a successful career and a graceful demeanor. In addition, he had been an official for more than 10 years, so he had a calm charm and the dignity of an official. Along the way, several staff members and female guests could not help but look at him a few more times. Why did Ying remind Sun Dongqing to take care of herself? Why did she insist on signing her up for class and flower arrangement classes? It was because she realized the gap between her parents. She was afraid that one day, she would hear that her father had an affair. Fortunately, Yi Fan was not a womanizer. Sun Dongqing had been with him when he was young. After being tortured by old Madame Yi, no matter how ambitious he was, he had never thought of changing his wife who was wholeheartedly loyal to him. Ying had been leaning against the door the whole time. When she heard the door close next door, she bit her lower lip and angrily lay on the bed with tears in her eyes. How could she fall asleep tonight if he didn't tell her anything? The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Tears flowed down her face. Ying didn't know how long she cried before she fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 1376. The hour hand pointed to 12. Yi Fan, who had smoked half a pack of cigarettes, put out the cigarette butt in the glass ashtray with one hand. His gaze fell on the phone on the coffee table. He put out the cigarette butt and picked up the phone. He wasn't the only one who wanted to get rid of Yi Qian. There was another person who really had a grudge against Yi Qian's family, Sun Yaozu. The night flowed. The neon lights on the streets flickered with colorful lights, illuminating the tired faces and hurried footsteps of the people returning home at night. There were also people who stumbled out of the bars, swaying and drinking as they walked. Their actions outlined a corner of the city's life. At this time, Yi Qian had already fallen asleep. She didn't sleep very deeply. Her brows furrowed from time to time, faintly revealing her sadness. A tear slowly flowed from the corner of her eye and disappeared as she turned over. When the sky was still a little gray, Xia Jinyuan drove out of the hotel. Yi Qian and Principal Chen sat in the back of the car. You two are really troublesome. Principal Chen looked helplessly at the two people who came early in the morning to block his door, afraid that he would take the car back alone. Although he criticized them, his expression was gratified. He sighed and said, "You send me back, but you have to rush back tomorrow. It's not easy to get a few days off. You should rest well." Yi Qian handed the breakfast he had prepared in advance to Principal Chen and smiled. "We're young so we don't get tired. You're the one who's really tired these days. Also, I also want to go home. Don't chase me out of the car." "Uncle Chen, she's wanted to go home for a long time. When she goes to school, I'm afraid she won't be able to come back even once in a year or two. It's also possible that she won't be able to come back until 4 years later." Xia Jinyuan leaked the information to let Principal Chen know what to expect. They were both soldiers, so Principal Chen knew it was serious. Even his expression was serious. He immediately said to Yi Qian, "Don't worry about home. You can train outside without worry. The army has already arranged everything for me in the future. In the future, I will spend most of my time in the army and will only be able to go home once in a while." With the start of the 99th National Day celebration, our country became the focus of the world's attention. The weapons that needed to be transported from the south to the north were also secretly transported. As a transit station, the Fujian Town Army had entered a special state of alert in January of this year. Principal Chen, who had been serving the army for a long time, also had a choice when he returned. Of course, it would be much easier. Yi Qian didn't know what the army had arranged for him. When he heard this, he immediately felt relieved. "It's even better that you're in the army. Regiment Commander Lu, Political Commissar Yen, and the rest are all there. There are also many new recruits. Uncle Chen, I'm afraid you won't have much free time in the future." She spoke with a smile the entire time, and the sadness from yesterday seemed to have disappeared from her face. Xia Jinyuan glanced at her from the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile. Little Fox knew how to turn sadness into strength and longing into eternity. She would always remember her uncle's voice and face in her heart, and she would always show concern for her loved ones. This kind of little fox was very good. Special Forces soldiers were humans too. They had emotions and desires, but the difference was that they had to control their emotions. You could be sad, but you had to always remember that you were still holding a gun in your hand. You could be happy, but you had to always remember that you were a Special Forces soldier who couldn't show your emotions. Yi Qian was happy and sad, but he had learned to control it. This was really good. It was very reassuring. It was only past 10 o'clock when they returned to the village. As usual, Xia Jinyuan sent Yi Qian and Principal Chen to the village entrance before he drove to the army base in the mountains. Chapter 1377. There was no other reason other than that Principal Chen didn't want the villagers to know that Yi Qian had a boyfriend. Although it was a different era, Shuku village was still an old-fashioned village. It was fine to get married at the age of 18 or 19, but it was definitely wrong to get into a relationship while studying. In order to prevent bad rumors from spreading, our Major Xia's identity had to be kept a secret. Xia Jinyuan didn't have any objections to this. He didn't want Yi Qian to be disturbed by rumors. After entering the village, Yi Qian saw familiar villagers working in the fields. He greeted them with a smile. "Uncle, hi, it's getting hot." A villager who was bending over to pluck water plants in the fields heard his voice and immediately straightened up. He said in disbelief, "Little old Chen, hey, why are you guys back so soon? Old uncle just passed away yesterday. Why are you guys back so soon?" "Yes, we're back. Uncle, hi, you go ahead." Yi Qian knew why they were surprised. Funerals in the village usually took a few days, but Grandpa Zhen only took a day from his death to his burial. It was normal for Uncle Hai to be surprised. Uncle Hai was the villager Yi Qian met on the first day after his rebirth. He even stood up for Yi Qian and scolded Sun Dongqing. With muddy hands, he carefully looked at Yi Qian's face and said, "I'll come to your house to enjoy the cool air. Your house is very cool." There was a mountain at the back, a peach forest in front, and a sea of bamboo on both sides. Summer was the coolest. After chatting with Uncle Hai for a while, Yi Qian met a few other villagers who had finished their work and were preparing to go home. They chatted as they walked, and when they found out that old Uncle Jen had passed away peacefully, their conversation became much more relaxed. Old uncle, you're so lucky. You suffered when you were young, but now you're living a good life. The military took care of you when you were alive, and you and the people in the military sent you off when you were dying. That's good, that's good. Yes, little Yi, you're doing well now. Old uncle was smiling when he left. It's clear that he has nothing to worry about and left peacefully. You're the only military academy student in our town, another villager said with some pride. You're the only military academy student in our town. All the villagers in the surrounding area have specially come to our village to see you. Our entire village feels proud of you. Principal Chen laughed. Little Yi is thin-skinned and doesn't like to be publicized. If you guys continue talking, little Yi will be embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? That's how it is. Our village. Before the villager could finish his sentence, a sharp voice came from the front and interrupted him. This is incredible. Fujian Town's famous person, the first military academy student, is finally willing to return to the village. Sun Dongqing, who was standing at the entrance of her house, made sure that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her. The moment she opened her mouth, she didn't say anything nice. Military school students are so amazing. They're even harder to find than my old Yi. Tisk. Looks like you're already thinking of yourself as a big shot before you even begin. When the villagers heard this, their faces turned cold. They exchanged glances with each other and gestured for Yi Qian to ignore her. There was nothing much to say to this kind of person. Everyone knew that Sun Dongqing disliked little Yi the most. The villagers all knew this very well. However, now that she was the wife of a provincial official, she put on airs and looked like she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Just looking at her made people feel disgusted. She didn't return to the village all year round, but she just had to come back this year. Outside, people said that she came back to avoid the summer heat. Some even said that she didn't want to serve the paralyzed old lady Yi. In short, there were all kinds of rumors, but none of them were good. Don't pay attention to her. You can't afford to offend her, but you can avoid her. Little Yi, walk between us. Chapter 1378. The more stubborn villager snorted. Why should we leave? She didn't do anything wrong. Why can't we have a chat? Don't be afraid, Yi girl. If she's so arrogant in the village, we won't be afraid of her. Normally, if there was a high-ranking official in the village, the villagers would respect him. However, Yi Jifan's family had become the target of the villagers' reverence. They didn't need his family to do anything, nor did they need Yi Jifan to show his face. All they had to do was nod their heads when they met. After all, who wouldn't go against the unreasonable Sun Dongqing for no reason? Principal Chen also said in a low voice, ever since she found out that you were admitted to the military academy, she hasn't stopped talking. The more you talk to her, the more energetic she gets. Old Chen is right. That's right. The more you talk to her, the more energetic she gets. Yi Qian didn't want to talk to her either. There was no need to quarrel with her. He smiled and talked to the villagers who were concerned about him, not even looking at Sun Dongqing. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Sun Dongqing was even more pleased. Did you see that? Seeing her was like a mouse seeing a cat. What military academy student? Bah! Without the damned old man's protection, how much trouble could a wild girl like her, who had no parents and no one to teach her? It was good that the damned old man died. It was a pity that he didn't die a few years earlier. Otherwise, that damned girl wouldn't have been able to cause any trouble. She raised her chin and continued her one-man show. Even if you get into the military academy, you won't be presentable. You're destined to be useless if you mix around with bumpkins every day. Things that aren't presentable will never be presentable. She thought that others weren't presentable, but she didn't know that the entire village thought so as well. After she finished speaking, she spat on the ground and laughed arrogantly. Damned girl, damned girl. Wait until Ying enters the capital government regiment. You're just a small military academy student. You won't be able to bear the consequences. Ying hadn't even entered yet, but Sun Dongqing was already daydreaming. Hearing this, Yi Qian only felt that it was funny. It seemed that Yi Jifan hadn't told her about how he kept hitting a wall. He wanted her to continue daydreaming. Seeing Yi Qian pass by the courtyard gate, Sun Dongqing was unwilling to let him go. When she saw Yi Qian's cold smile, she felt as if she had been humiliated. With a heavy snort, she stepped out of the courtyard and directly blocked Yi Qian's path. Don't you have any manners? Didn't the school teach you to respect your elders and not say a word in front of them? If you don't even know how to be polite, how did you get into the military academy? I already said that you didn't get into the military academy properly. Who would believe that someone like you could get into the military academy? She was, after all, the wife of the head of the construction bureau. Her words were even worse than those of an ignorant village woman. She did not have the slightest temperament. Sun Dongqing, how do you get into the military academy? Do you want your Ying to come out and explain? The villagers who had been advising Yi Qian to ignore them immediately retorted, that's not right. Your Ying can't say it. She didn't even take the college entrance exam. How would she know about the military academy? With just one sentence, Sun Dongqing was put on the spot. Her face alternated between green and white, which was very interesting. We're all from the same village. Do you think we don't know what happened to your family? Sun Dongqing, we know that you don't like Yi Qian. Yi Qian has already avoided you, but you still don't let it go. Don't blame us for standing up for her. Just because we don't talk about Ying doesn't mean that we don't know. We don't talk about it because we're giving face to Yi Jifan. But you just have to find trouble and embarrass your family. Don't think that the villagers were really honest. They had gone overboard and each person said a sentence. It was enough to make Sun Dongqing angry for a while. Chapter 1379. How could Sun Dongqing tell anyone about Yi Ying's failure? She thought that if she kept it a secret, the villagers who lived far away from the provincial capital wouldn't know about it. Now that it was exposed, she pointed at Yi Qian and cursed, I knew you were a troublemaker. Damn you, why didn't you die with that old bastard? As soon as you came back, Yi Qian didn't give her a chance to finish her sentence. She could tolerate it if someone insulted her, but she couldn't tolerate it if someone insulted Grandfather Zhen, who was respected by the entire army. No one saw how she moved. She was smiling just a moment ago, but now she was strangling Sun Dongqing's neck with one hand. Her expression was so cold that the men couldn't help but shiver. Sun Dongqing was the one who was most shocked. She did not even know how her neck was strangled by Yi Jian. Her eyes widened in shock as she clung tightly to Yi Jian's hands. Let go, oh, let go, let go, let go. She couldn't even make a sound as she was forced against the wall by Yi Qian. Her back was pressed against the scorching wall. Sun Dongqing saw the hostility in Yi Qian's eyes. She struggled even harder in fear and panic. Who do you think you are? Yi Jian looked at her coldly. Every word that came out of her mouth seemed to be stained with blood. Her hostility was so heavy that it was like rusty iron. I didn't quarrel with you because you're nothing in my eyes. You're nothing, and you think you're worthy of talking to me? You're asking for death. Yi Qian wanted to kill her, but he was still able to control himself. Otherwise, he would have broken her neck with one move. The words, courting death, exploded above Sun Dongqing's head like a clap of thunder, causing her legs to tremble uncontrollably. She let out a muffled whoop sound from her throat, and even tears began to flow out of her eyes. The villagers were all shocked by Yi Qian's coldness. They didn't even have time to react. As for Principal Chen, he didn't want to move. Since she dared to scold his uncle, she deserved to be taught a lesson. Little Yi knew what she had to do. Yi Qian tightened his grip, and Sun Dongqing started to find it more and more difficult to breathe. Without a source of oxygen, she didn't even have the strength to struggle. Her hands eventually became powerless as she hammered Yi Qian's right arm. Her eyes faintly rolled upward. Yi Qian wanted to kill her. She would really kill her. Sun Dongqing, who had never been so close to death and had never experienced what it felt like to die from suffocation, was scared. She was so scared that despair showed on her face. She wanted to ask the villagers for help, but she realized that none of them were looking at her. They were all looking at Yi Qian. No one helped her, no one stood up to stop her. It was as if they all wanted her to be strangled to death. Despair overwhelmed her, and a stream of warm water flowed down from between her legs. Little Yi let go. The expressionless Principal Chen loosened his grip. She knows fear. The stunned villagers finally reacted. They all pulled Yi Qian's hand. Little Yi, that's enough, that's enough. She's just a cheap mouth. Just teach her a lesson. She's so scared that she's crying. Of course she knows fear. All right. As long as you've vented your anger, that's enough. No one went to help Sun Dongqing up. They were all men, so how could they help her? If they didn't help her properly, this woman might accuse them of molesting her. She deserved it, she really deserved it. The dead should be respected. She still dared to scold them like this. She should be taught a lesson. Chapter 1380. No one really thought that Yi Qian was wrong. Just like what Sun Dongqing said just now, if he had a son or a daughter at home, he would have already taken a weapon and smashed the door. At noon, the sun was scorching hot, so hot that the cicadas on the trees were like withered leaves. They would occasionally chirp for a while before they stopped. Sun Dongqing, who was sitting by the wall of her yard, panted heavily. She did not even know when Yi Jian had left after escaping death. She was panting heavily. After being exposed to the sun for at least 10 minutes, Sun Dongqing, whose face was still pale, finally stood up with trembling legs. Before she could stand up straight, she fell back down and sat on the spot where she had spilled the yellow soup. She didn't care about being angry anymore, she just wanted to hurry back to her house and lock the door. Scared, she was scared, really scared. Yi Qian wanted to kill her, he really would have killed her just now. If it wasn't for Qin Dongfeng stopping him, she wouldn't have been able to get up and lie on the ground now. Sun Dongqing, who was so scared that tears came out of her eyes, finally crawled back to her house. She really didn't have the strength to stand up. Even if it was just a few steps, her knees were so weak that she couldn't exert any strength. At that time, Yi Qian was already sitting at the village head's house, eating a sumptuous lunch while chatting. He didn't mention anything about Uncle Zhen, only saying that she didn't return to the village because the school arranged for her to be in military training. After lunch, he chatted and laughed with the two elders in the village as he walked back to his house. After passing through the peach forest, he saw that the villagers were all sitting outside his house. Uncle Chen was still the most experienced. After lunch, he hurried back. Otherwise, he would have locked the villagers outside his house. Although the sun was in the afternoon, Yi Qian's house was indeed cool. The elders sat in the living room, while the younger ones leaned against the door or sat directly under the beams outside the house. They held thin fans in their hands and fanned themselves as they talked. The villagers of Shuku village all knew about Uncle Zhen's death and that he was buried in the cemetery of martyrs. The elderly couldn't help but wipe away their tears and sigh as they talked. They didn't forget to comfort Yi Qian. The village chief, Zhang Difu, was the most authoritative person in the village. Looking at the only military academy student in town, as the village chief, he was also worried that the departure of his uncle would affect her studies. Furthermore, Uncle Zhen had mentioned before that if he was not around, the village would still need to take care of Yi Qian. After waiting for the elders in the village to finish speaking, he turned to Yi Qian and said earnestly, "When people are born, they will grow old. No one can control it. Old uncle died of old age. Good people have good karma. Little Yi, you don't have to be too sad. Uncle doesn't want to see you crying all day. The village chief is right. Little Yi, you're a military academy student. You're going to be a soldier. They always say on TV that blood is shed but not shed tears. You can't cry so easily." They also brought up Yi Qian's admission into the military academy. Uncle Zhen passed away peacefully, reminding Yi Qian to take good care of herself when she was alone outside. If she lacked anything, she should give the village a call and other similar concerns. Yi Qian answered them all politely and respectfully. The villagers who listened to her liked her even more. Look at little Yi. She was so much better than Yi Ying. That girl, she was impatient when asked a question. She liked to talk about how her father was and how he was. She even liked to say, "You don't understand." It was more than a little tiring to talk to her. There was also Sun Dongqing, who looked down on the villagers but liked to show off in front of them. Now, the villagers of Shuka village had a very bad impression of Yi Ying. Compared to Yi Qian, there was no comparison. Chapter 1381. Yi Jian, who only stayed in the village for one night, left Shuku village at 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. It was not until 7 o'clock in the morning that the villagers wanted to call Yi Jian to their house for dinner that they realized she had already left. This girl is still the same as before. She's afraid of disturbing others. Principal Chen smiled and said, she was in a rush to catch the train and was afraid that she would miss the news. She's also a reliable person. I didn't even wake up before she packed her luggage and left. The child had grown up and was finally flying away. Headmaster Chen chatted and laughed with the villagers as they walked towards the vegetable garden. Little Yi had gone to school, so he tidied up the vegetable garden. He had to report to the army the day after tomorrow. Yi Qian wasn't the only one who left early in the morning. Sun Dongqing also left. Before I left, I repeatedly reminded you that if Yi Qian comes back, don't go head-to-head with her. Yi Jifan, who had driven home early in the morning, scolded Sun Dongqing in a low voice after receiving a call from his wife. Look at you. She didn't even enter the house before you blocked her way. You even dared to scold Uncle General Sun Dongqing? Are you out of your mind? Yi Jifan didn't even enter the house. He immediately drove away after picking up Sun Dongqing. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Sun Dongqing, who hadn't slept the entire night, was still battered and exhausted. Her hair was uncombed and her face was swollen. She covered her neck with dole marks and retorted, Yihan, do you still have a conscience? I was almost killed by a silly girl. Instead of standing up for me, you scolded me. Are you a fucking man? Yi Qian had been ruthless yesterday, so her voice was hoarse when she spoke. Silly girl, Sun Dongqing, she wanted to kill you. Do you still think she's a silly girl? Yi Jifan really didn't want to bother with this stupid girl of his. She kept finding trouble for him all day long and never stopped. That's right. Yi Qian really wanted to kill her yesterday. Sun Dongqing felt a chill on her neck and hurriedly covered it with her hands. She looked a little scared. Yi Jifan became angrier when he saw this. She couldn't win against Yi Qian in terms of scolding and fighting, yet she dared to provoke him. Zhang Difu had called last night and said that the villagers of Shuka village would not dare to have anything to do with Director Yi in the future. They were afraid that Sun Dongqing would bully them to their ancestral grave. These words were extremely heavy. He was, after all, an official from Shuka village. If even the local people didn't recognize him, what kind of good reputation would he have if word got out? Who knew what kind of trouble they would stir up if they let their political opponents seize the opportunity? His career was going to be affected. Yi Jifan's eyes flashed with anger, and his voice became more ferocious. Do you think you can take advantage of her by scolding her? Sun Dongqing, do you want to send me out for investigation and have the provincial government dismiss me? Only then will you be satisfied. It would have been fine if you had the upper hand, but in the end, you were almost killed by her. I say, why didn't I really kill you? Yi Jifan was also very angry. He was still thinking of ways to get closer to the military officers who attended old Uncle Jen's funeral yesterday, but she blocked all his paths with one sentence. Once Yi Qian and Chen Dongfeng told platoon leader Lu and political commissar Yen about this, sending their daughter to the Beijing political regiment, there was no hope for her to even enter the local army. Her husband didn't help her and even cursed her for not being killed. Sun Dongqing had always been able to hold her head high in front of Yi Jifan. When she heard what he said, it was like an erupting volcano. She immediately cursed in a hoarse voice in the car. Good. You finally spoke the truth. Chapter 1382. You want to kill me? Fine, kill me now. Yi Qian doesn't have to do it himself. I'll invite you to do it. Please kill me. Yi Jifan was so angry that his temples were bulging. He stopped the car by the roadside and shouted, if I could kill you, I would fucking kill you right now, you idiot who ruined our daughter's future. What do you mean? As long as Yi Ying was involved, Sun Dongqing immediately grasped the main point. She stopped making a fuss and stared at her husband with disheveled hair. What do you mean? What does me scolding Yi Qian have to do with Ying Ying's future? Yi Jifan, who had been having a hard time in the past few days, rolled down the car window in annoyance. He lit a cigarette for himself and took a deep puff. Yi Jian attended Uncle Jen's funeral wearing a military uniform and a military rank. Isn't she a military academy student? What's so great about wearing a military uniform? Before her husband could finish, Sun Dongxing pouted and said, "Our Yingying can wear a military uniform even if she joins the Beijing government regiment." Last night's lesson was still effective. Subconsciously, Sun Dongxing didn't dare to call her wretched girl anymore. So what if I scolded her? She deserved it. Sun Dongxing didn't know what trouble she had caused for Yi Jifan. When she mentioned Yi Qian, she didn't even realize that her anger had weakened. "Stop trying to scare me." Yi Jifan saw that she still hadn't reacted. He was so angry that he sneered. "I'm trying to scare you? Sun Dongxing, let me tell you. Yi Qian is now a military officer with a military rank. She's not a military academy student. 2 days ago, she met the soldiers as Uncle Jen's granddaughter. Do you know who these soldiers are? The leaders of the military academy came. The leaders of the military district came. There was even a lieutenant general. They all came. They all came to attend Uncle Jen's funeral. All of them knew Yi Qian. Yi Qian knew all of them. By the end of his speech, Yi Jifan was practically roaring. He was roaring so much that his saliva was splattering everywhere. Sun Dongxing was still a little confused. She twisted her body uneasily, as she thought about it, she finally grasped the main point. Her face changed dramatically, and then her lips trembled until her face turned pale. Yi Qian knows them? Are you sure? Her daughter was going to enter the capital's political corps. If Yi Qian really knew so many military officers, Sun Dongxing felt her hands and feet turn cold early in the morning. Even her heart turned cold. No, impossible. How could it be? She's an orphan. No, impossible. Uncle Jen is just an old man. How is it possible? How is it possible that so many military officers will attend his funeral? Yi Jifan, don't scare me. Scared? Are you scared now? Yi Jifan glared at her with murderous eyes. He clenched his teeth and sneered, "Are you scared? Are you scared now? I also want to tell you that the lieutenant general personally escorted Yi Qian back to the guest house that night. It doesn't matter if she doesn't know the other military officers, as long as she knows the lieutenant general. I've been trying my best to get in touch with the military, but you ruined all my efforts by calling him an old man. Sun Dongxing, who are you to scold? How dare you scold Uncle Jen? Don't you know that the dead should be respected? If you dare to scold someone like that in the village, everyone with children will come to your house and raid it. If you're stupid, can you not drag me and my daughter into it? Yi Qian only needs to report what happened yesterday to the military officers he knows. My daughter wants to enter the capital's political corps? I'm telling you, don't even think about entering the local military." Chapter 1383. Sun Dongxing was dumbfounded. "I don't know. I thought that Yi Qian would return to normal after old man Jen died. I don't know. You didn't say anything. How would I know when I was in the village?" She stuttered and couldn't finish her sentence. She was so flustered that she didn't know what to say. "You didn't tell me a single thing. How would I know that she could be so powerful? I would know who she was and who she was and who she was. If I went and saw the scene, I wouldn't dare to say anything." The more Sun Dongxing spoke, the more anxious she became. She turned around and stamped her feet. She was like an ant on a hot pan. Yi Jifan finished his cigarette and glanced coldly at the anxious Sun Dongxing. He opened the car door and got into the car with a gloomy face. "Do you think you can come up with a solution just because you're anxious? Get in." But Sun Dongxing didn't dare to argue anymore. She had made a big mistake and could only rely on her husband to explain. She should go along with him. The most important thing now was to settle her daughter's matter. "I've thought about it. You should go and apologize to Yi Qian first, then go to the cemetery and offer a wreath to old uncle." Yi Jifan couldn't think of a better solution. He could only apologize to Yi Qian and ask her not to tell anyone. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other solution. "You want me to apologize?" Sun Dongxing's face fell. She felt a pain in her chest. "I was almost killed by her. You want me to apologize to her? Do I have to be so cheap?" She was so angry. So angry. If you want to apologize to her, you have to see if she accepts it or not. Yi Jifan didn't want to say anything else. He prepared himself for the worst. If she really couldn't enter the army, then she would be sent abroad. Sun Dongqing's chest was not only hurting, but her liver was also hurting. After a while, she suppressed her anger and said through gritted teeth, "Apologize. For Yinging, I'll even kneel and apologize." Where is she? Go and find her now. For the sake of her daughter's future, she was willing to give up her dignity. As long as her daughter was successful, she would teach Yi Qian a lesson one day. If I knew where she was, I would have brought you there when I came back. Go straight to her school. Yi Jifan was probably too angry. Every time he spoke, he clenched his jaw tightly. Even his hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles looked ferocious. Both husband and wife were in a bad mood. The gloominess on their faces was so thick that even the sun outside couldn't disperse it. Yi Qian, who was driving, did not expect that Yi Jifan and his wife would go to the school to look for Ying because of her. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan several times from the corner of his eyes, who was resting with his eyes closed. Before he could look away, he heard him say lazily, "Little fox, if you continue to peek at me like this, you're going to steal my sleepiness away." Caught red-handed, Yi Qian did not feel awkward. Instead, he smiled and said, "I still don't know who won the competition between you and them." As soon as he returned to the army, he was directly dragged to the shooting range and obstacle course by Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen to compete with the soldiers. Lu Tuan only told her that Captain Xia fought against dozens of soldiers alone, but did not tell her the final result. There can only be one result. Xia Jinyuan laughed. His elegant and handsome face was slightly mischievous. He sighed and said, "Poor 24 soldiers. They're probably still being punished right now." When competing with a special forces soldier in a comprehensive skill competition, the results were usually not optimistic. But she didn't expect him to be so merciless. "You know that they're pitiful? Why didn't you show them mercy?" Chapter 1384. I can't go easy on you. Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen said that they want to test if I'm qualified to be your boyfriend. Little fox, in order to prove to them that I'm qualified to be your boyfriend, I did my best. Xia Jinyuan, who was no longer sleepy, turned sideways and gazed tenderly at the girl he loved. When he saw her smile at his words, he couldn't help but smile too. I can't go easy on you in yesterday's competition. If I lost, Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen would definitely call you and advise you to reconsider carefully. Don't agree to be my wife. Captain Xia, where did Brother Z say he was waiting for us? Yi Qian didn't want to know the result. She only knew that if she continued talking, the thick-skinned Xia Jinyuan would say more things that would make her blush. She changed the topic abruptly, which made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows and laugh. Yi Jian couldn't help but blush when she heard his laughter, which was as deep as a zither. During the 6-hour journey from Shuku village to Anyang city, the laughter in the car never stopped. Yi Qian kept her company all the way until they arrived at school on the 31st. Yi Qian's smile never stopped. With someone who was wholeheartedly good to her, who was willing to coax, pamper, and love her, no matter how cold Yi Qian's heart was, it gradually warmed up. I'll go by myself. You don't have to accompany me. When they arrived at the entrance of the National Science University, which was even more solemn than other universities, Yi Qian whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "You should go back and report. Don't be distracted by my matters." Even if he rushed back, he wouldn't mind waiting for a couple of hours. Xia Jinyuan, who had changed into his military uniform, pointed at the entrance and smiled. It's still the freshman's military training period. If you go in like this, the sentries won't let you in. At the mention of the sentries, a young man in a military uniform walked over and saluted Xia Jinyuan. "Hello, teacher. Is there anything I can help you with?" "It's okay. I'll send her through the registration procedures." Xia Jinyuan returned the military salute and asked her, "Where's the place where freshmen report? You can point it out to me." After checking the relevant documents and confirming Yi Qian's identity as a freshman, the strictly guarded entrance of the National Science University allowed Yi Qian to enter. One step at a time, Two at a time, she walked past the solemn school gate with the national emblem hanging high above. Yi Jian finally began her military academy career. A new page had opened in her life, and she would definitely push Yi Jian to glory step by step. Congratulations, little fox, you're one step closer to your goal. Xia Jinyuan personally handed the trainee's uniform to Yi Jian. He gazed deeply at the girl who was chasing after him as her goal. I spent 4 years here. Now you're going to spend 4 years here too. Little fox, we'll meet in the army 4 years later. His little fox had finally grown into a pine tree that could stand proud in the wind and snow. As for him, he was waiting for her return in 4 years. Freshman, Yi Qian reporting for duty. Late freshman, late report. Freshman Yi Qian finally walked in front of the 45 freshmen. As a girl and one of the only 3 girls in the class, Yi Qian's appearance was like a cool breeze on a hot summer day, blowing away the heat of the 42 boys. The ones in charge of the military training were 4th-year students of the National Science University. Following the old rules of the National Science University, the freshmen's instructors were all outstanding 4th-year seniors. Although the person in charge of the military training was a 4th-year student, he could see the qualifications of an officer from them. His expression was cold and resolute, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. Yi Jian straightened his back and accepted the gaze. Chapter 1385. The military academy's military training was an order from the headquarters. The freshmen would complete their military training a month earlier than other freshmen. The freshmen had to follow the rules on the notice and end their summer vacation a month earlier to complete the military training, which was much more intense than other freshmen. Freshmen did not have any conditions to avoid the military training, because only by going through the cruel and strict military training could they wear the glorious military uniform and become a member of the military academy. The freshmen would have to go through everything from formation, housekeeping, discipline, general knowledge, basic tactics, light weapons usage, knowledge of the different branches of the military, and so on during their military training. All freshmen were required to complete their transformation from local youths to qualified soldiers as soon as possible, to adapt to military life in advance, to abide by all rules and regulations, and to obey orders unconditionally. All freshmen obeyed strictly, even if they were so tired that they could only crawl back to their dorms on the first day. They would grit their teeth and continue to persevere on the second day. Some people could not take it anymore and proposed to drop out in a fit of anger. That day, they were summoned by the political instructor for a talk, but the next day, they could be seen on the training field again. Since you chose to apply for the military academy, you should know that this is not a place where you can come and go as you please. No one wants to be special, and no one can escape the orders of the headquarters. No matter how good your college entrance exam results are, you will not be special here. Persevere is your only choice. No one wanted to be special, no one could escape from military training then. This freshman Yi Qian who had suddenly appeared before them, why didn't she come to participate in the military training earlier? Being stared at by the senior year seniors and all 45 students in the class, Yi Qian maintained the standard standing posture with her stomach tucked in and chest puffed out, accepting the baptism of their gazes. Only the higher-ups of the military academy knew that Yi Qian had gone to the island to complete the frogman training. The senior year monitor in charge of the military training did not have the right to know, so when Yi Qian suddenly appeared, he was stunned for 3 seconds. In a breath, he immediately reacted and said, "Fall in." He was not sure what the situation was, but the freshman Yi Qian could still complete the registration without participating in the military training, and even receive the training uniform to participate in the final day of the military training assessment. It could be seen that she had already submitted the relevant documents to the military division to be exempted from the military training, and with the approval of the military division and the school, she was exempted from the military training. Since she had rushed to the final physical fitness test, then she would have to complete the test like all the other freshmen. The student monitor only took 3 seconds to figure out the crux of the matter. Without any questions, he immediately allowed Yi Qian to return to the team. 8 pull-ups on the horizontal bar. You have completed 3 exercises on the horizontal bar. 7 pull-ups on the horizontal bar. You have completed 3 exercises on the horizontal bar. The afternoon was the comprehensive military training physical fitness test, which was also to check the freshmen's physical fitness results for the past month. The instructor announced the subjects that needed to be tested in the afternoon one by one. 1500 m lightweight, fully armed running test, 800 m running test, and sit-up test. All test subjects will be scored according to the physical fitness test scoring standards. Each test will be scored on a 100-point system. After the student monitor finished explaining the physical fitness test, a smile suddenly appeared on his serious face. Junior brothers and sisters, I wish you all the best in advance for passing the test and getting your own set of military uniforms. His gaze gradually shifted to Yi Qian, who was standing in the first row. Freshman Yi Qian, are you ready? Ready for the test at any time. Yi Qian replied calmly. This was her journey, so how could she not be prepared? Chapter 1386. Looking at the girl standing straight in front of them and listening to her confident and calm answer, the male students in the class who were physically superior were inexplicably nervous. A few words flashed across their minds. A strong opponent has arrived. The class monitor, who had switched his identity to senior brother, nodded and smiled. Not bad, very confident. What we need is confidence. Also, I have something to tell you. Students with good physical fitness will enjoy a lot of benefits in the future. As long as your results are excellent this month, you can arrange your training time for the next month. Pointing at himself, the senior brother boasted immodestly, for example, I can arrange my own training time for 4 months a year. Every time I go back to the dorm and see them tired like a cow, I go to the lab refreshed. So proud. In other words, the senior brother class monitor in front of them was not only a top student, he was also a top student in physical fitness. In the military academy, physical fitness and studies are equally important. They are both called second lives by us military academy students. Sometimes, they are even more important than studies. Especially the physical fitness assessment that has a mini exam every week and a major exam every month. You guys have to be mentally prepared. Many weak students who only study in high school for the sake of getting into a good school have no choice but to sacrifice their free time and weekend time for extra physical training once they can't pass the test. Junior brothers and sisters, do your best. This assessment will affect your physical fitness arrangements for the next month. Those with good results can stay in the library, the lab, and do research. Those with bad results can continue to enjoy the sunshine of the city. Victory seemed to be right in front of them. After today, they would be liberated tomorrow. Who knew? There was still physical training day after day, year after year. The faces of those with weaker physical fitness immediately turned a little pale. Rest here for 10 minutes. The two brothers next door are done. Let's go to class. A sharp whistle sounded. The senior brother reverted to his role as class monitor in a second and shouted, "Attention, at ease." Dismissed. All of a sudden, the students, who were under a lot of psychological pressure, were dismissed for a break, but none of them smiled. A few of the more arrogant boys tightened their grip on their training uniforms and said unhappily, "Are you kidding me? There's a small test every week and a big test every month. Are we still going to study? Are we here to study or to train? What kind of arrangement is this? Stop talking, you're not the only one like this. We're all like this. Second year, third year, and fourth year are all the same. How can we be an exception? TSK, don't talk about how can we be an exception. Isn't there an exception in our class? That freshman called Yi Qian, how can she be an exception? We came here a month in advance, just in time to be exposed to the sun the most. She, on the other hand, came here so easily. Another boy picked up the uniformly issued military water bottle and drank a few mouthfuls of water. He continued to complain, "She looks quite good. I'm afraid she's from a senior official's family. She's just starting to get special treatment. I don't know how much special treatment she will get in the future. Do you want to be scolded again? Haven't you learned your lesson from last time?" The male student sitting next to him warned him in a low voice. He glanced at Yi Jian, who was talking to the class monitor, and said in a low voice, "If she is really from a senior official's family, we can't afford to offend her." Chapter 1387. Besides, if she doesn't have military training now, what about in the future? Didn't you hear what Senior said? If she doesn't pass the physical fitness test, she'll have to suffer. Right now, it's called suffering the hardest to rise above the rest. It probably had a psychological effect. A few of the male students who were unhappy about Yi Qian not participating in the military training finally felt a bit better. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. They just felt that it was unfair and said a few words. Under the scorching sun, the students who were resting on the spot were sweating profusely. More or less, they were talking about the students who were parachuted in. One of the students suddenly let out an "ah" and slapped his forehead hard. He said to the students beside him, Yi Jian, Yi Jian. She's the Yi Qian. The national top scorer, Yi Qian. Those who were able to get into the National University of Science and Technology were all students with good overall grades. With this mention, a few people immediately reacted, yes, 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 it's that Yi Qian. Her score is shockingly high. Oh my God, so she also got into our school. Once the conversation started, almost all of it revolved around Yi Qian. The student monitor was explaining the morning's test subjects to Yi Qian. Student, since you're here, you can make up for the morning's test subjects. You can report with me later. After the afternoon's test, you can make up for the morning's test. Push-ups, standing long jump, 10m x 4m run, sit-ups, squats. Yi Qian's focus was not on these subjects, but on the brackets behind each subject. In the brackets, there was the word unlimited. Excuse me, I want to know what unlimited means. She wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to pass the simple tests and the tests with additional conditions. She just wanted to understand the rules in detail. The class monitor explained while crying, it means there's no time limit. Let's see where your limit is. If you do the most, the better your physical performance, the higher your score will be. The highest score can't be higher than 100 points. Yi Qian joked without any psychological burden. The senior year class monitor said seriously, we can add a 100 plus to it to represent excellence. Then there was no problem. Yi Qian smiled slightly and pointed at the earliest test, the 5 kilometers cross-country run. Then I'll leave this for tonight. Can we arrange it tonight? Her sudden appearance directly caused some students to be dissatisfied. In a military school that emphasized strength, Yi Qian didn't mind using her strength to tell the students that she didn't come because she didn't want to come, nor was it because she wanted to avoid military training. He glanced at the male students who were drinking water and said with a smile, let's finish the test in one day. Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Yi, Yi Qian, 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 and Qian, Qian, Qian. She still wanted to enjoy the 4 years of military academy life. Sure, we'll arrange it. Since the freshmen were on the stage, the senior class monitor was also relaxed. He maintained a serious expression and reminded Yi Jian, you'll be the last one to go up later. Let's see how they test. Aren't we taking the test together? Yi Jian narrowed her eyes slightly and had an idea. It's a bit late to be the last one. How about this? I'll go finish the afternoon test first, then rush back to finish the morning test. How about that? There were students who took the initiative to take the test, but most of them were students with excellent physical fitness during military training. It was the first time a senior year class monitor encountered a freshman like Yi Qian who took the initiative to take the test as soon as she came in. Chapter 1388. The class leader didn't immediately agree to Yi Qian's request. She pondered for a moment before saying, I need to report first. You can rest here first. Class 3's class leader, come here for a moment. A loud male voice sounded. The head instructor in charge of the freshmen strode over. Bring your class's freshman, Yi Qian, to the number 1 training field, quick. Yi Qian was standing beside the class leader. When he heard this, he saluted the head instructor and reported, Freshman Yi Qian, reporting. The head instructor glanced over when he received the order from the General Affairs Department. Yi Qian? His voice was quite imposing, but he was a bit skinny. The head instructor seemed to want to say something, but after a slight pause, he said, Okay, go to the number 1 training field and complete the test with class 6 students. then rush back to complete the afternoon test. Yi Qian didn't even need to say anything. The school immediately arranged for her to finish the test as soon as possible. After speaking to Yi Qian, he said to the class leader, "Call a few students over to record their scores. Class 6 students are currently taking their own test. She needs a scorer." The class leader turned around and called out names. "You guys, follow the head instructor." The boys who were called out stiffened. They were just saying that the freshmen didn't come to military training because the governor's family was giving them special treatment. In the end, they were taken away by the head instructor. When they stood up, their faces were a bit gloomy. When they left with the head instructor, the rest of the students were a bit surprised. The class leader explained, "Yi Qian will finish our morning test and come back later for the afternoon test." "No way. After finishing our morning test, she'll immediately start the afternoon test. I only knew her grades were good, but I didn't know she could do this. She still has to take the test regardless." The fourth-year class leader's expression changed instantly. His entire face turned cold. He shouted at the students who still had 5 minutes of rest time, "You guys are still discussing other people's grades. Looks like you guys are quite energetic. Everyone stand up." None of the students dared to say a word. They all got up and stood up. "Since you guys are so energetic, stand at attention for half an hour." He didn't do anything else but make them stand in a military posture. Senior brother class monitor was really ruthless. "Don't move your hands. Keep your head straight. Keep your feet together. Open your eyes wide and look straight ahead." Standing in a military posture was also known as the military posture. It was the first lesson for every soldier when they stepped into the military camp. It was the same for the military academy students. It could be said that the military uniform was the mother of all military movements, and the meaning behind it was also quite deep. Yi Qian had been training for more than 5 years, so she had to stand at attention for at least 2 hours a day. Once she stood there, her military posture and appearance were miles ahead of the male students standing behind her. The male students couldn't tell the difference between her and them, but the chief instructor could tell at a glance. He nodded discreetly and signaled for Yi Qian to begin the test. In the General Affairs office, Xia Jinyuan was talking to the former head teacher. "It's good to let her finish the test with the rest of the class today. The students nowadays are not as honest as we used to be. They all have their own ideas." She didn't come to participate in the military training. Her sudden appearance will bring criticism. "You once taught us that strength is always the most powerful form of resistance. Let her use her strength to resist the attacks of criticism." The head of General Affairs looked at the most outstanding student under him, who had graduated nearly 5 years ago. He laughed and said, "Oh, you're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. That's right. Back then, you used this method to repay the students who criticized you." Chapter 1389. The school leaders have told me about Yi Qian's situation, so they know how special she is. We were thinking of letting her report to class tomorrow, but we didn't consider whether the other students would have any opinions. That's good too. She can use her strength to resist the attacks of criticism. After the other students see it, they won't talk about it anymore. This was the effect Xia Jinyuan wanted. He didn't want Yi Qian to be criticized at the beginning of her 4-year military academy career. It was better for her to stand out and use her strength to stifle all the criticism. She wanted to let the other students know that it wasn't that she didn't want to participate in the military training, but that if she did, they would be under even more pressure. In the military academy, physical fitness was a student's second life. Strength spoke louder than words, and his little fox had no problems. He smiled and nodded. A new life, a new semester, needs a new beginning. No one is special, and no one can casually criticize their classmates. They are classmates in class, and they are comrades outside of school. Criticism and conflict. These are not good problems that should exist in military academy students. The seemingly elegant Xia Jinyuan was definitely ruthless in his management of the military. Otherwise, the members of the Snowfield Brigade wouldn't have accepted him as their commander so quickly. The General Affairs Director agreed with him. The topic shifted from Yi Jian to Xia Jinyuan. He pointed at Xia Jinyuan's unchanged military rank and said, "It's time for you to be promoted. Why are you still a major? At the very least, you should be a lieutenant colonel." "My military rank won't be promoted, but my salary will be," Xia Jinyuan replied humorously in a different way. "I'm pragmatic and I'm more interested in a salary increase. I just want to save enough money to marry a wife." This answer was very Xia Jinyuan. The director of general affairs laughed even louder. "Oh I've taught so many students, but you left the deepest impression on me. Last time, the lieutenant general joked that Xia Jinyuan made me so angry that I had to be hospitalized many times in the 4 years he was in school. I said if not 5 times, it was at least 3 times. I was mainly angry that I couldn't even teach a student a lesson." The General Affairs Director was both emotional and gratified at the mention of the interesting things that happened in the past. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, all of you are walking towards your posts and becoming outstanding soldiers who are useful to the country. There are many influential people in your batch. Xia Jinyuan smiled. His cohort had many influential figures, but when it came to Little Fox's cohort, his thin lips curled up a little. Counting the influential figures, there was no need to wait until today. This was the era of the Little Fox. That was how he was so confident in himself. Looking at the time, it had already been half an hour since the new head instructor had left. He was certain that the Little Fox was using its strength to resist all criticism. "You guys, come over and take a look at her movements, speed control, and breathing adjustment. This is called a standard teaching template." The new student, Yi Qian, went up to the stage and completed 2 tests. The chief instructor's eyes were all on her. This girl was amazing. She raised both her feet and placed them on the round bar 30 centimeters above the ground. Her hands were on the ground as she quickly completed 50 push-ups. This kind of push-ups was much more difficult than placing both feet flat on the ground. Every time she raised her feet, she had to maintain a certain angle at the waist. When the new students first completed this exercise, the new students who were not flexible enough all cried out in pain. Their faces were flushed, and the veins on their foreheads were protruding. Moreover, the push-ups on the round bar were 1 start, 2 stop, and 3 release, instead of 1 start and 2 stop. It was even more difficult to complete them continuously. Chapter 1390. 50 push-ups like this might be difficult for a new student, but for Yi Qian, another 50 wouldn't be a problem. Before it was time, Yi Qian continued. The other boys who were called over by the chief instructor were stunned when they saw the girl's slender body moving up and down. The boys who were in the same class as Yi Qian had even more unnatural expressions. Their physical fitness was pretty good. When they first started training, they didn't even pant when doing push-ups like this. "Aren't you guys embarrassed? Aren't you embarrassed? A guy can't even compare to a girl. Look at how tall she is and how skinny she is. Then look at you guys. Aren't you embarrassed?" The chief instructor criticized the other classes for not meeting the physical fitness standards. "Why aren't you training? You're still saying you're here to study, not to work as laborers." Yi Qian, the top scorer of the National College entrance exam. "She's here to study, just like you guys. She's also a high school student like you guys. If she can transform into a military student, how can you guys still have the face to find excuses for yourselves?" Yi Jian, who belonged to the category of other people's children, became a model student for the teacher to educate other students on the first day of school. She didn't leave any objections to others and directly blocked several boys in her class with her strength, making them speechless. The top scorer of the National College entrance exam had good grades, good physical fitness, and was a girl. What about them? Their grades were good, but were they as good as Yi Qian's? They still had the face to say they were here to study, not to work as laborers. After Xia Jinyuan left, Yi Qian used 1.5 hours to complete all the tests in the morning. He adjusted his training uniform with a belt around his waist and stood in front of the chief instructor. "Reporting, freshman Yi Qian's tests have been completed. Please give your instructions." The boys behind Yi Qian stood behind him in an orderly manner. Their expressions were even more serious than when they were training. They were shocked. These boys had good physical fitness. But to complete so many tests in 1.5 hours without resting in the middle, it was completely impossible. They didn't know how Yi Qian did it. He also vaguely understood that freshman Yi Qian was not special. Instead, he really had the qualifications to not participate in the rookie military training. Don't fall behind even if you lose skin and flesh. Don't cry even if you bleed. If you boys want to cry in the future, think of Yi Qian. Think about it. She's the same as you. How did she do it? What else do you have to say now? He had nothing to say. A few boys from the other classes obediently watched Yi Qian complete one test after another. Only then did the chief instructor show mercy and allow the boys who were blushing to leave. The boys in Yi Qian's class behaved themselves. They stood behind her with their heads held high and their chests puffed out as they waited for the chief instructor's instructions. There was no need to say anything more. She was definitely qualified. Very satisfied, the head instructor smiled and said, "Not bad. Go back and complete your afternoon test. We'll gather at 6 o'clock tonight to complete the cross-country test." Yi Qian, who had already transformed into a soldier, replied swiftly. He unconditionally obeyed orders and completed the orders of his superiors. Grandpa Zhen, Uncle Chen, Captain Xia, and all the soldiers in the military were all like this. She was no exception. The boys in the class wiped their palms with sweat. On their way back, they stole glances at Yi Qian from time to time. They wanted to say a few words but were hesitant. They didn't know if she had heard what they said earlier. Chapter 1391. Yi Qian's pace was very fast. After a few steps, she saw the 4 youthful faces behind her. She couldn't help but laugh. "If you don't walk faster, I'm afraid you'll have to accompany me for the entire afternoon to finish the test." I asked the class monitor. "I'll finish my morning test in 1.5 hours. When I get back, I'll be just in time for the 3rd class's test. It's about to start. If we walk faster, we'll be just in time for the assembly." On the field, the other classes were doing a 1,500-meter light run. 2 girls stood at the front. When they shouted, the entire class began to run. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The girls who were shouting the slogan gradually fell behind. The boys who were running until their throats were dry also gradually widened the distance between them. The sun continued to radiate heat. Every student's training uniform was soaked in sweat. As they ran, they could see the sweat flying off their bodies. No one gave up. One by one, they ran to the ferocious face. They just wanted to persevere and win. The sun at 3 o'clock in the afternoon was no less powerful than at noon. The students who were running so hard that water could be squeezed out of their training uniforms felt as if their insides were about to be burned dry. The boys who ran more fiercely pulled down the collar of their training uniforms as they ran, revealing 2 distinct skin tones. The upper part of their necks was black, and the lower part was white. The boy who was closer to Yi Qian unintentionally glanced at her as he spoke. He immediately saw the sunburn on the back of her neck. The boy who first noticed it widened his eyes. He thought that he had seen wrongly. After taking a closer look, he confirmed that it was indeed a sunburn. He signaled the other 3 boys with his eyes to take a look. Yi Qian saw the small movements of the 4 boys. She raised her hand and touched the sunburn that had not healed. The consequences of being exposed to the sun will probably take half a month to recover. Are you training somewhere else?" Finally, a boy asked. After that, he immediately introduced himself. "I'm Chen Yanjun. I'm Wei Jiaming, Zhe Province's Shijia. I'm Hu Huan, Shi. I'm Gu Jinglin, Dalian." After the introductions, the unfamiliar feeling of distance seemed to shorten. Yi Qian said, "I'm Yi Qian, from Nan Province. Nice to meet you." "Hee, we all know you, the National College Entrance Examination top scorer. I've seen your name on the newspaper a long time ago, but I didn't know that you were actually classmates with us, and even in the same class." "That's right. I really didn't expect that you would also want to apply for the military academy." They easily changed the topic until they reached the gathering point for Class 3. The 4 boys didn't ask Yi Qian if he was training somewhere else. Yi Qian didn't want to answer, but he didn't want to lie to his classmates either. The best way was to change the topic. The 5 of them returned to the team and listened to the class leader's instructions. One by one, they completed the 3rd practice of the horizontal bar and passed the 3rd practice of the parallel bar. The 4th practice of the single machine consisted of pull-ups, somersaulting onto the bar, and stepping over the bar with one foot. At the same time, one had to complete a certain number of pull-ups on the horizontal bar to qualify. The 4 students took turns to take the test, and the atmosphere became tense and serious. A month of military training was all for today's test. In the beginning, it didn't matter if he passed or not. Today, as long as his bones weren't broken, he had to grit his teeth and complete it. Yi Qian, go! The student in charge of keeping score and counting called out Yi Qian's name. In an instant, Yi Qian, who was holding the horizontal bar with one hand, became the focus of the class again. Chapter 1392. Qian Yanjun, who was standing at the back, whispered to the students next to him, "Just now, we were pulled over to record Yi Qian. She scared us to death. She even shocked the chief instructor the moment she went up. You guys don't know, but the 4 of us were so embarrassed that we wanted to collapse on the field. We were so embarrassed. That can't be. The 4 of you are at the top of the class. How can she be better than you guys?" Hu Huan sighed. "There's always someone better than you. There's always someone better than you. Yi Qian is like an outsider to me." One after another, the students still didn't believe them. "Are you guys trying to scare me? Why would we scare you? Before I saw Yi Qian, I also thought that my stamina was pretty good. But after seeing her, I can't compare. She can easily complete 72 push-ups on the round bars. Her shoulders are level, and her waist and feet are at a 15-degree angle. The chief instructor said that she's the standard teaching model." Seeing the students' disbelief, Qian Yanjun added, "What I said doesn't count. You'll know if I'm telling the truth when you see it for yourself." Yi Qian, who was in front, completed a pull-up on the horizontal bar. Then she flipped and flipped onto the bar. She supported the bar with both hands and stepped on the bar with one leg. In a flash, she completed the downward bar. Then, she immediately walked to the parallel bars and began the 3rd parallel bar exercise. The 3 boys in the same group only finished their horizontal bar practice after she finished practicing the parallel bars, including the arm gripping bar and the horizontal bar sitting. Speed, time, and the standard of a person's movements could all be seen. The freshman Yi Qian didn't participate in military training with the rest of the class. However, the test of the single and parallel bars in front of them gave the students a glimpse of her extraordinary strength. "Oh my God, she's amazing. She's faster than the boys in her group by 3 minutes. She didn't even stop to change the bars. She just kept going. Does she often do the single and parallel bars? A girl who usually does the single and parallel bars? Why does it feel so strange? I don't know what she does. I only know that she's first in both the single and parallel bars." Wei Jiaming, who had already seen it, clicked his tongue and said with difficulty, "She's not only good at the single and parallel bars. She's good at everything else. There's so much pressure. Is there going to be an all-round female soldier in our class?" The 1,500-meter lightweight test, the fully equipped test, the 800-meter test, the sit-up test. From 3 in the afternoon to 6 in the evening, after 3 hours of testing, all the freshmen were so tired that their legs were trembling while standing. "Sir, I feel like vomiting. Sir, Lu Yang has suffered heat stroke." Reporting. The students who had persevered until the end due to their physical discomfort no longer forced themselves to continue. From time to time, the sound of reporting could be heard on the field. Even though the 2 girls from Yi Qian's class 3 had completed all the tests, they were so tired that they did not even have the strength to sit down on their own. They had to be supported by 2 boys as they slowly bent over and sat down on the hot field to rest. The students who were not feeling well were given a temporary break. The students who could still persevere were gathered and stood at attention. In the past, they were students who did not care about the outside world and only knew how to bury their heads in their studies. Now, standing in the sunset, their chins were dripping with sweat that reflected a golden light. Their backs were straight as they completed their transformation from students to soldiers. Yi Qian, who was standing at the front, made the seniors and class leaders cast sidelong glances at him countless times. Every time they looked at him, they felt their hearts skip a beat. With a junior sister who could defeat all the seniors, the pressure on them increased exponentially. Chapter 1393. The fourth-year senior class monitor was under a lot of psychological pressure, but the students of Class 3 were even more stressed. He was already a fourth-year student, but they still had to spend 4 years with Yi Qian. The students of Class 3 were under a lot of psychological pressure, especially when they saw the way the class monitor looked at Yi Qian from time to time. His eyes were filled with shock as though he was looking at a monster. One by one, they adjusted their breathing and thought about Yi Qian's performance in all the tests. The psychological pressure continued to multiply. The students of Class 3 were stressed, but the freshmen of Class 1 and Class 2 who cheered and encouraged them were also stressed. Just now, all the students had cast their gazes at Yi Qian. They watched as she unloaded her equipment and walked past them. The girls' gazes followed her every step. When she returned to Class 3, the students of Class 1 and Class 2 widened their eyes. Third class? Third class? Who's in the third class? They had never seen Class 3 have such a powerful person in the past, nor had they seen anyone in Class 3 with such physical strength. They had never seen such a person in Class 3. There had never been such a girl during the singing competition. There had never been such a girl when they walked together. Even when they were resting, they had never seen such a female lead. She's from Class 3. I wonder what her name is. It's a little scary. Everyone collapsed from exhaustion, but she could still walk a few steps and catch her breath. I feel so relaxed. I'm not tired at all. When she took the equipment from me and left, I thought she was another girl who was ready to collapse at any moment. Who knew? She's so powerful. I never expected her. Why didn't I realize there was such a girl in Class 3? I feel like I've never seen her before. She just reported today. Keep it down. The class monitor is looking over, the students of Class 2 whispered. It was fine to talk during break time, but they could not be too presumptuous. I feel so pressured. Suddenly, such a powerful person came. The pressure multiplied. The difference is too great. Instantly, the students of Class 1 and Class 2 had a slight change in expression. They felt a little pressured, but the ones who felt the most pressure were definitely the students of Class 3. They had to spend 4 years with her as her classmate. They were the ones who felt the real pressure. For some reason, they suddenly felt that they were not in the same class as that girl. They felt a little lucky. My classmates are too strong. How stressful. The class monitors of Class 1 and 2 told their classmates to rest on the spot while they trotted to Class 3. They wanted to see how good the girl who defeated the seniors in seconds was. The third class had finished lining up. One of the girls who had persisted had just finished resting when she suddenly vomited. Her face instantly turned pale and even her body swayed. The class leader immediately had the 2 boys beside her support her and hurriedly sent her to the infirmary. I'm afraid she's also suffering from heat stroke. It was already 5:20 in the afternoon. The city, known as the furnace, was so hot that there was no wind at all. It was as if it was wrapped in silk. It was stuffy and stuffy, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. The class monitor of Class 3, who had reorganized his appearance, had all the freshmen stand at attention for 2 minutes. He pointed at the equipment that all the students had changed into and shouted with a cold expression, "Everyone, put your equipment back on. Time, 3 minutes. Quick." The class leaders of Class 1 and Class 2, who were walking over, stopped and waited for Class 3 to finish reorganizing. Chapter 1394. The 1500m fully equipped race referred to a combat vest, a backpack, a helmet, a simulator gun, a simulator magazine, and other equipment. Yi Qian bent down and looked to her right. Hu Huan was standing on her right. She could tell what his problem was. The equipment was not placed in the proper order. You're not in the proper order, Yi Qian reminded him in a low voice as she bent down. Hu Huan smiled bitterly. I knew it after the class leader said it. I think I sprained my shoulder. It hurts a little. As he spoke, he quickly put on his equipment. His sprained shoulder was quite serious. Yi Qian could hear him gasping. He was bumped into by a classmate when he was running. He did not stabilize himself and fell sideways. When he ran back to take off his equipment, he realized that it was difficult for him to even lift his arm. Now that he had to change his equipment, it was quite strenuous. 1, 2, 3, stop, the class leader shouted. Platoon leader, check if there's anyone in your team who hasn't put on their equipment. Hurry. Reporting, no one in Team 1. Reporting, no one in Team 2. All the students in Team 5 put on their equipment again. They could not help but feel a little nervous when they saw the class leader's stern and dark expression. Do you know why I asked you to put on your equipment again? Do you? The class leaders of the freshman military training were all strong seniors. They had a strong aura when they put on a cold face. The biting cold military aura shook the hearts of the freshmen in Class 3. Order. When you were collecting your equipment, I reminded you to set the order. How many of you memorized it? No one dared to say anything. Other than Yi Qian, no one dared to breathe too loudly. They listened obediently. Go in 3 minutes. Take off your equipment. If someone is wrong, take the initiative to be punished. Begin. Immediately, the students in Class 3 quickly took off their equipment. Yi Qian was naturally the fastest. Hu Huan gritted his teeth and completed his task. He heard Yi Qian gently remind him, don't raise your hand too high with your injured shoulder. Also, hold the simulator gun properly. Don't let it slip from your hand. Guns were the weapons that soldiers used to protect their lives and attack on the battlefield. They were inseparable from their guns, and the guns were inseparable from their people. They had to remember this at all times. When he heard this, he immediately tightened his grip on the simulator gun and asked softly, "You seem to know a lot. How can you tell?" All the equipment still needed to be returned. Yi Qian put them away one by one. Even the order in which they should be placed was natural and natural. It's a habit. Once it's a habit, it'll be fine. Hu Huan nodded with a serious expression. That's indeed the case. When we were learning about light weapons, our teacher said that the gun should never leave the hand, and the person should never leave the hand. Just like what you said, it must be a habit. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qian saw a few other boys put their mock guns on the ground and unpack their luggage. Yi Qian looked at the class leader and saw him glance at the boys. A fourth-year senior who could become the class monitor of the freshmen was indeed amazing. Among the dozens of freshmen, he was able to catch who had made a mistake. The class leader remembered who made a mistake and didn't immediately punish them. Instead, he reported their names first. You guys will stay for the night. Return all your equipment now and gather here in 5 minutes. Pay attention to your actions and don't be all crooked. He then said to Yi Qian, you're in charge of discipline later. I still have to go and give the test form to the head instructor. Take them to rest where they are and don't move around randomly. Chapter 1395. Clenching the test form in his hand, the class leader looked at Yi Qian's results, then looked at Yi Qian, who was standing the straightest, the most energetic, and the most relaxed. She was the most energetic in the entire class. While returning the equipment, Qian Yanjun, who was walking in front of the class leader, couldn't help but ask, "Class leader, her results. Is she number 1 in our class?" "You should be asking me if she's number 1 in the entire school." The class leader glanced at his junior brother with a hint of sympathy. "Take care, junior brother. With such a powerful girl in the class, she will definitely become a role model for the rest of the class. The days ahead will definitely be exciting." The class leader's words almost made Qian Yanjun bite the tip of his tongue. Number 1 in the entire school. His expression instantly changed and revealed a sense of powerlessness. After he returned the equipment, the class leader, who was waiting outside, patted the boy's shoulder heavily. "Cheer up, junior brother. This is a good thing. There's a famous role model, and he's definitely someone you want to surpass. I just don't know if I can surpass her," the class leader thought silently. "Senior, didn't you say that you have 4 months of free time a year to arrange your training? If Yi Qian is the role model, I don't think I'll even have a year and a month to arrange my training." Qian Yanjun rubbed his face, shook his head, sighed, and returned to the group. The class leader was speechless. Because Junior was right. Looking at the tests Yi Qian completed in the afternoon, the class leader's heart couldn't help but tremble again. Junior is so fierce, I'm a bit scared. Too frightening, too frightening. This result, how is it a new student's result? It's even better than the soldiers in the company. The boys were so tired that they needed to support each other for the 1500 run, but she didn't need to and could immediately return to her original position with her back straight. Looking at her results on the test form again, the class leader quietly let out a sigh of relief. He had to give the test form to the head instructor when he brought the third class back to the field. The class leaders of the first and second classes were already waiting. When they saw him coming over, they went up to greet him. "Wow, your third class is amazing. How come we didn't notice before?" She applied for exemption from military training and only arrived this afternoon. Let me tell you too, this junior sister isn't just strong, she's very, very strong. After giving the test form to the two, the class monitor of the third class sighed with emotion. Is there anyone in the fourth year who can beat her? Also, I vaguely feel that she should be hiding a part of her strength. Yi Qian did not give him the feeling of a student. He could see the aura of a soldier from her. Her military might was even stronger than theirs. The two class monitors looked at the name first and found out what the girl's name was. Then they looked at the results and both of them sucked in cold breaths at the same time. He's still hiding part of his strength? Are you sure? The class monitor asked in shock. Don't scare people. I only have a feeling. I can't be sure. The class monitor of the third class replied. He turned his head and yelled for the students behind him to catch up. He said to the two class monitors, "The fourth class is almost done. You two should go back and regroup." The class monitors of the first and second classes went back to their classes in shock. When the students of the third class came over, the class monitor of the first class suddenly shouted, "Students, should we give a round of applause to Yi Qian from the third class?" Yi Qian, who was passing by, paused for a moment, then walked even faster. Chapter 1396. Yes. Their voices rang out in unison, followed by thunderous applause. Class 1 took the lead, so Class 2 also clapped under the class leader's command. Class 3's class leader didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After instructing Yi Qian to maintain class discipline, he strode forward and handed the test form to the chief instructor. Report. All 46 students in Class 3 have completed the test. Please give your instructions. The chief instructor took the test form and looked down to see Yi Qian's results. His eyes lit up and he laughed. Good, good, good. These results are beautiful. He looked up at Class 3's class leader and laughed even louder. You guys might not be able to catch up to these results. Junior sister is too amazing. We are ashamed. The class leader sighed. Good results. Good fitness, a new star is about to rise. The chief instructor, who was looking down at the results, looked up in the direction of Class 3 and smiled deeply. She has already risen and is receiving the attention of all the students. Send Yi Qian's results to the General Affairs Office and let the school leaders have a look. The senior class leader respectfully took the test form and looked deeply at Class 3. He walked towards the General Affairs Office with results that would definitely shock the school leaders. The freshmen of Class 3 who were resting were already talking to Yi Qian, who was sitting in front of them. As they talked, they imitated Yi Qian and sat on the hot grass with their hands behind their backs and legs stretched out. They shook their hands and legs together to relax their tense muscles. No wonder you didn't participate in the military training. If I had your fitness, I wouldn't have come either. How did you manage to participate in all those events? Do you even have time to exercise in high school? Yi Qian, are you aiming for military school? You're too focused. You're no worse than a sports student. I don't think you're tired at all, but I'm so tired that my legs are shaking. Chatting was the best way to get closer. Yi Qian, who was used to living in a large group, smiled and answered his classmates' questions. My situation is a bit special. I only didn't participate because the school approved. And my goal is indeed to get into the military academy, so I consciously improved my physical fitness in high school. Although all the answers were vague, they were all true. When the students heard this, their faces showed an expression of, no wonder, so that's how it is. It wasn't that she was born strong, but that she had already set a goal for herself and prepared in advance. Thinking of this, their hearts felt much better. After proving himself with his abilities, Yi Qian used this method to comfort his classmates. It also unknowingly eased the psychological pressure on his classmates. As for being tired, I'm the same as you. When you're tired, sit down and shake your hands and legs to relax your muscles. Don't think about being tired. The more you think about it, the more tired you'll be. The more you think about something easy, the more you think. Yes. The more I think about it, the more relaxed I feel. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile. He stared at Hu Huan with his dark eyes and said, "It's the same principle as drawing plums to quench one's thirst. Our bodies can be tired, but we can't let our minds feel tired." The boy who finished second in the 1500m fully geared also smiled and said, "Yi Qian is right. I often do that too." This boy's physical fitness was quite good. When he opened his mouth, he immediately drew the attention of many of his classmates. Yi Qian gently exhaled. If they asked too many questions, it would be hard for her to answer. If they asked too much, then it would be even harder to answer. It would also divert their attention. Chapter 1397. The boy who changed the topic for Yi Qian had a handsome face. When he spoke to his classmates, he looked calm and confident without a trace of awkwardness. He smiled and answered his classmates' questions. "I don't have any special tricks. I've told you guys before. After the evening self-study session, go to the field for a run, pull the bars, and do push-ups. Sometimes, if you can't solve a problem, you might as well go out for a run to relax and come back to continue." You're the same as Yi Qian. You started to exercise in high school. We didn't have time at that time. We studied until 11 or 12 o'clock at night. Sometimes we did the questions until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Now that I think about it, those days were so dark. The boy smiled. Me too. I didn't expect that I would often stay up at 1 or 2 o'clock at night after going out for a run and then coming back to do the questions. His voice was steady. It could be seen that he was a steady student. Occasionally, he would look at Yi Qian with a smile in his eyes and then continue to chat with his classmates. As the students chatted more and more happily, Yi Qian's shyness faded away. The applause from Class 1 and Class 2 made her blush all of a sudden. She was a little too high profile, which made her feel a little awkward. Receiving the boy's friendly smile again, Yi Qian couldn't help but stare. Why did she feel that this boy knew her? The boy did know Yi Qian. When his classmates stopped talking to him, he said to Yi Qian with a smile, "I'm also from Nan Province. During the exam, I was in the same examination room as you. But I'm sure you don't remember me." Yi Qian really didn't remember him. At that time, she only wanted to finish the exam as soon as possible and go home with Xia Jinyuan. In addition, after the incident with Yi Ying, she didn't pay much attention to her classmates in the examination room. "I'm sorry. I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings during the exam. Sorry." So the boy did help her out just now. Yi Qian reached out her hand and introduced herself. "I'm Yi Qian, from Anyang Province in Nan Province." The boy reached out his hand and said with a bright smile, "My surname is Song Zhiqiu. I'm from Nan Province." Now Yi Qian knew that the boy in front of her was the one in Qingnan Middle School who was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology. Then he said, "Yang Heng and I are cousins." The name that she had not heard for 2 years suddenly came out of another boy's mouth. Yi Jian suddenly felt as if she had been separated from him for a lifetime. "So it's Yang Heng's cousin. I haven't contacted him for almost 2 years. Where is he studying now?" Yi Qian furrowed her brows slightly. In the first half of the 3rd year of high school, she still wrote to Yang Heng and occasionally contacted him by phone. However, in the second half of high school, she did not receive any more letters from Yang Heng. Their contact was cut off just like that. Song Zhiqiu said with a smile. Eldest uncle was transferred to another post. And also moved there with him. Cousin suddenly said that he wanted to study abroad during the winter break of his freshman year. He's now in Australia. Because of Yang Heng, the two of them suddenly had a lot more topics to talk about. As for why Yang Heng had suddenly gone abroad to study, Yi Qian had originally wanted to ask. However, when he saw that Song Zhiqiu's eyebrows were slightly clouded at the mention of this matter, Yi Qian's heart sank involuntarily. It seemed that something must have happened to make Yongheng go abroad in a hurry to study all of a sudden. Song Jichio adjusted her mood quickly and changed the topic. I know that you've been admitted to a military school, but I don't know which military school you've enrolled in. My second aunt is President Song of Venus. You even saved her life back then. Chapter 1398. Hearing this, Yi Qian immediately thought of Song Tinglan from Venus. Manager Song was a straightforward career woman. Seeing that Song Jichio nodded and knew who the second aunt she was talking about was, Song Jichio continued to say with a smile, she also went to your village. I went there with her. Unfortunately, you were not there. The villagers took us to your house in person. Song Jichio glanced at Song Jichio's neck and her eyes darkened. His cousin once said that Yi Jian was good at fighting and had connections with the people in the army. She did not come to school to participate in the military training in advance, but her neck was so badly sunburned. Where did she go during the summer vacation? Song Jichio could not help thinking about it. Yi Qian pretended that he had not seen anything. He answered with a smile, I didn't go back to the village during the summer vacation. I stayed at the seaside for almost 2 months. Manager Song, you went to the village to find me. Did something happen? You must have something to do with me. Is it about Yongheng? Yi Qian's expression became serious all of a sudden. Nothing. I just went there to congratulate you. Song Jichio, who came from a scholarly family and whose parents were both professors, saw Yi Qian's serious expression. He probably figured out the reason and explained with a smile, you saved my aunt's life. Grandma always remembers it. When she read the newspaper, she knew that you were the top scorer in the national examination and told my second aunt to congratulate you. Song Jichio explained with a smile. Yi Qian, who looked serious, smiled. She really came here to congratulate me on being admitted to the military school. Grandma has a good memory. She still remembers it after so long. Yongheng was good, and so was his mother. Manager Song was also a good person. After talking with Song Jichio for a while, Song Jichio could see that he was also a good man. Therefore, the two families were both decent and upright. Yi Qian's smile deepened. He had a better impression of Song Jichio. Their conversation was much more relaxed than before. Chen Yanjun and Wei Jiaming joined them soon. The atmosphere became more relaxed. After handing in the test form, the class monitor walked over. She did not immediately gather the entire class, but called Yi Qian out alone. Your cross-country test tonight is cancelled. Follow the class to the auditorium to watch TV tonight. When the General Affairs Department Director saw Yi Qian's results, he immediately nodded. However, there wasn't much surprise on his face, only an, as expected, expression. Then he said to him, her cross-country test doesn't need to be carried out. She'll follow the class arrangements tonight. It was as if he already knew that Yi Qian had good stamina. The class leader looked at the new junior sister. She was clearly a slender junior sister, but how could she have such explosive strength? Her looks were enough to make the senior brothers salivate. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, especially that pair of jet black eyes. They were bright and resplendent like the stars in the summer night sky. If one took a longer look, one would feel that they were bottomless and suffused with a dark light that made one's heart tremble slightly. Not to mention her figure, her proportions and curves were absolutely perfect. Such a beautiful and delicate-looking junior sister was actually a ruthless character who could sweep through the entire school. The class leader silently sighed in his heart. The new generation excels the old. He had no choice but to accept it. The bugle horn was blown. All the freshmen of the year finally ended their 1 month of all-day military training. As the class monitors said, dismissed, the freshmen who did not dare to celebrate loudly clenched their fists and kept whispering, yes, yes. As a reserve unit for the future army, the management of the military academy was extremely strict. Even during break time, the freshmen were not allowed to shout loudly. Chapter 1399. After a month of military training, all the freshmen had gotten used to the military academy's rules. Even though they were all very happy that the all-day military training was finally over, they were all crazy, alone. They didn't even put their arms around each other's shoulders. The fourth-year seniors and class leaders looked at them and laughed. Little guys, the good days were still ahead. Let's not talk about it now, let's let them be happy first. Yi Qian was also smiling slightly. Captain Xia had once said that the first year of university was the hardest. If they could get through the first year, they would be able to get through the next 4 years. If they couldn't, they could only choose to drop out. On a day like this where the surface temperature was still 34 degrees Celsius in the evening, Yi Qian used half a day to erase some of the criticisms about her not participating in the military training. She also left a very deep impression in the class. The loud horn sounded. The sun had just risen, and the military academy students' day had begun. There were only 3 girls in Yi Qian's class. The 3 girls were in a dorm. When the horn sounded, the 3 girls quickly got up without any delay. Want to laze around in bed? Absolutely impossible. They needed to dress, fold their blankets, wash up, and a series of other actions within 10 minutes. Then they had to line up for morning exercises. I'm on duty this week. I won't wait for you guys. I'll leave early. Yi Qian's movements were much faster than the previous weeks. This week, it was her turn to be on duty, so she had to leave early. The other girl hurriedly said, "Go, go. Where's my belt? I clearly put it here yesterday." Clearly put it here? You clearly put it in my closet. The girl from Qinghai rolled her eyes. She took out her roommate's belt from her closet and threw it over. Su Wen, can't you remember? There were 2 girls in the dorm. He Jing from Qinghai and Su Wen from China's capital. Su Wen's family had a bit of background. Her father was a designer at a certain satellite launch site in China, and her mother was an engineer. She was a very typical delicate girl. She took the belt and blinked a few times. She smiled and said, "Thank you." As she put on the belt, she said to He Jing, "Let's hurry down and help Yi Qian take attendance. It's only the 2nd week, we can't even recognize everyone yet." Don't worry so much. Yi Qian doesn't have a memory like you. Last week, Qian Yanjun didn't remember everything. She was the one who reminded him. He Jing buckled her belt and urged her roommates to hurry up. Dun, dun. Buckle it as you walk. If you're late, the whole class will be skinned. The military academy's morning exercises had a special meaning and strict rules. Being late was absolutely not allowed. As long as one person was late, the punishment would not only be that person, but the entire class would be punished. Su Wen exhaled heavily and said expressionlessly, "Our training during this period of time has not only shed 1 layer of skin, but 2 layers of skin." That was true. Originally, they thought that the freshman military training would usher in good days. Who knew? It was not at all. He Jing also sighed. The hard days were still going on. It was even worse than the military training before. Sometimes, she really felt that her decision to enroll in the military academy was the wrong one. It was too tiring. Not only was she tired out during the day, she still had to go back to the classroom at night to memorize a thick book of rules and regulations. I'm not going to waste time with you. If we're really late, we'll only get worse. Her sadness was not over yet. He Jing, who was still sober, drank a mouthful of cold water from last night. She pulled Su Wen and the 2 of them walked out of the dorm together. The military academy's morning exercises were not like high school and middle school where students ran to the field one by one and randomly found their own class. Chapter 1400. The morning exercises in the military academy were organized into teams. Hearing the call for morning exercises, one row after another ran neatly and orderly to meet up at the designated location of each class. Then, the on-duty personnel checked their attire, counted the number of people, and brought them into the field. Yi Qian arrived at the meeting point and quickly counted the number of people. As team after team came over, the entire 3rd class was assembled in 3 minutes. There were 46 people who were supposed to be present, and 46 people were present. Line up to the right. Yi Qian, who was standing at the very front, ordered loudly. Following the soft sound of shoes on the ground, she walked to the right of the first row after the entire class was assembled and began to lead the team into the field. The sun had already risen. Even though it was only morning, the heat waves were already blowing in their faces. One by one, all the classes entered the large field. As the on-duty personnel called out the slogan, the entire class gathered and straightened their backs in the face of the rising sun. After the on-duty personnel reported the number of people to their superiors, the 30-minute morning exercise began. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 3. The neat, monotonous commands rose and fell on the large field. The entire military academy, dressed in short jerseys and shorts, began their day of morning exercises. The wide field was filled with youthful figures. The loud chants of the slogan were like giant waves pouring down from the heavens, carrying with them a grand and majestic aura that spread throughout the entire military academy. His heart thumped loudly as he felt the difference in the morning exercise. Those orderly steps seemed to carry with them the power to destroy everything. Ka-thump, ka-thump, ka-thump. The strictness of the military academy students, the might of the military academy students, and the strength of the military academy students could be seen from this morning exercise. After the 30-minute morning exercise, it was time for breakfast. The sophomores, juniors, and seniors returned to class after breakfast, but the freshmen could not. They still had morning training. Just as the seniors who had trained them had said, the hard days had just begun. The sun on the field flashed white everywhere it touched. The heat was so great that it burned their faces and arms. Everyone stood motionless under the scorching sun, maintaining their military posture. The instructor in charge of the training walked past each student, then constantly corrected the students' irregular movements. Did you eat too much breakfast? You should retract your lower abdomen. Spread your feet 60 degrees apart. Here, it's at least 70 degrees. Did you not remember the mantra for standing in military posture? Recite it again. You and you, it's all the same. Yes. The few students whose names were called tensed up and straightened their backs as they recited the instructions for standing in a military posture. The tips of your feet are about 60 degrees apart, the heels of your feet are close together, your calves are straight, your abdomen is slightly tucked in, your chest is straight, your shoulders are slightly open, and your arms are naturally hanging down. Your head must be straight, your neck must be straight, your mouth must be closed, and your eyes must be looking forward. It's not tidy, recite it again. Without a single word of rebuttal, he immediately recited. The instructor walked to the front and stood beside the role model, Yi Jian. He shouted coldly, "There is a role model in front. Those who don't know how to stand, can't stand straight, or feel tired, raise your eyes and take a good look at the role model in your class. As long as you stand like her, you don't have to come tomorrow." Yi Jian, the role model, stood facing the whole class. Under the sunlight, she still maintained her original military posture after an hour. The students at the front could see sweat dripping into her eyes. She didn't move. She just blinked her eyes gently. Chapter 1401. Time passed bit by bit. The sun was getting brighter and brighter. The instructors were still shuttling back and forth in the queue. Some people were tired of standing and began to relax their shoulders. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to slack off. They're quite brave, standing at the front of the class. Originally, Yi Qian was the only one standing in front. After an hour, there were 4 people standing beside Yi Qian. More and more sweat flowed down their faces like rain. Their summer wear shorts and shirts were drenched from their collars to their chests, armpits, back, waists. Only the corner of their short sleeves was not drenched. Their sweat soaked their clothes and stuck to their skin. The sun was scorching, making their skin prickle and itch. It made them want to reach out and scratch it. Everyone wanted to scratch it, but no one dared to. They endured the physical and mental torture. Facing the cold gaze of the instructor, they kept their backs straight and looked straight ahead. Straighten your legs. If you're a man, straighten your back. The instructor's voice came from the back. It was cold, icy, and piercing into the students' ears. Look straight ahead, don't look sideways. Don't blink when the wind blows. Stand like a pine tree. Shape like steel. 3 straight, 3 flat, 3 straight, 2 straight, 2 straight, 1 straight. Remember all of this. They weren't the only ones who needed to learn military posture. Everyone who entered the army and the military academy had to learn it. When standing in military posture, no matter when, even if it was just a simple action of sitting down, it would reveal the might and masculinity of a soldier. Your every word and action would also reveal the temperament of a soldier who was as lofty as a mountain and as tall as a pine tree. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. Yi Qian was no exception. Tears flowed into their eyes and stung them. No one dared to raise their hands to rub their eyes. Even if they were to tear up, they had to endure it. 90 minutes later, standing at the feet of every student with red eyes, there was a puddle of water on the ground. It was a puddle of water left behind by the sweat that flowed down the leg of their pants and splashed onto the wet ground. The pants started to get wet from the belt, especially where the middle finger was. Most of the sweat that flowed down the arm gathered to the middle finger. The seam of the pants was completely wet. Reporting. Someone didn't even finish his sentence before he fell forward and fainted from heatstroke. This was the first student to faint from heatstroke. It was much better than the previous 2 days. The previous 2 days, the students fainted one after another. It was as if they had really fallen on the battlefield and didn't wake up again. The students who were standing, of course. After all, there were students who fainted from heatstroke during the freshman's military. By the military posture. By the new. However, standing in a military posture now was different from the freshman's military training. The freshman had to stand in a military posture, but it wasn't as strict. If you moved occasionally, the senior and class monitor would glance at you and it would be fine. They would only remind you if you moved too much. Unlike now, the only thing missing was a cross wrapped around his back. Bye. That. Bye. Bye. Class. A student from class 3 fainted from heatstroke. The instructor helped the student who fainted from heatstroke up with one hand and turned on the walkie-talkie to contact the doctor. It's not serious. Chapter 1402. Fainting was not considered serious. The students' hearts trembled as they pursed their lips and continued to endure. No one took a second look because the instructor would help the student who had fainted from heatstroke. The ambulance parked at the front of the field arrived in less than 3 minutes. 2 male soldiers came down and skillfully carried the fainted student into the ambulance. The door closed and the ambulance drove away, leaving only a row of exhaust fumes. No one knew how long they had been standing there. The instructor suddenly took out an alarm clock and set the time before placing it on the field. There are still 43 minutes until the 2-hour mark. You can rest after standing there for 2 hours. They had clearly been standing there for 1.5 hours. But the instructor said there were still 43 minutes left. So much time. It was very quiet around class 3. The students' breathing had been adjusted well, and the alarm clock placed on the field went tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It went on and on, destroying everyone's spirit on a deeper level. None of the students didn't want it to end as soon as possible. The more they thought about it, the slower time seemed to pass. The slower time passed, the more unbearable it was. More and more sweat flowed down their bodies, and they became more and more nervous. Finally, another student shook his body, and another one fainted. It was as if there was a butterfly effect. In less than 10 minutes, 5 people had fainted. When the instructor saw this, the corners of his mouth tightened slightly. Their mental fortitude was still a little weak. They knew the time and how much time they had left. They felt that they might not be able to last that long. Their bodies might not be able to take it. Time kept telling them that they were not going to make it. Soon they lost their willpower and collapsed. 20 minutes later, 7 people fainted and 2 returned. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Time was still passing slowly. The standing students felt their limbs were so stiff that they did not feel like their own limbs. They listened to the sound of time and endured the most difficult time. There are still 18 minutes left. The instructor reminded them, intentionally or otherwise. He was constantly training the students' willpower. Why did they have to stand in military posture? It was to train the military academy students. As reserve military officers, if their willpower was not strong enough, how could they lead troops into battle? How could they win battles? Who else can't straighten their head or straighten their back? Another 20 minutes. The instructor started shuttling back and forth in the group again. His eyes were like X-rays as he scanned the students. He didn't dare to relax for even a second when he saw that they weren't sweating. Look ahead, there's a role model. Think about why she can do it, but why can't you? It's not that you can't do it, it's that you're afraid of hardship and tiredness. You think too highly of yourselves. Being squeamish in the army will be fatal. The most important thing for all of you to do now is to get rid of your fatal squeamishness. Don't let it become your burden. Not only did he have to teach the students how to stand properly, but he also had to remind them from time to time how to overcome their fears. As the role model, Yi Qian led the entire class to stand under the sun, motionless in their initial positions. They listened to the ticking of the clock and felt the time pass by bit by bit. Don't think that time is unbearable, and don't think that you can't hold on. You don't need to think about anything. Just look straight ahead and stand straight. That's all. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock that only made a ticking sound suddenly let out an ear-piercing sound, telling all the students that they had been standing in a military posture for 2 whole hours. Chapter 1403. At this moment, no one dared to relax their bodies. It was just the alarm clock that rang at the set time. It was not the time for the instructor to dismiss them. The students' performance made the instructor, who looked serious, finally show a slight smile. He blew the whistle to signal the end of the class. Everyone move around. If you don't have enough water, there's a water tanker in front. After standing for 2 hours, they were seriously dehydrated. How could 1 pot of hot water be enough? They needed at least 2 pots of water. Although the class was dismissed, the limbs of the students were so stiff that even their muscles and joints seemed to have hardened. A simple action of bending over to pick up the kettle made them look like 80 or 90 years old people. They could not bend over for a long time. Yi Qian moved his limbs and slightly bounced on the ground for more than 10 times to move the muscles of his legs. Then he bent over to pick up the kettle. Do me a favor. Do me a favor. A student called Yi Qian with a bitter face. I can't bend over. My legs are like saws. Once I move, I feel pain inside. Then, another student also needed Yi Qian's help. And here Yi Qian, help. After a week of getting along, the students in the class had gotten used to Yi Qian's strong physical strength. Song Zhiqiu picked up the kettle for the 2 boys and joked, Do you still need to carry you back? Just grit your teeth and sit down. You'll be fine after shaking your legs. His physical strength was good, so it was easy for him to do it for a few days. During the break, the instructor was not as serious as during the training. He would help the students pick up the kettle and even massage their legs. Upon hearing this, he raised his voice and said, He's right. It's just a military posture. Do you know how the national flag class does it? It takes twice as long as you. The forward kick is delicate. The distance between the 2 feet is not even half a millimeter. You still have to stand with both feet. They have to stand with 1 foot for so long. Why did the soldiers look tall and mighty when they stood there? It was not because they wore military uniforms, but because they practiced day after day and year after year. You're all learning from Yi Qian and training with him. His military posture is the same as that of a veteran. You guys have to shout for help when you pick up a kettle. If you really go to the battlefield in the future, don't tell me you'll have to ask someone for bullets. Nowadays, the teacher mentioned Yi Qian the most. The students were already used to it, so they didn't show any signs of dissatisfaction. There was nothing they could do about it. She was indeed amazing, so they had no choice but to admit defeat. Su Wen, who had drunk half a bottle in one go, winked at Yi Qian and asked, Do you feel any pressure? It's all right. I'm doing my best. Yi Qian blinked and said softly, There are only 3 girls in our class. We can't lose. After Su Wen heard this, he patted Yi Qian heavily on the shoulder and said earnestly, It's all thanks to you, Yi Qian. He Jing and I will support you in spirit. In terms of actions, I can't support you. He Jing, who had just returned from refilling the kettle, heard this. She sat down with difficulty and said, I have a goal, unlike you. She then said softly to Yi Qian, I'm a little hunchbacked. I want to practice by myself at night. Is there any way to improve quickly? He Jing was a girl who was very strict with herself. Her brother also graduated from the National University of Science and Technology. According to her, the reason why she applied for the National University of Science and Technology was because of a bet with someone. Who was that someone? Su Wen and Yi Qian did not ask, but from her eyes, they could tell that this someone was not an ordinary person. Chapter 1404. There's a trick, but it's very difficult. Yi Qian thought back to how Principal Chen had taught him the trick of military posture and said to He Jing, "Prepare a few pieces of paper as thick as poker cards. I'll show you the trick tonight." There were only 3 girls in the class, and they were all good students with good personalities. Even though Yi Qian had only known them for a week, he had already established a friendship with them. The boys who were closer to them naturally heard it too. They rubbed their faces and looked at each other. No matter what, they couldn't lose to the girls. At night, they would have to practice again. The whistle sounded again, and all the freshmen finally endured until it was time for lunch. Once lunchtime arrived, even the instructors could not delay because the military academy had a rule about lunchtime. If they wanted to eat after lunchtime, there would be no more food. Therefore, the instructors could not delay lunchtime either. Line up, reorganize, and do a head count. After a series of actions, the students of Class 3 could finally head to the cafeteria. Everyone walked quickly, afraid that if they were late, there would be no meat, only vegetables, and a thin soup. With every step the boys took, they could hear their stomachs rumble. Then, like a long dragon, the students of each class rushed over from all directions, all heading towards the same destination. With a step command, they quickly stopped moving forward. Yi Qian, the on-duty officer, stood at the front and began the chant training. Every lunchtime chant training was the moment Yi Qian wanted to laugh the most. In order to get into the cafeteria earlier, they shouted the chant with all their might. The instructor had once said that the chant for lunchtime was, "Shout with your life," and this was not false at all. They were indeed shouting with their lives. For a time, the chant in front of the cafeteria grew louder and louder. This was lunchtime for the military academy students. From their first year until their last year, when they graduated, it was always like this. Later on, Yi Qian had returned to his alma mater a long time after he graduated. When he saw the youthful faces that already showed the might of soldiers, he said to the guard beside him, "Every time I come in, I will immediately take a look at what dishes are served. Which dish should I choose? Which dish looks good? Which dish I probably won't be able to get?" My 4 years of fighting for food in the military academy is still fresh in my memory. As the sun rose and set, Yi Qian passed the 8th day of school. Her days were so fulfilling that she felt like a fish in water, adapting to military school life much faster than any of her classmates. At night, all the students had to be dressed neatly. They had to wear their military caps, tie their belts properly, and button up their shirts properly. If they were not dressed neatly and were seen by the pickets, they would be publicly announced. It would definitely be a tragedy. The classroom was similarly quiet. On the large podium, there wasn't a single teacher. No, it should be said that they hadn't seen any teachers who would stay in the classroom at night. They were all consciously following the rules. To be able to enter the military academy, other than straight-A students, they were all straight-A students. Their memory was superb. They memorized the thick books of rules and regulations very quickly. In the end, they would close the books and recite the words silently. He Jing did not have many plans for herself tonight. She still needed to ask Yi Qian for tips on military posture. Walking around the school grounds at night was also prohibited. Of course, if you strengthened your training, you wouldn't have to worry about being caught by the pickets. Put the books on your head. When standing, don't we need to lean forward slightly to put gravity on the soles of our feet? When your front foot steps on the stairs, your back heel hangs in the air. Don't you feel that your center of gravity is leaning forward? Yi Qian demonstrated. "Give me the paper you prepared." Chapter 1405. He Jing clicked her tongue as she hurriedly passed the piece of paper to Yi Qian and waited for her to continue. Gently place your middle finger against the seam of your pants. Place half of the paper on your middle finger and leave the other half outside. You also need to clamp the paper between your knees. Keep your legs straight and taut. Yi Qian demonstrated the entire process under the light of the staircase. Yi Qian never hid anything that was beneficial to the group. She told them everything she knew, but how much each person learned depended on themselves. It wasn't something she could control. It was also because of this selfless dedication that Yi Qian had always been popular among her classmates. Even though it was tough in high school, she still tutored her classmates. She even helped her roommates get into the top universities in the country. Even though Yi Qian had left the province, her name could still be heard in the province. Those students who had received her help were still grateful to her. Every time she opened the little penguin phone, the first thing she heard was a series of DDD sounds. They were all messages from her high school classmates. He Jing thought Yi Qian would only give her simple reminders. Who knew that she would teach her so diligently? For a moment, he didn't feel good in his heart. He felt ashamed of himself for having such petty thoughts. Don't drop the book. Don't drop the paper between your fingers and thighs either. Yi Qian placed the book on He Jing's head, then placed the paper between her hands and thighs. The last piece of paper. Yi Qian smiled and pointed at her knees. Here's the main point. You have to place a piece of paper there too. Let's make it clear first. If the book or paper drops, we have to add time. Let's stack it in units of 10 minutes. She bent over and placed the paper between He Jing's knees. At the same time, she heard He Jing and the faint gasps from the floor above. This is too cruel. He Jing felt her knees hurt. Yi Qian, don't tell me that this is how you practice. This is how I practice. My uncle is a retired soldier. He likes to make me stand in military posture. I started standing in middle school. Classmate, why do you think I got the title of role model? It's because I've suffered more than you. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. So that's how it was. No wonder he was so powerful. He Jing understood, and so did the students who were eavesdropping upstairs. After deliberately explaining, Yi Qian gently patted He Jing's knee. Alright, just stand there. I'll time it. Then, he raised his head and said to the students who were eavesdropping upstairs, You all understand, right? If you understand, then stand together. From now on, stand for half an hour. Fuck, she seems to have discovered us? I don't think so. I have to cover my nose to breathe. She must have found out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said, stand together if you understand. She must have found out. Stop squatting. What are you squatting for? You've been discovered. 3 seconds later, a soft sound came from upstairs. Then, Qian Yanjun said awkwardly, we don't mean anything else. We just want to learn. In the morning, when the boys heard the conversation between Yi Qian and He Jing, they thought that, as boys, how could they fall behind the girls? After discussing it for a while, they decided to let Qian Yanjun and Song Jiqiu take the lead to sneak a peek. When they heard Yi Qian's words, all of them were so shocked that their jaws dropped. He Jing did not know that there were people upstairs. When she heard the sound, she lost her balance and the paper between her knees fell.